Chapter 51. 5 Low-Grade Spirit Stones Ultimate Breath-Holding Technique. Who goes there? The woman shouted, stepping onto her magical artifact and soaring into the air. She swung her sword, cutting the tree trunk in half with a loud crash. 2 clusters of withered leaves suddenly fell in front of them, obscuring their vision, creating an eerie atmosphere. Humph! An 8th-layer Qi refining practitioner dares to play tricks here. The woman from the Ziyun sect exclaimed, pointing her sword at them. Since you've seen us, you cannot leave. Chen Xiong remained calm as water, saying nothing unnecessary. He looked at the wriggling little bird, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. He suddenly accelerated and caught it in his hand, crushing the Silicon Valley bird with his bare hands, blood splattering everywhere. The speed was so fast that the 3 women couldn't react in time. They were furious that he had killed the Silicon Valley bird right in front of them. Impudent. Seeking death. Where did this wild man come from? The 3 women glared coldly, their magical energy swirling in their hands as they struck in 3 directions. Chen Xiong's eyes were deep. The big black cow stood firmly in front of him, its body steadied at a hoof thrust out, and circles of firelight rippled outward, suddenly transforming into countless fire rings. Boom! Giant fireballs surged from the fire rings, accompanied by a violent magical force that howled downwards, instantly igniting a sea of flames. As the sea of fire erupted, their expressions changed drastically, revealing disbelief and horror. What is this? A life-and-death crisis blossomed in the hearts of the 3 women in an instant, quickly spreading throughout their bodies, manifesting as a loud buzzing in their minds. The sound of their shrill screams echoed from the sea of flames, their eyes filled with intense fear. Their magical energy was being eroded, and they were being devoured by the fire, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. The terrified screams of the 3 women came from the sea of flames, gradually fading into weak gasps, until the flames swallowed their last sounds. Old cow, do your job. Chen Xiong looked around, rising into the air on his sword, but the quality of their storage bags is really poor. These storage bags couldn't withstand their magical energy and shattered in the space of the shumi, causing everything inside to vanish. However, there were still storage rings on the bags. He noticed that those big shots wore them on their fingers, but they couldn't access such treasures yet. Moo. The big black cow nodded, its hoof performing the water spirit technique. Countless water vapors dispersed in the air, quickly engulfing the sea of fire. Over the years, they had practiced the water spirit technique to the 3rd layer, with no bottlenecks. Chen Xiong and the big black cow erased all traces, collecting the storage bags of the 3 disciples from the Danding sect, and turning to leave without wasting a moment. Old cow, don't get overconfident. Can we take on a few, let alone hundreds or thousands of cultivators? Chen Xiong swiftly moved through the ancient trees, continuing, we must be cautious above all, never drawing attention, and certainly not becoming the target. Moo. The big black cow replied seriously. It did feel a bit overconfident, but was quick to suppress those feelings, constantly self-reflecting. They stopped atop a towering ancient tree, already far from where they had been. Surrounded by dense foliage, they blended into their environment, their dark eyes constantly scanning for any movement. Indeed, there's a map. Chen Xiong's eyes lit up as he pulled out identical maps from the 3 storage bags, far more detailed than the map from the Wuyun sect. The big black cow also took a map, its eyes widening. Not only did it mark various locations, but it even indicated where spirit herbs were growing. Old cow, that should be the Baihun Lake. There's an introduction on the map. Chen Xiong said carefully, the greatest advantage of cultivating immortality being the clarity of the 5 senses. Even in such dim surroundings, he could see clearly. So we're probably here. He circled a small area on the map. They were indeed still on the outskirts, with the 3 main spirit herbs marked with large red dots deep in the South Dipper Mountain. Moo the big black cow nodded, its mind finally becoming clearer. The disciples of the 10 great sects should all be rushing to these 3 locations. They will definitely be faster than us. Chen Xiong pondered, his expression thoughtful. Let's not compete for the first tier. The competition there will be fierce. We should gather the auxiliary spirit herbs first. He continuously pointed to various locations, the routes in his mind becoming clearer. Moo the big black cow nodded repeatedly. This place was full of towering mountains and dense ancient forests, and making a wrong step could lead to disaster. Well, keep these spirit stones and herbs, leave 1 storage bag, and destroy the other magical artifacts and techniques. Chen Xiong examined the 3 storage bags. Although he was eager, he couldn't leave any potential troubles behind after all. These were the 10 great sections. Moo. The big black cow responded, showing no regret in its eyes, as they were never theirs to begin with. They had already prepared how to escape detection when they arrived. The big black cow would swallow a storage bag in one gulp, use the essence of all things to cover their tracks, and then regurgitate it back in the medicinal valley. Over 400 low-grade spirit stones. No wonder they are disciples of the 10 great sections, Chen Xiong praised, quickly putting them into his storage bag. Old cow, our hiding methods are a bit lacking. They even brought along probing spirit beasts. There might be quite a few such people, Moo. The big black cow exhaled heavily. This was indeed beyond their expectations, as they had never encountered it before. Hee, old cow, how could I not have a backup plan? Chen Xiong sneered, thinking that after entering a sect, he wouldn't need it anymore. He slapped his storage bag. 9-star valley, 5 low-grade spirit stones, breath-holding technique. A sense of shock surged through the big black cow, staring at Chen Xiong in awe. Big brother, you're amazing. They had also discovered that aside from techniques like spells, practicing these minor spells came easily to them, showing a strong affinity for understanding. Dispose of the stolen goods, retreat, change locations, and let's practice the breath-holding technique. Moo. The two acted swiftly. The big black cow swallowed a storage bag whole, directly using spells to destroy the other 2 storage bags, leaving no trace and disappearing into the infinite darkness. This set of seamless movements seemed rehearsed countless times, showcasing the methods of a bandit to perfection. Half a month later, in a tree hole on an ancient tree trunk, a person and a cow sat cross-legged, not even a sound of breathing escaping them. Poisonous insects and snakes occasionally crawled over the withered leaves, yet they remained undetected as living beings, truly blending into the South Dipper Mountain. Old cow, time to move, Moo. A person and a cow slowly opened their eyes, their breaths faint. Firelight crackled around them, yet the withered leaves on their bodies showed no signs of burning. 2 clusters of withered leaves shot out from the tree hole, heading in a specific direction, their destination being a great river. Half a day later, they arrived, and a person and a cow donned another set of camouflage clothing. Chapter 52, Ruthless Black Hand. Who is the 6th? Here, the trees were lush and green, with many hills on the ground. The undulating landscape gathered into a view, and a long river could be seen in the distance, with the sound of rushing water faintly audible. Along the riverbank, many vibrant flowers grew, including the Xijuang flower, which was noticeably taller than the other plants, standing out like a crane among chickens. Chen Xiong and the big black cow disguised themselves as a pile of grass, practicing the breath-holding technique, remaining motionless as they began to observe the situation. By the river, there were several corpses with pierced heads, and the surrounding flowers and grasses seemed to be constantly absorbing the nutrients from the bodies, which had shriveled. Significantly, making it impossible to tell how they had died, they slowly wriggled their bodies, drawing closer and closer, when suddenly a large group of disciples arrived from behind, numbering at least dozens. The 2 clumps of grass immediately became still, a gentle breeze rustled, and the grass blades fluttered. Everything was so tranquil. Senior brother Du, it is here. Those few tallest red flowers are the walking stick flowers. Do not be careless. These strange flowers and grasses have bizarre means. If you get too close, they will attack immediately. Senior brother Du squinted slightly, looking at the few corpses by the river, with not a single trace of blood around. He suddenly turned his head and looked at a nervous-looking 8th-layer Chi refinement junior brother. You go and try. That person hesitated, his lips trembling, looking at senior brother Du with a pleading expression. Wasn't this asking him to go to his death? Go quickly. What are you dawdling for? Are you ignoring senior brother Du's words now? In the crowd, several people shouted loudly, urging this person to move forward. With red-rimmed eyes, he shouted and charged out, aiming directly for a walking stick flower. But at the moment he touched the walking stick flower, countless vines suddenly sprang up from the ground, and several sharp spikes shot out from the vines, carrying a killing intent. Instantly breaking through his magical shield, his mind jolted, and just as he was about to retreat quickly, the vines tightly ensnared his feet. His pupils contracted, reflecting countless spikes. Pust, 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 don't. Senior brother, save me. Senior brother Du. The person's face turned pale, terror evident in his eyes as he kept shouting, scared out of his wits, his body trembling as he tried to resist. But before he could even react, his head was pierced by countless spikes, yet not a drop of blood splattered the vines pierced into his flesh, continuously absorbing, and his body visibly shriveled at a rapid pace. This horrifying scene made everyone watching from afar break out in a cold sweat, and even Senior Brother Du was no exception. He was at the 10th layer of Chi refinement. Clear these ground vines. No need to worry. Do not engage in close combat. Senior Brother Du quickly identified their weakness. Their attack range was limited. He formed hand seals, and blades of wind shot out rapidly. Yes, Senior Brother Du. Everyone's eyes lit up, and indeed it was effective. Those vines were cut down one by the wind blades. They hurriedly wielded their respective spells, striking at the man-eating vines, their faces showing joy. Humph! Which small sect's disciples dare to covet the walking stick flower? From a nearby hill, the shouts of a dozen people rang out. They exuded a fierce aura, standing alongside spirit beasts, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Huh! Senior Brother Du was taken aback, turning to see that it was disciples from the 10 great sects' beast-taming sect. It seemed that as time passed, everyone began to band together. In the South Dipper Mountain secret realm, everyone relies on their own abilities. Are you all going to rank by seniority here? Senior Brother Du's face turned frosty. A dozen people dared to be so arrogant here, where there were no elders from their sections. This South Dipper Mountain is originally the territory of our 10 great sects. What are you worth? One person stepped forward from the hill, disdain on his face, and said coldly, 3 breaths time, either roll away or die. As soon as the words fell, the morale of Senior Brother Du's side was completely suppressed. They looked slightly panicked, not realizing their numerical advantage. Then it seems we will have to experience your skills, Senior Brother Du said calmly, though anger flickered in his eyes as he looked back. There are only a dozen of them, and we are all at the Chi refinement stage. What is there to fear? Seeking death. The people on the hill looked down with disdain, like tigers descending the mountain, charging down. Charge! Senior Brother Du shouted loudly, leading the charge, while the disciples followed closely, feeling both humiliated and indignant, determined to slay them here today. The battle was about to erupt. Dozens of people clashed in an instant, the sounds of explosions and screams echoing. With dirt flying everywhere, the 2 clumps of grass began to move slowly, unnoticed by anyone. They grasped a walking stick flower, and the ground vines reacted instantly. The vines were quick, but Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull were quicker. A fireball spell scorched the entire vine, producing a plume of black smoke. Old Bull, up with the sword. Moo. Whoosh. Whoosh. The speed was so fast it skimmed along the ground like a flickering cold gleam, disappearing into the depths of the jungle in the blink of an eye. What was that? What happened? The people on both sides shouted in surprise and anger, quickly parting to look towards the faint firelight by the river, glancing at each other. 2 walking stick flowers had clearly been picked, and even uprooted. But where were the people? The beast-taming sect was enraged. Damn it. Right under their noses someone had stolen from them. They directly vented their anger on Senior Brother Du's side, and the battle became even more intense. Deep in the jungle, eerie laughter from a person and a bull echoed, merciless black hands. Old Bull, this cultivation world is dangerous everywhere, even plants can kill, truly an eye-opener. They sat on a tree. Chen Xiong sighed and shook his head, realizing how strange knowledge had increased significantly. Moo Moo the Great Black Bull exhaled, now having to be cautious of everything, even checking the ancient trees. Chen Xiong was carefully examining the map when he suddenly pointed to a spot. Hanyan Valley, Old Bull. Let's go here. There are 2 foundational auxiliary spirit herbs. Moo the Great Black Bull grinned, feeling great. Slip away. 2 figures darted from the ancient tree towards Hanyan Valley. Those 2 spirit herbs did not have fixed growing spots and needed to be searched carefully. In Hanyan Valley, mist curled around, miasma thrived, visibility was poor, and there were eerie low growls accompanying it. There were numerous corpses scattered throughout the valley. Some had been killed by people, while others were unknown to what had slain them. Chen Xiong and the Great Black Bull crawled forward, calm and unhurried, drawing their breath control technique to the fullest. This moment, 5 people walked out from the dim light, their expressions alert, moving in unison, not making a sound, the tokens at their waists emitting faint light. Ahead, the sound of clashing continued, but the miasma obscured their view. They paused in their steps, exchanging glances without saying a word. The 5 formed an array, 1 person at the back, sending forth several silvery threads that emitted a faint tremor on the ground. In front of them, a large group of people were engaged in a battle, surrounded by a dozen glowing green grasses. Unlike ordinary grass, their patterns were intricate, exuding an indestructible feeling. This was also one of the objectives of their trip to Hanyan Valley, the glowheart grass. The other four maintained calm expressions. One raised a palm downward, activating a talisman in hand, and did not participate in the battle. A mist swirled, and they instantly disappeared from their original spot. The person crouching at the back remained motionless. The fine threads under his hand seemed to continue extending. Their purpose was to obtain spirit herbs, not to duel. Before long, 3 glowheart grasses were pulled back by the fine threads, and the other 4 seemed to have not yet returned. Got it. The person at the back smiled faintly. The disciples of the major sects were nothing more than that, easily manipulated by them. He carefully stored the 3 spirit herbs in a medicine box and began waiting for the other 4. Suddenly, the 2 clumps of grass beside him moved. Moved? Huh, what is that? The person was startled, his gaze horrified. A chilling sensation surged through his soul. Brother, accept this. That a voice as plain as water sounded, and 2 fists the size of sandbags struck, leaving him with no consciousness as his mouth was tightly covered. Chapter 53. The Decline of Morality, or the Distortion of Humanity. After a while, he felt someone calling him, and a pill was fed to him. Senior Brother Liu, what happened to you? Senior Brother Liu, where is the ginseng grass? The 4 of them kept calling out to him, their eyes filled with urgency. Even his storage bag was missing. What on earth had happened? Where is the ginseng grass? Senior Brother Liu's eyes flashed with confusion as he murmured. A flash of spiritual light crossed his mind, and he suddenly remembered. Senior Brother Liu's eyes gradually turned blood red as he got up in anger and shouted, "Someone ambushed me." Who ambushed you, Senior Brother Liu? The 4 asked hastily, united in their anger. That talisman was incredibly valuable, and they never thought someone would intercept the ginseng grass. It was intolerable. They were all filled with killing intent. Even if it was disciples from the 10 great sects, they had the ability to work together to kill. Senior Brother Liu looked at the 4, his face looking quite bad, and hesitantly said, "I don't know." The 4 gaped, stunned. Senior Brother Liu had always acted cautiously, well-versed in the ways of ambushes, yet there was someone more ruthless than him. Elsewhere, Chen Xiong was in the valley with the big black bull, dealing with a giant python. The giant python was constantly hissing lowly. Its pupils shrunk in extreme fear. How are you so badass, playing ambush? You're at the 10th level of chi refinement. Are you trying to fly? Moo, there are so many Kongming vines here. Do you think we're just going to take a few? You're going to lose your life? Did you raise them? Moo. Chen Xiong held the giant python's head, while the big black bull gripped its tail tightly. They cursed while swinging it in midair, and then smashed it down hard, nearly shattering the giant python's organs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant python continuously begged for mercy. It had never seen such a fierce human at the chi refinement stage. One punch almost sent it back home, and in a spell duel, it was completely crushed. Old bull, grab the goods. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ground cracked beneath them. Chen Xiong pressed the giant python into the dirt with one hand, dust swirling, the ground stained with blood. It truly did not want to resist anymore. Moo. The big black bull let go of its hooves and hurried to pick the Kongming vines. Chen Xiong snorted coldly, clapped his hands, and he and the big black bull headed out of the valley. They had already obtained the spiritual herbs from Hanyan Valley and continued towards their next destination. One day later, many people arrived here again, and upon seeing this scene, they were all overjoyed. The silvering python is actually injured. Hurry to pick the Kongming vines. Who injured it? How could it be so severely wounded? A few others were also shocked. They were clearly calmer. Could there be an existence stronger than the silver-ing python nearby? They had been warned in their sect that this python was fierce. During the last trip to Nanshan, many cultivators had perished in the jaws of the silver-ing python. Hiss, hiss. The silver-ing python was furious, its head suddenly flying out of the ground. It was convinced by those 2. What were these humans to dare provoke it? Be careful. It's pretending to be dead. Junior sister, quickly hide behind me. Everyone was in a state of chaos, summoning their respective magical artifacts and hurriedly retreating, their expressions trembling. Hiss. The silver-ing python moved its body, its speed so fast it came roaring at them. Everyone unleashed their spells, not holding back at all, and a great battle erupted directly in the valley. A month later, Chen Xiong and the big black bull had been in the secret realm of Nanda Mountain for 2 months. It seemed they were becoming more adept, fully showcasing the essence of being the ultimate old six. Countless sect disciples suffered misfortunes. Spiritual herbs were right before their eyes, but vanished without a trace. When they tried to ambush quietly, they would suddenly slip and knock themselves out, waking up in confusion. What beasts, spiritual beasts, trembled every night, crying and repenting upon seeing a clump of withered leaves or green leaves. Was this the decline of morality or the distortion of humanity? This might just be the ultimate old six. Moo. Two clumps of green leaves stood in the center of an ancient tree, almost merging into one, from which faint sighs could be heard. The big black bull was filled with joy, rubbing against Chen Xiong. They had harvested many spiritual herbs, all of which were unseen in the herb valley. Truly, a cow without windfall does not prosper, and a horse without night grass does not get fat. Old bull, calm down, look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Chen Xiong's eyes had already turned into the shape of spiritual herbs as he took out his treasure book, writing down everything he saw and experienced valuable experiences with the big black bull. Moo the big black bull grinned. The trip to Nanda Mountain was truly thrilling. Next, we're heading to the real battlefield, the 3 ancient palaces, and there are a few auxiliary spiritual herbs inside. Chen Xiong said solemnly, taking out the map and pointing to 3 big red dots. Those 3 most precious main flavor spiritual herbs are also among them. Moo. The big black bull listened earnestly. There were beasts and spiritual beasts inside that surpassed the 10th level of chi refinement. Although we haven't seen them, they might already possess some characteristics of the foundation establishment stage. We must not be careless. Chen Xiong took a deep breath. The foundation establishment stage represented a leap in the level of life, and compared to the chi refinement stage, it was a different dimension of existence. Moo moo. The big black bull nodded seriously, continuously rubbing against Chen Xiong. Let's go? Chen Xiong smiled and patted its head. Their figures instantly vanished from the ancient tree, heading towards one of the 3 ancient palaces, the Wangyue Palace, which housed the Yangshan Lotus. The Wangyue ancient palace stood in the center of a desolate mountain, exuding an ancient aura. Its origins were unknown, but most of the Yangshan Lotus, which had become extinct in the Qian kingdom, could only be found here. The ancient palace was magnificent and simple from a distance. It looked like a dilapidated sect hall, imbued with the helplessness of time. Although the 10 great sects had methods to cultivate foundation establishment spiritual herbs, they were still a drop in the bucket, especially the main flavor spiritual herbs, which had 2 strict environmental requirements. Even they had not cultivated many. The area outside the palace was full of pools of blood, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Some even involved fellow disciples killing each other, their bodies entangled, unable to close their eyes in death. Inside the palace, shouts of battle rang out, spells clashed, and chaos reigned. On a high ground, Chen Xiong and the big black bull observed from afar, both frowning slightly. Damn it, old bull. This situation makes it hard for us to fish in troubled waters. Chen Xiong said quietly, so many disciples from the 10 great sects, it's completely a blood path. Moo. The big black bull nodded. People were still coming from all directions, and the fighting was fierce. There were also cultivators like them observing the situation from afar. Old bull, let's not rush, let's watch the situation. Moo. 1 person and 1 bull crouched in the distance, watching the Wangyue Palace without moving. They hadn't even started picking spiritual herbs, and already a large number of people had died. Truly, human greed is insatiable. 3 days later, a sudden roar echoed from within the ancient palace. Roar, roar. This voice was imposing, like a mountain flood bursting forth, shaking the area for several miles. Even Chen Xiong and the big black bull in the distance were stunned, their ears ringing, their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 54. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. The white shaman leopard has come out. Retreat first. Quick, escape, we must hold it back. Damn it. So close. Countless disciples rushed out of the hall, their voices filled with shock and anger, while behind them emerged a spirit beast, entirely snow-white, with a fierce glint in its eyes. It exuded a terrifying aura, its long white fur billowing wildly in the wind, and its body stretched over 2 zhang long, opening its massive blood-red mouth, looking down on the intruders. The sharp claws of the white shaman leopard were drenched in blood, its gaze piercing, always able to anticipate the movements of the cultivators and kill them before they could react. Behind it lay the torn and shredded bodies of its victims, their eyes still filled with terror, seemingly having died in an instant. Roar, roar. Another roar echoed, shaking the desolate mountains and stirring up dust. As the white shaman leopard paced back and forth at the hall's entrance, glancing around, its body surrounded by a murderous aura, not knowing how many people it had killed. This ancient hall was truly vast. The disciples were like bread men, popping out one after another. Chen Xiong sighed repeatedly in his heart. The pressure from the white shaman leopard was too strong, leaving him feeling uncertain. However, it seemed that now was the best time to act. Disciples from various sects gathered from all directions, beginning to formulate a strategy. A direct assault was definitely not viable. They could only distract its attention. It felt as if the Wangyue ancient hall had fallen into silence, with only the occasional beastly roar of the white shaman leopard echoing, constantly pressuring the cultivators who had ulterior motives in the distance. As the sun set, no one dared to attack the ancient hall again. Everyone had only one life, and it was a matter of who would dare to die first. Chen Xiong and the big black cow slowly retreated, returning to the jungle without any gains. "Old cow, let's dig a tunnel," Chen Xiong said helplessly. "Their advantage is their strength and endurance. I brought tools. Let us dig directly beneath the ancient hall." "Moo?" The big black cow was surprised, its eyes wide open. If it were them, it seemed quite feasible. They had been digging earth caves in the Ningyun mountain range for years. It was practically their old job. "I'll mark the spot and measure the distance." Chen Xiong gently coughed, looking into the distance. He jumped down from the tree, scooped up a handful of dirt, and fell into deep thought. "Old cow, let's get started." "We can do it." "Moo." The man and the cow directly began digging a tunnel beneath the ancient tree, their speed astonishing enough to leave others speechless. The several storage bags they had collected over the month were quickly filled with dirt. "Old cow, you handle the tunnel entrance. I'll keep digging." "Moo." The big black cow hurriedly ran out to cover the tunnel entrance. This operation was second nature to it. There were no skills involved, just years of experience. Days passed, and under the leadership of the 10 great sects, a fierce battle began outside the hall. They had to hold the white shaman leopard back, allowing others to enter and gather resources. However, the white shaman leopard was not blind to the intentions of the human race. It steadfastly guarded the hall's entrance. If anyone attempted to rush in, it would result in a bloody disaster, causing many to hesitate. The 10 great sects and other sect members were also at odds, not daring to exert their full strength, all on guard against one another. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, a man and a cow were continuously digging a tunnel far beneath their feet, completely unaware of their presence. 10 days later, in the tunnel, "Old cow, I can't dig much further. Let me measure the distance," Chen Xiong said. "Moo." The big black cow sat on the dirt mound, panting heavily. This was the first time it felt that digging was so exhausting. Chen Xiong took out his immortal sword from the storage bag and flew through the tunnel. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he used time multiplied by speed to measure the distance, and the problem was not too complicated. He reached the tunnel entrance and measured back and forth twice, then called to the big black cow, "Old cow, it's right above us." Boom. Moo. The big black cow stood up, its muscles bulging, and with its hooves, it smashed upward, sending down large chunks of rubble. Chen Xiong also mustered his strength, punching the ceiling again and again. Their clothes were covered in mud and dust, and after half an hour of effort, they finally broke through. A ray of light shone through, revealing the ceiling of the ancient hall, and 2 heads cautiously poked out. "Wow, this ground is really hard. It took us half an hour to break through. If a beast were to take this beating, who knows how many times it would have died," Chen Xiong said softly, glancing around and spotting many corpses. "Old cow, let us go." Chen Xiong climbed out from underground, pulling the big black cow along with him, both filled with a sense of secret joy. "Moo." The big black cow jumped up, looking deep into the hall where there was a water pool. But the water seemed quite viscous, with dozens of sun ginseng lotuses growing within, along with many accompanying spirit herbs, incredibly strange. At this moment, a fierce battle was still ongoing outside, as people continuously engaged in a war of attrition against the white shaman leopard. Both sides were exhausted. Chen Xiong glanced at the situation outside and smiled slightly. "Old cow, just grab a couple of them. We can't waste merit." "Moo moo," the big black cow exclaimed, having never encountered the idea of leaving behind spirit herbs. Chen Xiong was just teasing it. Angrily, it nudged Chen Xiong and hurried to the water pool, retrieving a medicine box to collect the main and auxiliary spirit herbs for foundation establishment, while Chen Xiong stood by to assist in case of unforeseen circumstances. "Moo whoosh." Chen Xiong let out a sly shout, grabbing the big black cow and directly jumping into the tunnel, stepping on his immortal sword to fly away. The big black cow continually tossed out the dirt from the storage bag behind them. The man and the cow swiftly departed, just as quietly as they had come, waving their sleeves without taking a single cloud with them. Inside the Wangyue ancient hall, the white shaman leopard suddenly sensed something. Swiping its claws to push back the crowd and hurriedly ran into the hall, but it was dumbfounded. Roar! Roar! The white shaman leopard became extremely agitated, its bloodlust intensifying as it slowly turned to glare at the humans behind it, going mad. Today everyone must die. What is going on? The white shaman leopard has gone berserk. Retreat! Retreat! Countless cries of alarm and shouts echoed. Those tormented were in agony, as this spirit beast had completely lost its reason. Trading injuries for lives, whoever approached would die. A few people inwardly cursed their luck. Why was this trip to Nanda Mountain so difficult? They had never heard of a spirit beast going berserk on the last trip. Outside the Wangyue ancient hall, a fierce battle erupted again as many who were waiting to take advantage started to stir, sensing that the time was right. The spirit beast had lost its sanity. The Chilua Hall, located in an old forest surrounded by numerous spirit beasts, was also filled with sounds of fighting, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Among them grew the once extinct Nanmu leaves, and the hall's entrance was nearly blocked by countless corpses. 3 spirit beasts at the 10th level of Qi refining stood outside, covered in wounds and blood. Behind them stood an even more terrifying spirit beast, indicating that every 20 years. The journey to Nanda Mountain was a matter of life and death, just to wear down these spirit beasts until they were exhausted. With the current situation, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Chen Xiong and the big black cow definitely did not charge in, but could remain in the tunnel. They began the same method, one digging and one scooping. Chapter 55. A transcendent individual in the Qi refinement stage another half-month later. The ground in a certain part of the hall shook violently, and 2 sneaky heads emerged, both looking somewhat fatigued. Old cow, get the spirit herbs, hurry. Moo. The big black cow suddenly jumped from the tunnel and quickly headed toward the Nanmu leaves. Roar. Roar. This spirit beast reacted much faster than the white shaman leopard, immediately sensing that someone was moving the Nanmu leaves and turned to rush into the hall. Fireball technique. Chen Xiong was startled, a rare serious expression appearing in his eyes. Massive fireballs erupted, transforming into a huge firewall that blocked the creature outside. The demon beast let out a painful scream, but the blood-red color in its eyes deepened, and a strange shield slowly isolated the sea of fire. Damn! Chen Xiong's pupils contracted as he continuously cast spells, turning his head to shout, Old bull, how's it going? Moo. Roar. The demon beast suddenly charged out of the sea of fire, baring its teeth and rapidly pouncing towards Chen Xiong, who raised a giant palm, ready to crush him into pieces. Suddenly, a massive figure leaped out and immediately pulled Chen Xiong back into the tunnel. Boom. Roar. A loud rumble echoed throughout the tunnel, deafening, accompanied by the unwilling roars of the demon beast. Run, old bull. Moo. Chen Xiong and the big black bull broke into a cold sweat, riding their sword through the tunnel, which was collapsing behind them, showing just how powerful this demon beast was. After they burst out of the tunnel and reached a safe place, Chen Xiong angrily muttered, Damn it, if it weren't for that large group of cultivators outside, I would have dealt with that demon beast. The big black bull grinned and patted Chen Xiong with its hoof, prioritizing safety. Just as they were still discussing the demon beast, half the time in the southern Dipper Mountain's secret realm had already passed, and the smell of blood seemed to grow stronger. By a small stream, a dozen women were cautiously picking spirit herbs. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared, all wearing playful smiles. These women from minor sects had some redeeming qualities. The dozen women were startled, realizing that the figures before them were disciples of the Songhai sect, one of the 10 great sects. We didn't know you fellow Taoists were here. We'll leave right away. We won't take any spirit herbs, a leading woman said, cupping her hands. She had a heroic demeanor and exceptional courage. Is it up to you to decide, or up to my Songhai sect? One of the Songhai sect disciples coldly snorted, intimidating them. You great sect disciples, please don't make it difficult for us. Hee hee, but our hands are itching. We hope you junior sisters can entertain us. The leading woman angrily retorted, her companions furious as well, fearlessly raising their magical tools. Kill. One person shouted, a cold smile on his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos erupted by the stream, with blood continuously flowing and diluting in the water. On a high mountain, there was also a lone ranger from a certain sect, clad in a black robe, revealing a mouthful of black teeth. With several disciples from the 10 great sects lying dead on the ground, their deaths tragic. In a large marsh, bodies floated up and down, while a disciple from the Beastmaster sect looked indifferent, controlling a swarm of venomous insects. The slaughter in southern Dipper Mountain continued unabated. Killing and treasure snatching were rampant in this lawless place, and everyone was moving closer to the center, where danger was steadily approaching. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Xiong and the Big Black Bull had already arrived at the 4th month of southern Dipper Mountain. Throughout this journey, they had become much calmer. In the past month, they had witnessed too many instances of killing for treasure, fellow disciples turning against each other, and collusion in despicable acts. When there were no rules to bind them, the darkness of the cultivation world was revealed. At this moment, Chen Xiong and the Big Black Bull were resting against a tree when suddenly their ears perked up, hearing many footsteps. 2 figures were desperately fleeing, their eyes filled with strong unwillingness and hatred. "Stop! If you keep running, she won't survive. Are you going to just watch your junior sister die?" Ha ha! The sounds of laughter echoed behind them, as if they were being toyed with. One of them hesitated, stopping in his tracks, while the other shot him a glance and ran off, fully respecting his own life. "Brother G, I'm sorry," a weak voice came from a woman, bound with silver ropes that clearly looked like a magical tool. Hearing this, both Chen Xiong and the Big Black Bull were shaken, quickly looking over. Good heavens! It really was a disciple of the Wuyun sect, and it was Ji Kuan, Thunderclap sect. How can you claim to be one of the 10 great sects and resort to such despicable means? Ji Kuan trembled with anger. Many of the people present were at the 10th level of qi refining, and he was no match for them. "I can hand over the spirit herb, but let the person go first. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are respected. Minor sects are just minor sects." Unable to grasp this principle, the disciples of the Thunderclap sect laughed heartily, and one named Chao Chen stepped forward, exuding a strong aura as he coldly said, "Hand over the Yang Ginseng Lotus. How bold of you to dare to steal under our noses. Hand over the person. Brother G, don't worry about me." The junior sister kept writhing, crying loudly. Slap! A slap landed, and the junior sister spat out a mouthful of blood, her hair disheveled. Ji Kuan held the Yang Ginseng Lotus, his expression cold as he said, "Let her go, or you won't get anything. I can destroy it immediately." Threatening us? Chao Chen squinted, his magical power surging in his hands. "How many lives do you have?" Suddenly, a major change occurred. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strong gusts of wind arose, accompanied by a violent sonic boom, startling everyone from the Thunderclap sect, their hairs standing on end. "What the hell is that?" Chao Chen's face changed drastically as a scarecrow suddenly appeared in front of him, their faces nearly touching, the figure wearing a black hood, but his eyes were cold. Boom! 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 A massive hand pressed down fiercely, and Chao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his neck instantly crushed against the ground, which cracked open with countless fissures. Surrounded by rubble and dirt, Chao Chen let out a muffled, tragic scream, his eye sockets bursting, feeling as if his internal organs were splitting. Blood flowing from his 7 orifices. A blazing firewall separated Ji Kuan and the Thunderclap sect from everyone else, and as the firewall rose, the junior sister was also thrown over. "Brother, junior sister." Ji Kuan caught her in a single move as she continuously wept in his arms. But Ji Kuan had no energy to appreciate this scene. On the other side of the sea of fire, he could no longer see clearly. Ji Kuan's eyes were filled with intense shock. How could there be such a monstrous powerhouse in the qi refining stage? Who are they? The firewall gradually disappeared, finally allowing him to see the situation on the other side. Ji Kuan's eye sockets quivered, a chilling feeling surging in his heart. The junior sister stopped crying, collapsing to the ground, her body limp. Their fear was not due to how fierce the battle was, but rather how eerily calm it was, apart from the cracked ground. There was not a single trace of a battle, not even a corpse. Disciples of the 10 great sects had been killed in seconds by just 2 people. Ji Kuan gasped for breath. In the vastness of the world, he realized he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. "Junior sister, let's go." "Brother, who are they?" The junior sister wanted to speak, but hesitated. "They seem to have come to rescue us. I don't know them. Don't harbor any illusions. This time, we were just lucky." Ji Kuan shook his head. How could he possibly have the chance to know such a monstrous figure? The 2 supported each other and walked towards another place, needing to find a location to quickly recover their magical power. Chapter 56. The matter resolved, leaving in silence. Concealing accomplishments and fame. On a certain ancient tree, Chen Xiong lay against the trunk, sneering. These disciples of the 10 great sects are really a bunch of arrogant fools, acting like they own the place. I think our Wuyun sect is much better, don't you think, old bull? The big black cow mooed in response, saying that these disciples from various sects were more arrogant than the last, and he couldn't imagine how they would be bullied at the 10 great sects. Fortunately, they didn't go to the 10 great sects. With their mixed spirit roots, old cow, have you heard of violent treatment in sects? Moo constantly mocked. Then they would go slap faces, only to be mocked again, endlessly. Even a dog would bark at them in such a situation. Moo. The big black cow was shocked. Wouldn't that make them the biggest fools? Only a fool would do such a thing. Moreover, because they were too strong, they would constantly make enemies and attract endless schemes. Don't you think all our longevity is wasted on these meaningless things? Moo. The big black cow was filled with tears and realized that it was all thanks to Brother Sun, my good big brother. Chen Xiong smirked, resting his hands under his head, ready to leave after finishing the matter, hiding his achievements and fame, not getting involved in cause and effect. With only 2 words in his eyes, that is awesome. Old cow, let us take a few days off. Digging tunnels is really tiring. Moo. One person and one cow began to snore loudly, completely out of place with the atmosphere of the Southern Dipper Mountain secret realm. And the key was that it seemed no one could do anything about them. A month later, countless purple lightning streaked across the sky of Southern Dipper Mountain, and claps of thunder echoed, with thick, dark clouds filling the entire secret realm with a heavy sense of oppression. The Earth Spirit Vine, which grows in the Zeepan Hall, is recognized as the most difficult spiritual herb to obtain because the hall is located in the middle of a giant lake, the Xinyuan Lake. This lake is filled with the power of metal, and to reach the Zeepan Hall, one must break through this power. Additionally, the Zeepan Hall is guarded by spirit beasts, making it a perilous journey. Boom. Another clap of thunder sounded. The long-awaited dark clouds finally stirred, and a light drizzle began to fall, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. Shadows moved near Xinyuan Lake, all with grim expressions, and the lake had many floating corpses, riddled with holes, dying in a gruesome manner. Many people had already started to backtrack, unwilling to harvest the Earth Spirit Vine, with so many spiritual herbs in Southern Dipper Mountain. It was unnecessary to take such great risks. Moreover, the 3 foundation-building spiritual herbs were not only found in these 3 ancient halls. If they put in some effort to search, they might be lucky enough to find them. As many people's thoughts turned, the heavens roared with thunder, instantly turning the world white. At the same time, 2 figures by a cliff were illuminated. Their calm gazes were fixed on the distant Xinyuan Lake, the rain pounding down on them, yet they remained unmoved. Old cow, do you have confidence? Moo. Moo. They had been lurking here for half a month, witnessing countless people rush into the Zeepan Hall, as well as many suffering from the metal energy entering their bodies, dying tragically in the lake. However, Xinyuan Lake had a significant flaw. The height and speed of flight could perfectly evade the metal energy, but satisfying both conditions at the same time was extremely difficult. Damn it, it's time to show the real skills. Chen Xiong took a deep breath, the rainwater choking him, and he coughed violently. A celestial sword slowly hovered at the edge of the cliff, and Chen Xiong said seriously, Old cow, this time it's truly speed and passion. Our future is in your hands. Moo. Moo moo moo. The big black cow widened its eyes, continuously roaring in anger, rubbing its hooves together, taking it seriously. Woo. 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 The howling wind intensified, the rain fell heavier, and a magical shield rose up, the celestial sword emitting a faint white light. Air Force One, Chen Xiong. A barely audible sound came, his features gradually turning tense, roaring out, ready. Moo moo moo. Whoosh. 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 The rapid sound of breaking air turned into a piercing shriek, a celestial sword carrying 1 person and 1 cow, diving towards the Zeepan Hall, the pounding heartbeat sounding as if it were in their ears. A beam of sword light cut through the sky, continually rushing towards the Zeepan Hall at an astonishing speed. Look, someone is flying on a sword at this moment. What incredible speed! Who is it? What? The metal energy was actually evaded. Countless people by the lake roared in shock. The speed of that celestial sword was so fast that it twisted at an extreme angle to avoid the impact of the metal energy. Even the metal energy slowed down half a step for this sword. My God, they were dumbfounded. What kind of devilish operation was this? In the blink of an eye, the celestial sword rushed into the Zeepan Hall, where a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by the shocked cries of hundreds. In such a torrential rain and the dark night, it was impossible to see who was standing above. Even if one could see, they would only see two groups of withered leaves, and upon recognizing the withered leaves, they could only see two black hoods. Where did the dog thief come from? I will definitely kill your whole family. Good courage, state your name. Cowardly rats. Where are you running to? Dog thief. Roar, roar, roar. Everyone in the Zeepan Hall, including spirit beasts, rushed out, all stepping on magical tools and soaring into the sky, their faces filled with rage. These two dared to suddenly rush into the hall in front of everyone, rampaging and directly snatching two earth spirit vines, flying away without leaving a word. Stop right there. Which sex beasts are you? Don't let us find out. Is running fast impressive? Behind them came continuous shouts, even a woman's sharp rebuke. They had never suffered such a great humiliation, completely shitting on their heads and wiping with paper afterward. Watching the disciples of various sects grow farther away, Chen Xiong and the big black cow gradually smiled awkwardly. Sorry. Being fast really allows one to act as they wish. Whoosh. The celestial sword lowered its altitude, diving into the deep forest, disappearing from sight. After today, they gained another nickname, the sword god of Xinyuan Lake, but they remained elusive. Even that celestial sword was a common item, making it impossible to trace. As if it had evaporated from the world, they gradually became a strange legend among the lower disciples of various sects, with rumors that they might not even be human. But it seemed they were half right. Old cow, I can't hold on anymore. Quickly, find a place to recover my magic power. Moo. The big black cow carried Chen Xiong, searching for a concealed tree hole, and finally, its eyes lit up, having found a spot. At this moment, Chen Xiong was sweating profusely, his magic power severely depleted. He painfully took out a few low-grade spirit stones and forced a smile, saying, I guess I'll have to act like a wealthy dog this time. Moo. The big black cow kept rubbing against Chen Xiong, worry evident in its eyes. Old cow, you pay attention to your surroundings. I'm fine. Chen Xiong sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. The low-grade spirit stones in his hand gradually shattered, streams of spiritual energy flowing into his body, slowly restoring his depleted magic power. Moo. The big black cow responded, quickly extending its head and running the breath-concealing technique, remaining perfectly still. This battle was too thrilling. Its heart had jumped to its throat several times, and the spirit beast had almost attacked them. Yet they narrowly escaped thanks to Chen Xiong's quick thinking. The big black cow looked back at the closed-eyed Chen Xiong, filled with admiration. It only now understood what it meant to be bold yet meticulous, without losing stability. Chapter 57. Returning with full experience and tough skills. For 5 consecutive days, Chen Xiong focused on recovering his magic power and regaining his strength. This time, it truly took a toll on his spirit, and he only just began to recover. Old cow. Chen Xiong smiled faintly, opening his eyes. Moo. The big black cow excitedly pounced over, nearly suffocating Chen Xiong. Old cow, are you trying to kill me? The big black cow mooed and smiled, quickly retreating. This place is not safe. It's close to the center where many cultivators are present, so we need to run toward the outskirts. Moo. 2 figures dashed out, holding a large sum of money, their eyes not showing any signs of carelessness, instead becoming more alert as they constantly darted among the ancient trees, getting farther from the center. They ran for several days, with less than a month left before the valley closed, but they had already distanced themselves from the chaos of battle. Old cow, this storage bag is for you. Chen Xiong's gaze was intense as he stared at the storage bag in his hand, which contained all the spiritual herbs for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Moo. The big black cow solemnly took it and swallowed it in one bite. When the time comes, we'll go back and cultivate it slowly, Chen Xiong whispered. We must be steady, at least wait for about 2 years before starting. We don't lack time. The big black cow nodded, understanding without any sense of urgency in its heart. This storage bag would be submitted to the sect. Chen Xiong looked at the storage bag in his hand, which held 3 main spiritual herbs and a dozen other spiritual herbs. It was said that the 10 great sects only needed to submit 70%. Moo? Although the big black cow knew this, it didn't quite understand why their sect would take everything. Moreover, without collecting 3 main spiritual herbs, they wouldn't even have a single Foundation Establishment Pill. Old cow, we are just cannon fodder and lackeys. We are not as precious as those disciples from the 10 great sections. Chen Xiong said nonchalantly, but don't harbor resentment against the sect. This is our own choice. And we can't blame anyone. The big black cow nodded. Indeed, without the Wuyun sect, they wouldn't even have the chance to come here. Let's wait for the teleportation here. Chen Xiong smiled slightly. This trip was truly rewarding, and there would naturally be a teleportation force pulling them back without needing to go to a specific place. Moo. The big black cow looked around, amazed by the great formation. They must learn it in the future. Old cow. Come on, let's make some plans for the future. We are busy. Chen Xiong patted the big black cow. No matter how long one lives, one cannot be idle, right? Losing confidence in life, feeling the world suffering? That's not possible. Those who live long are busy and have ideals and pursuits, having seen too many partings filled with regrets. They instead filled with enthusiasm and passion for life, realizing how precious time is and cherishing the present. The big black cow quickly nestled its head into Chen Xiong's arms, its eyes trembling. After the trip to Nanda Mountain, it suddenly wanted to learn many things. Whether it was Chen Xiong's lucky outfit or their mining and digging techniques, or the flying sword operations displayed that day, these were all accumulated experiences and skills applied to practical use. Every step they took was solid, and they lived very fulfilling lives. Time passed as Chen Xiong wrote and drew every day, and the big black cow listened attentively, feeling invigorated. They had only just begun. Today, Nanda Mountain suddenly shook, as if an earthquake had occurred. Chen Xiong and the big black cow's lucky outfits were destroyed, and they had nothing like the map of the Danding sect. They were severely injured, supporting each other, appearing as if they were on the verge of collapse. Old cow, let's go home. Moo. Chen Xiong tightly held onto the big black cow as beams of light locked onto them from all directions, enveloping Chen Xiong and the big black cow. Their faces showed slight pain as a pulling force from space came, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from that place. The trip to Nanda Mountain had thus completely ended. At the various sects' residences, disciples kept arriving. Some looked overjoyed, some furious, some lost, and some severely injured or disabled. As time passed, the wails of pain from the major residences grew louder. Long gone was the spirited feeling from half a year ago, replaced mostly by a sense of gratitude for surviving a calamity. This time, the trip to Nanda Mountain had resulted in heavy losses for the 10 great sects, marking the worst in years, and it was said that a major incident had occurred within Nanda Mountain. Wei Shan stood at the Wuyun sect residence, constantly counting the number of survivors. Surprisingly, over 100 had survived, which exceeded his expectations. In the open space, Chen Xiong and the big black cow were covered in wounds, sitting together and still bleeding. He looked toward a certain direction and saw Ji Kuan had come out alive, revealing a hint of relief in his eyes. However, Ji Kuan's expression was heavy with gloom. He merely glanced at Chen Xiong before turning his gaze to the distance, looking troubled. This place is not suitable for staying. Let's heal on the Qingya Eagle, Wei Shan said, taking out several bottles of elixirs and distributing them to the injured disciples, even giving one to Chen Xiong. After receiving the elixir, the deep affection in his eyes reflected his loyalty to the sect, which made Wei Shan glance at him a bit longer. Wei Shan wouldn't call on the disciples to take out spiritual herbs to compare with nearby sects. This was the only respect he could offer to these sacrificed disciples. Not just the Wuyun sect, but even the golden core cultivators from the 10 great sects were more concerned about their disciples' casualties than the quantity of spiritual herbs. Inside the Wuyun sect residence, everyone stepped onto their magical tools and silently boarded the Qingya Eagle. No one spoke much, and there was a lot of malevolence among them. Their eyes carried a sense of strangeness and vigilance, as if they hadn't yet recovered from the events in Nanda Mountain, and they sat far apart from each other. The Qingya Eagle took to the sky, soaring into the horizon, flying toward the direction of the Wuyun sect. On the way there, the 5 Qingya Eagles were filled with people. Everyone was ambitious, full of spirit, and chatting happily. But now it seemed that just one Qingya Eagle was enough to bring them back. Familiar faces had disappeared, having died at the hands of monsters or other sect disciples, and the atmosphere around the Qingya Eagle was heavy with gloom. Chen Xiong frowned slightly. The joy in his heart completely dissipated. He didn't want to lament, as no amount of lamenting could change this cruel reality. Moo. The big black cow softly called out, leaning against Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong hugged the big black cow's head, continuously whispering words of comfort. Just place the spiritual herbs in front, and I will record them. Wei Shan said flatly, every 20 years, half of the returning disciples will be lost, while the other half may experience a rise as a result. Yes, Peak Master, everyone responded, all clapping their storage bags. But the sect only required the spiritual herbs. Everything else was theirs. If 3 main spiritual herbs were picked, in addition to contribution points, the next batch of Foundation establishment pills would include an extra one for them. The rules are something you must know, and I can guarantee this. Wei Shan remained calm, even showing no intention of probing them, his eyes filled with immense trust. As soon as he finished speaking, several people took out 3 main spiritual herbs, catching everyone's attention, including Chen Xiong, who was taken aback by their strength. Chen Xiong and the big black cow exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that the main spiritual herbs seemed to exist in more than just the 3 ancient halls, but they had chosen the most stable place with hell-level difficulty. Ji Kuan, looking pained, only produced 1 main spiritual herb. Without the help of a mysterious person, he might have lost his life in Nanda Mountain. Chapter 58 Contribution Points 6666 Chen Xiong and the big black cow also took out all the spiritual herbs from that storage bag, leaving no private stash. If they did not obtain 3 main spiritual herbs, there was no need to be discouraged. They could accumulate for the next time, and naturally, there would be contributions to the sect. Wei Shan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sparkling as he discreetly scanned the crowd. I will record everything. The sect will not let you down. The phrase "the sect will not let you down" reignited hope in many eyes, stirring excitement in their hearts. This time they had gained experience, and in the next 20 years, they would have another chance. But Chen Xiong and Dahe Niu were trembling all over. Although Master Wei claimed he wouldn't probe, under the sensitivity of the essence of all things, he had just swept their bodies with his gaze, and fortunately, no one dared to take advantage. They were all honest people. He and Dahe Niu were the most honest, having contributed the most to the sect, while others clearly hadn't sensed this probing and were still intently listening to what Wei Shan was saying. Take out your contribution tokens, Wei Shan said lightly, his fingers stirring with magical power, and all the spiritual herbs from everyone were collected into his storage ring. Once the sect confirmed it, the contribution points would naturally become real. Yes, everyone clasped their hands and took out their sect contribution tokens. Wei Shan had already estimated the values based on the types and ages of the spiritual herbs everyone had. Over 100 people discovered that a virtual number appeared on their contribution tokens. Chen Xiong and Dahe Niu's pupils nearly shrank to pinpoints. The contribution value was actually 6666. However, most of the spiritual herbs they picked were stuck at the point of the medicinal age, under 300 years. Otherwise, it should have been more. Ding. The host can allocate points now. On the Qingyao Eagle, Chen Xiong suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. A series of high-pitched eagle cries echoed through the sky as Chen Xiong continued to allocate points to his magical power. They also flew towards the Wuyun sect, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, a group of people returned to the Wuyun sect, looking travel-worn. Many people finally relaxed their guarded expressions. It felt like a different world. Chen Xiong, holding Dahe Niu, looked at the vast and majestic mountains below, a hint of joy in his eyes, finally back. In front of the main hall of the sect, the same few people were still waiting, their eyes filled with anticipation. After the Qingyao Eagle landed, it encouraged everyone again and then entered the hall with Wei Shan and the others, not paying much attention to them. Everyone felt a bit empty inside, as if they weren't that important, led down the mountain by several senior uncles. Chen Xiong and Dahe Niu walked at the back, looking around at the scenery of the sect's peak, clicking their tongues in wonder, completely absorbed in the view and not thinking too much. However, after Ji Kuan returned, he clearly changed significantly, becoming more distant from Chen Xiong, who did not disturb him as everyone's paths were different. After descending the mountain, everyone began to fly on their swords towards their respective residences, not exchanging a single word. Old bull, let's go. Chen Xiong smiled, took out the immortal sword from his storage bag, and carried Dahe Niu towards the Medicine Valley. In the Medicine Valley, a girl with a beautiful complexion was diligently tending to the spiritual herbs. She appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a green shirt, her smile radiant. With her lips pursed, her eyebrows like ink paintings, and her gaze as clear as autumn water, she was smiling at the butterflies in the valley, her eyes filled with innocence and purity. Her name was Lu Yuan, a disciple of the Alchemy Hall, who had been brought into the Wuyun sect since childhood, responsible for the spiritual herbs, and now she was at the 7th level of qi refining. Junior sister Lu Yuan, we're back, huh? A loud and piercing laugh came over. Lu Yuan was overjoyed, quickly turning around and calling out, Senior brother Chen Xiong, Black Bull, you're back. Chen Xiong and Dahe Niu raised their heads, grinning widely, their gums showing as they walked towards her step by step. Junior sister Lu Yuan, you've worked hard these past 6 months, but as we agreed, 30 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xiong said seriously. Lu Yuan was someone they had met 2 years ago while checking the number of spiritual herbs in the valley and was quite knowledgeable about them. Naturally, they didn't want to give up this place, so they let Lu Yuan take care of it, and the growth of these spiritual herbs truly didn't disappoint them. Senior brother, you've managed the Medicine Valley so well. I hardly did anything. Just give me 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Yuan's little face flushed. She didn't dare ask for so much, thinking that senior brother Chen Xiong was just saying it casually back then. Mu. Dahe Niu walked over to her side and nudged her hand, encouraging her to take it. Junior sister, time flies. And 30 spirit stones for half a year isn't too much for me. Chen Xiong said earnestly, then took out 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Lu Yuan's face was filled with nervousness, her fists clenched. She only came to check on the herbs daily and applied the water spirit technique. Feeling unworthy of such a large sum, as the foundation here was too good. Senior brother Chen Xiong, if we leave next time, will you come again? This time as a token of thanks, please be sure to accept it. All right. Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, thinking to herself that next time she definitely wouldn't discuss spirit stones with senior brother. Junior sister, you should get back to work. We'll tidy up. Chen Xiong smiled, looking at the Medicine Valley, feeling content. Okay, then I'll take my leave, senior brother. Lu Yuan's laughter was like silver bells as she returned the jade pendant of the Medicine Valley to them, finally waving goodbye to Chen Xiong and Dahe Niu. Oh, it's safe now. Chen Xiong sighed, finally feeling a sense of relief. Old bull, let us get to work. Moo. Dahe Niu called out joyfully. They hadn't submitted their contributions from the Medicine Valley this year yet. Chen Xiong had said that even a small mosquito is still meat. And although they had a huge contribution value of 6,000, they couldn't waste it. Swish, swish. Chen Xiong flew on his sword. Just as he reached the center of a waterfall, the torrent kept crashing down, but the magical barrier he cast kept it out. How fierce. Chen Xiong looked up at the top, where the water flow hit the magical barrier like a ton of weight, causing his internal magical power to drain continuously. Clang, clang. Chen Xiong took out his mountain opening axe, and rhythmic chopping sounds echoed, but Dahe Niu, far away, couldn't hear it at all, drowned out by the sound of the waterfall. At this time, it kept running around inside and outside the cave, tidying up, and after finishing, it began to check the spiritual herbs, preparing the share of herbs to be submitted this year, and then started to set up its little traps. 5 days later, Chen Xiong's contribution token finally turned into a tangible value, an actual 6,666 contributions. He hurriedly took Dahe Niu to the sect hall to submit the spiritual herbs and received 200 contributions. Old bull, that place is really unyielding. My 2 mountain opening axes are already nicked. Chen Xiong's face was quite grim. If he used his hands to smash it, he didn't know what kind of mess it would create. Moo. We can only go learn about refining tools. Our contribution points are plenty. Let us exchange for some materials. Iron essence is the material for making yellow-grade magical tools. As Chen Xiong walked along, he was deep in thought. Without a master to guide him, he could only look at those refining books and self-study, hoping not to waste the materials. Moo. Dahe Niu nodded, nudging Chen Xiong. They didn't lack time to learn, just feared not having things to learn. Chen Xiong smiled slightly and said, Old bull, if I waste the materials, all our contribution points will be gone. Don't blame me. Dahe Niu looked at Chen Xiong with disdain. What is there to be afraid of? 1 person and 1 cow headed towards the sect's contribution hall. They entered smiling, especially since they were close to having 7,000 contribution points. What in the world couldn't they obtain? When they came out, their smiles had disappeared, and they finally understood a truth. Happiness didn't vanish. It just transferred to that foundation building senior uncle's face. Not bad, actually having 1,000 contribution points. Wow, it seems the disciple is truly a rising star, a total of 3,000 contribution points. Wow, the youth is formidable, 5,000 contribution points. Haha. Chen Xiong's head buzzed as he lost himself amidst the praises from the senior uncles in exchange for a large number of items. Dahe Niu let out 2 heavy snorts. Chen Xiong was uncontrollable, like a nouveau riche, and if he hadn't nudged him hard from behind, he might have spent it all. Chapter 59, A Peaceful Life. Old cow, why are you in such a hurry? I specifically swapped you a copy of Fundamentals of Array Formation. Chen Xiong pulled the big black cow and gave its head a hard slap. He still hadn't recovered from that earlier shock. Moo? Moo moo. The big black cow rubbed against Chen Xiong, its eyes filled with joy, pleased with the exchange. Fundamentals of Refining Tools, Fundamentals of 5 Elements Escape Techniques, Fundamentals of Array Formation, Fundamentals of Talismans, Fundamentals of Heavenly Materials, and Earthly Treasures. Chen Xiong smiled foolishly. Although these things were basic, they couldn't be bought outside. They were treasures that others kept hidden and were part of their inheritance. Only the sect would dare to exchange them for their disciples. Moreover, there were also 4 pieces of iron essence, a mid-grade yellow-tier refining cauldron, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for writing talismans, and a series of other items. The big black cow also fantasized dreamily, imagining that after learning array formations, it could seal a mountain like those great cultivators. Haha. Just as they were lost in thought, bang, bang, 2 muffled sounds came, and a large tree shook left and right, leaves rustling down, looking rather injured. Hey, what's wrong with this tree? It's right in the middle of the road. Moo moo, old cow, forget it. Let us not lower ourselves to its level. Let us go home. Moo. On the road, 2 voices came cursing. They were in a good mood today, so they decided not to bother with it for now. After returning to the Medicine Valley, the big black cow went off to study Fundamentals of Array Formation, while Chen Xiong took out Fundamentals of Refining Tools to start his studies. Opening the furnace to refine pills and opening the cauldron to refine tools had similar principles, but they were completely unrelated to blacksmithing. The big black cow stood far away from Chen Xiong, constantly mooing. It recognized all the words and was reading very carefully. Although it was basic, it was also profound. Hiss, hiss. Chen Xiong gasped in amazement while eating sunflower seeds. This refining technique was somewhat overturning his years of blacksmithing knowledge, reaching the pinnacle of using magical power while neglecting physical strength, and had high material requirements. He looked at the blue double-handled cauldron in front of him and gently stroked it, saying, "Whether my mountain opening axe can recreate the world of immortals depends on you. My precious." Moo. The big black cow ran over anxiously, quickly pointing to a few flags in the book with its hooves. "You want to buy array flags?" Moo. "If you learn it, I'll buy it for you. First, master the basics." Chen Xiong leaned over to take a look, then opened his palm and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. Moo moo. The big black cow cheered, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and running to the corner. Its eyes filled with seriousness and curiosity. The man and the cow began to return to their peaceful lives. They heard that the pill refining hall was quite satisfied with their Medicine Valley, saying that this child had the demeanor of a herbalist and could endure loneliness. Moreover, it was a great contribution to the sect that others did not disturb him, allowing him to manage the herb garden in peace. Time was like a merciless cold wind, blowing away the freshness of all things, but perhaps accompanying it on the journey. There would be no regrets in old age. Unknowingly, a year had passed. Chen Xiong and the big black cow seemed to feel no passage of time. There were too many things to do, and they continued to add longevity points to their magical powers. Half a year ago, an elder from the pill refining hall personally delivered a shiny black foundation establishment pill and encouraged Chen Xiong, saying that the Medicine Valley was being managed quite well. The implication was to work hard here. The sect needed someone like him, honest and hardworking, who could endure loneliness. When Chen Xiong received it, a drop of hot tear fell unconsciously, saying that the sect was my home, and I would not disappoint its expectations. The elder was also very satisfied and casually pointed out a few insights on planting spiritual herbs. He even painted a big pie, saying that if he could successfully establish a foundation, he could access the sect's true spiritual herb garden, which would be a whole new world. Chen Xiong was grateful and even took out his special swana to send the elder off out of the valley. Moreover, the Wuyun sect had indeed never encountered any scandal regarding disciples embezzling foundation establishment pills, allowing Chen Xiong to completely set his mind at ease. After they brought this year's contributions from the Medicine Valley, they did not go to the contribution hall. Now they had 2,000 contribution points, which were, of course, kept for emergencies. Even if the sect leader came to flatter him, it was impossible for him to use these contributions. Chen Xiong had a strong backbone. How could he be lost in sweet words? To the contribution hall, Chen Xiong couldn't take it anymore. He resisted the temptations from the outside world, but couldn't resist the big black cow's constant pleas. Moo moo. The big black cow opened its mouth wide, constantly wagging its tail. Old cow, today you can spend freely. We have 2,000 contributions, and a few array flags will be easy to get. Moo? You can see what else you need later and get everything at once. Chen Xiong thought for a moment and said, I don't have time to study array formations right now. I heard that setting up arrays also requires a lot of materials. Moo moo. The big black cow rubbed against Chen Xiong, its eyes crescent-shaped. Let us not stand on ceremony, brother. Let us go, let us go. Chen Xiong pulled the big black cow and ran towards the contribution hall. They exchanged for many basic materials such as array flags and formation stones. But they weren't expensive, only costing 1,000 contribution points. This year, he also did not participate in the sect's grand competition again. It wouldn't be good to keep tormenting those junior disciples and sisters. After all, their goals had already been achieved. If it truly led to a large number of dissatisfied disciples, they would become the target of public criticism. Back in the Medicine Valley, inside the cave dwelling. Old cow, look at these things. They are really different from common materials. Chen Xiong squinted slightly, looking at the various materials on the ground, each carrying a bit of spiritual energy. In the future, we must not miss them. Moo. The big black cow nodded seriously, after studying the array formations. It also wanted to take a look at fundamentals of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Old cow, you go ahead and be busy. I'll continue refining tools. Moo. The big black cow replied, rolling up the things on the ground and running off. The path of refining tools is profound and extensive, and there are still many issues in the smelting of materials. Chen Xiong took out a new booklet to write and draw. During this year, many stones from the Medicine Valley had been used for refining tools, but he still didn't dare to use iron essence. He proved in practice what true diligence can compensate for lack of talent. With enough time, one can truly do as one wishes. The man and the cow began to busy themselves in the Medicine Valley again, every day. Chen Xiong would occasionally smash some stones and bring them back to the cave to refine tools, while the big black cow took care of the spiritual herbs and also practiced array formations. However, the entry-level understanding of array formations and refining tools wasn't relying on techniques. They didn't have any talent, just diligently studying day after day. But the evening sunset and wind-blowing programs were indispensable, and they continued regardless of the weather. Chen Xiong controlled the flying height and speed, galloping with the big black cow through this world, feeling the beauty of nature, and suddenly felt enlightened. However, one day they were caught by senior brother Lu Feng from the law enforcement hall, who confiscated their fairy swords and lectured them in a small grove. Chen Xiong and the big black cow were close to squatting down on the ground, holding their heads. Fortunately, Chen Xiong admitted his mistake with a firm attitude, loudly declaring he was guilty for wasting time on frivolities. Only then did Lu Feng return their fairy swords. He kept saying that if they had any cultivation questions, they could come to him. As a senior brother, he could also give pointers. Chen Xiong even casually asked a few refining questions, all of which Lu Feng answered. To him, they were too basic, and then there was another round of lecturing about how one shouldn't waste time on refining tools. This time, Chen Xiong and the big black cow truly felt a bit of a headache, crying out that they were wrong, and only then did Lu Feng let them go. This year, both a person and a cow lived under the shadow of senior brother Lu Feng, with Chongqing points continuously added to their magical power, steadily going to the sect's main hall to obtain those 200 contributions. Chapter 60, starting our foundation-laying plan. In the Medicine Valley, Chen Xiong and the big black cow were gathered around a pit, their eyes fixed on the flickering flames within. It should be noted that there is no wind inside the cave, yet a gentle breeze suddenly arose here. Old cow, unparalleled genius. Truly the heavens do not give birth to me, cow emperor, and the formation lasts like a long night. Chen Xiong shook his head in admiration, looking at the formation stones arranged in the three corners of the cave, marveling at how this formation could borrow strength from spiritual energy to resonate with heaven and earth for various effects. In just a year's time, they could set up a microformation. Although those formation disciples might master it in just a few days, in Chen Xiong's heart, the big black cow was the most formidable. Even 1,000 extraordinary talents could not compare to it by even a fraction. Moo. The big black cow's tail was almost spinning towards the sky, as the formation's effect had a magical power boost. Its eyes focused, and magical power burst forth from its mouth. Moo. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped through the cave, sending pots and pans flying everywhere. Old cow, you bastard. Clean it up yourself. A furious voice roared from outside the cave, and Chen Xiong, with his arms crossed, was blown out, the voice growing fainter. Moo. Moo. The big black cow's pupils contracted, quickly stopping its magic and chasing after him, forgetting that only it would not be harmed by the formation's attacks. Before long, Chen Xiong stood firmly on the ground, his neatly combed hair now tousled by the wind. He raised an eyebrow and, with a powerful move, tossed the big black cow into the water pool. Ha ha ha, looking at the disheveled big black cow, I feel so good. Moo. The big black cow charged forward, splashing water all over Chen Xiong. Hurry back and clean up. I also want to start refining tools. Chen Xiong patted himself down, shaking his head and smiling. Moo? Almost done. Just a simple crafting of a mountain opening axe. No need for overly complicated techniques. Moo. Then they could open the cave behind the waterfall. 2 years had passed. No one was paying attention to them, and they could start that plan. Chen Xiong said mysteriously, raising an eyebrow. Everything should be done discreetly. It will never go wrong. Moo. The big black cow jumped up excitedly, quickly running ahead to tidy up the cave. But the formation is indeed wonderful, Chen Xiong praised. Although these were just minor formations, like blowing wind and lighting fires, to outsiders, they seemed like a waste of time and useless formations, not as good as their own spells. However, to them, it was a profound study, and they had already begun to grasp it. No one could understand their joy. The pursuit of profit may no longer be so important for those seeking immortality. They never intended to show off in front of others, yet they ended up being met with exclamations or ridicule wherever they went. Being a true transparent person in the Wuyun sect was quite good. No one paid attention, and there were no troubles coming their way. Inside the Medicine Valley cave, Chen Xiong officially began refining tools, while the big black cow scattered petals and mooed beside him. Today, I will open the furnace to refine tools. All you immortals, watch closely. Moo moo moo. Chen Xiong flipped his palm, and suddenly a lump of silver iron essence emerged from his storage bag. It was pockmarked and oval-shaped, about the size of a fist. Go. He made a hand gesture, and the refining furnace emitted a muffled sound, flames blazing around it. Due to limited conditions, he could only make do. Chen Xiong's gaze grew increasingly fervent. He had already tested it, and his alchemical fire could be boosted by magical power. This firepower would definitely succeed. The big black cow watched nervously, only able to assist from the side. It had tried such delicate work before and really couldn't manage it, leaving it to Chen Xiong to lead. He flicked his fingers, and the iron essence instantly sank into the furnace. Chen Xiong slightly closed his eyes, the alchemical fire dancing like a living being within the furnace. The alchemical furnace and the refining furnace were completely different, if the magical power wasn't enhanced. Relying solely on the alchemical fire wouldn't necessarily melt the materials. Tiny explosions echoed from within the refining furnace as Chen Xiong unleashed another surge of magical power, completely sealing the furnace. This was a difficult process, due to his qi refining stage cultivation. He could not sense the subtle changes inside the refining furnace and could only rely on his feelings. Old cow, add more materials. Moo. The big black cow concentrated, also activating the alchemical fire, turning the refining furnace bright red, and the explosions inside grew louder. Chen Xiong's complexion turned pale as he gasped for breath. No one would have expected someone to spend a full 2 years preparing just to refine a piece of iron essence. Did they want to live long? Open the furnace. Chen Xiong shouted. Moo. The lid of the furnace shot up into the sky, crashing down with a loud noise. And inside the furnace was a ball of iron like mercury, suspended in the center by magical power. Old cow, keep applying the alchemical fire, Chen Xiong quickly instructed, his hands rapidly casting spells, causing the iron ball to continuously change shape. Chen Xiong's complexion shifted from pale to red. He was overwhelmed with tension and excitement. The iron ball's mercury-like state proved they had successfully melted it without wasting materials. An hour later, it was a great success. Old cow, the mountain opening axe has been created. Ha ha. Chen Xiong's veins bulged as he held a crooked, silver mountain opening axe, its entire blade razor-sharp, forged from pure iron essence, meant only for breaking mountains and shattering stones. Moo moo. The big black cow jumped up in joy, constantly hopping. Let's go, the secret base is opening. Chen Xiong's face flushed, unable to take his eyes off the mountain opening axe, which could definitely count as a magical tool. The big black cow nudged Chen Xiong, its eyes filled with certainty, affirming it was definitely a top-grade celestial item, making Chen Xiong laugh heartily. They flew on their swords, heading straight to the center of the waterfall. Chen Xiong exerted all his strength and swung down with the axe. Open mountain. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted, Countless fragments of stone flew, constantly crashing against the magical shield, and a large crack was cleaved into the hard stone wall by Chen Xiong. Moo! The big black cow shouted excitedly, standing behind Chen Xiong, startled by the power of the mountain-opening axe. Indeed, it was not something ordinary iron could compare to. Old cow, did you see that? Chen Xiong's veins bulged as he turned his head, his eyes filled with intense excitement. Our secret base will definitely be successful. The big black cow grinned, continually patting Chen Xiong, feeling excited as well. The future foundation-laying spiritual herbs were right inside. Let's craft 2 more. We still have 3 pieces of iron essence left to break through. Moo! They returned to the cave on the ground to restore their magical power and continued to open the furnace to refine tools. In the days that followed, Chen Xiong opened up the cave in the center of the waterfall every day, while the big black cow took care of the spiritual herbs and practiced formations. It even picked up the mountain-opening axe Chen Xiong had given it to polish a giant stone. After the secret base was established, they would use the giant stone to seal the cave entrance. A month later, the cave was completed, and Chen Xiong and the big black cow sat in the dark cave, listening to the sound of the waterfall outside, filled with joy. Old cow, take it out. Chen Xiong smiled, finally able to start planting the foundation-laying spiritual herbs. Moo! The big black cow let out a heavy breath, directly its storage bag, which was filled with medicine boxes. Both of their heartbeats quickened. There was still an entrance in the cave, which they had already filled with soil, specifically for cultivating seeds. The green liquid condensed from the essence of all things allowed them to cultivate spiritual herbs regardless of the environment. And now they could cultivate a century-old spiritual herb in just a month, which was quite terrifying. Chen Xiong took a deep breath and slowly said, "Old bull, let's start our foundation building plan. Today marks the official recommendation, and I feel quite excited and anxious. The world view of this book is incredibly vast. We are only seeing the tip of the iceberg now, so you can watch with peace of mind. There will definitely be no plot holes or glitch storylines. And I will not disappoint the expectations of the readers who enjoy this book. According to the new book rules, the starting score is quite low, so I need everyone to give 5-star reviews. Those who have read this far must have some liking for this book. And I hope you won't hesitate to spare a few seconds to support it. You can read for free, no need to spend money on gifts for the author. Just sending some free gifts would be a huge support for me. Watching 3 ads for 2 minutes can significantly increase my income. The author wishes all readers well. Today I rambled a bit. I won't waste your time with such talk in the future. Thank you all, and I wish you success in your lives. Chapter 61. We are not Dragon Ao Tian. He hadn't used the foundation building pill on him yet, because, for those with mediocre qualifications, there is a considerable risk of failure in using just one foundation building pill. Moo! The big black bull nodded heavily. It had been looking forward to this day for a long time, holding a storage bag in its mouth as it walked towards another cave entrance. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes, flew out with his sword, and passed through the waterfall. He needed to keep watch outside to deal with any unexpected situations. They were in a tremendous busy state every day. Chen Xiong continuously studied alchemy, controlling the alchemical fire. As everyone knows, the strength of the chi refining stage cannot refine these spirit herbs that are hundreds of years old. Firstly, the purity of the alchemical fire is insufficient. Secondly, spirit herbs are precious, and one cannot squander hundreds of years old spirit herbs. In just 100 years, the art of alchemy can consume a lifetime, which is fundamentally impossible to achieve in the chi refining stage. Time flies like a knife, each cut urging one to age. As the years change, 6 years have already passed. The sect has received numerous good news. Some inner disciples have taken the foundation-building pill and successfully established their foundations. There are even exceptionally gifted individuals who don't need to take the foundation-building pill and directly break through the 10th layer of chi refining, successfully establishing their foundations. It is said that there is also a peak master who, while traveling outside, encountered a girl with a heavenly spiritual root, causing a sensation throughout the Wuyun sect. All the big shots came out of seclusion to personally meet her. They even prepared a grand ceremony for her to join the sect. But ordinary outer disciples like them could not see it and could only feel envious in their hearts. Those with heavenly spiritual roots can smoothly advance to the golden core stage, and their future is limitless, regarded as a treasure of the Wuyun sect. All the elders and peak masters will protect her well, never exposing her to the public. Most people don't even know what she looks like. No one who can cultivate to the golden core stage is foolish. However, this news is enough to excite countless disciples. The future of the Wuyun sect is promising, and the sense of belonging to the sect in their hearts has become even stronger. This is their true home. In a normal medicinal valley, there is a person and a cow who are the invisible contributors of the Wuyun sect, quietly making contributions every year without competing for fame. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Behind the waterfall in the medicinal valley, there is a chicken coop where Chen Xiong is feeding the feed, while the big black bull is holding the feed bucket beside him. There are more than 20 mountain chickens in there, along with some chicks, all plump and healthy. The eggs are often double-yolked and taste incredibly good. In Chen Xiong's words, for sustainable development, one cannot go hunting every day, as there will come a day when all the beasts in the mountains will be killed, which would harm their merits. It is better to raise them. Old bull, our Wuyun sect has become stronger again. Life is getting better and better, Chen Xiong said happily, still scattering the feed. A heavenly spiritual root. And it was even encountered by a peak master. Who knows, after a few years of cultivation, she might become a great cultivator in the golden core stage. Moo. The big black bull also wagged its tail joyfully, wishing that all heavenly spiritual roots would come to the Wuyun sect, which would be an honor. As for that so-called talent, while he is still in the chi refining stage, his peers may have already reached the golden core stage. What does it have to do with them? They have no enmity with each other. When they were in the small mountain village, there might already be people who have reached the pinnacle of the great Tao, comparing this and that, isn't that just inviting discomfort? They are not Dragon Aotion, who has the innate quality of being mocked. However, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. These seniors are also under considerable pressure, carrying the burden for our Wuyun sect. Chen Xiong said calmly, the feed is finally finished. I heard that in recent years, some small sects have been exterminated, with even their gates being leveled. Our sect has sent many people to investigate. Moo. The big black bull nodded seriously. Not only in the mortal realm, but the cultivation world is also full of strife. Many outer disciples of the sect die every year. Our strength is limited, and we don't like to seek fame. Planting spiritual fields steadily can also contribute to the sect, Chen Xiong said with a smile. His mindset has become much calmer over the years. He is no longer so impulsive like an overzealous youth. Let us go, old bull. Today, I plan to open the furnace to refine pills. Let us see who dares to disrespect me. Moo. They were full of momentum. The big black bull slammed the feed bucket down, scaring the mountain chickens in the coop to flee in all directions. Are they about to randomly select a lucky one again? In these 6 years, they finally filled their mana points with longevity points, and now they have 20 points. The enhancement to their spells has reached an exaggerated level. They had tried before. If they fully unleashed the alchemical fire, the refining furnace would melt. Moreover, the alchemical fire of the chi refining stage is just a small red flame. If they do not control it, when fully unleashed, it has begun to turn white, becoming extremely cold and starting to undergo qualitative changes. The small fireball technique is even more exaggerated. Last year, that earth-shattering bang, fireballs fell like meteors. If they had not stopped in time, the restrictions of the medicinal valley would have been severely damaged. Old bull, we can finally try that defense now. Moo. Hee. Won't we be invulnerable then? Crushing boulders with our chests, we might even have the potential to be the kings of world juggling. Haha. Moo. Laughter echoed through the air of the medicinal valley. Then they dashed into the waterfall, entering their secret base. Inside another cave entrance, there were numerous formations set up by the big black bull. If any accidents were to occur, it could remotely control the situation and destroy the spirit herbs inside without leaving a trace. Moreover, they had secretly buried the seeds of spirit herbs in a place so hidden that no one would think of it, as a backup plan. Moo. The big black bull let out a soft call, standing tall, and made a strange gesture with its hooves. Only then did the cave entrance reveal its full appearance. Filled with various foundation-building spirit herbs, enough to drive one mad. At this moment, Chen Xiong stood quite far away, constantly looking outside, feeling somewhat apprehensive about the big black bull's formations. This old bull seems carefree, but its cleverness is truly inherited from him. And many places in this medicinal valley have been arranged with formations, which have given him quite a bit of trouble. Moo. It's coming. Chen Xiong's gaze was like lightning, looking at the numerous foundation-building spirit herbs displayed in the cave. The main spirit herbs all exceeded 300 years, exquisite and transparent, continuously emitting spiritual energy. Old bull, keep an eye on it. You've learned the sword control technique. If I have something, I will trigger the sensing formation. Moo. The big black bull nodded and patted its storage bag, taking out a fairy sword that Chen Xiong had traded for it. It looked at it with immense care and flew away with the sword. A refining furnace hovered in the air, and Chen Xiong used the object control technique. While others in the chi refining stage can control one object, he can control hundreds with minimal mana consumption. Heavenly fruit, moon, order fruit. Chen Xiong murmured, a flame of alchemy igniting in his hand, continuously splitting into 5 flames. If others saw this, they would surely be astonished. This alchemical fire can split? It can be played with like this? Each elixir has different properties, and the temperature and techniques for refining them vary significantly. Without a master to pass on experience, I can only keep trying. Chen Xiong's fingers danced gracefully, and the medicinal herbs soared into the alchemy furnace, but after an hour, they unexpectedly turned into a pool of waste liquid. His face twitched, and he felt a pang in his heart. Quickly picking up a small booklet to record his feelings from the process, revising it calmly. Chapter 62. Embracing the bitter and sweet of wind and rain. Several more hours passed, and the alchemy was filled with waste liquid, having failed to produce a single successful elixir. Yet, Chen Xiong remained unhurried and began to meditate and analyze. The spiritual herbs were indeed peculiar. Despite being the same foundational herbs, the difference in age resulted in a significant variation in required techniques and temperatures. Chen Xiong thought to himself that even a difference of merely 10 years in the same foundational herb required a different level of control and technique. This was completely different from when he refined the heavy feather pill and the vitality pill. His control over the timing had now become precise to the year, which explained why he couldn't refine during the chi refining stage. These spiritual herbs likely required the legendary divine consciousness for complete mastery, greatly increasing the success rate of pill formation. However, what I lack the least is spiritual herbs and time. Chen Xiong smiled faintly, feeling a sense of amusement and completely devoid of any feelings of despair over failure. Time passed as Chen Xiong refined pills daily, producing no more than 5 a month. Recording experiences and feelings after each failure, and entering meditation to explore his sensations at that time. Spring turned to autumn, and another year swiftly passed by. In the medicinal valley, where the seasons remained eternal spring, it seemed that time had left no marks on Chen Xiong and the big black cow. In the secret base, the big black cow watched Chen Xiong's alchemy furnace with bright eyes, sniffing the fragrant aroma of medicine. Moo! The big black cow suddenly became excited. This year, Chen Xiong had worked too hard, but it could only assist by nurturing spiritual herbs. Finally, a spiritual herb was successfully refined by Chen Xiong. But he looked on with indifference, devoid of any ecstatic feeling. Everything was under my control. Chen Xiong's eyes were calm, but he gradually began to smirk. Foundational spiritual herbs were nothing remarkable, easily grasped. The big black cow circled around Chen Xiong, bellowing with excitement. So impressive. Truly my big brother. The feeling was finally right. Chen Xiong slowly stood up, deeply exhaling a breath of turbid air. Old cow, we have hope for foundation building. Moo! The big black cow excitedly pounced on Chen Xiong, who finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The hardest part is always the beginning. They had finally taken the first step. Ding! The host can now allocate points. Old cow, I can allocate points now. Chen Xiong patted the big black cow's head, ready to test his defenses. Moo! The big black cow stood by, prepared. He started allocating points, adding them directly to defense. A heavy force spread throughout his body, and they both felt a sudden tightening within. Oh, not bad. Chen Xiong raised an eyebrow, looking at his arm. Although there was no visible change, it felt significantly tougher. Moo! The big black cow rotated its head, expressing confusion. Old cow, let us not self-harm. Let it happen naturally. Chen Xiong was startled. Why did it feel like the old cow wanted to smash a boulder on its chest? The big black cow grinned. It indeed had some thoughts. Let's go to the sect's main hall to collect our 200 contribution points, then check out the sect competition. I heard there are many impressive junior brothers and sisters emerging. We'll continue refining pills when we come back. Moo! One person and one cow rode their swords down the waterfall, then retrieved some roasted seeds from their cave and headed outside the medicinal valley. In the following years, every year, a person wearing a straw hat led the big black cow, also wearing a straw hat, to the competition venue. They never participated in the sect competition, instead enjoying the shade under trees, eating seeds in solitude. They seemed quite happy, as if they had no pursuit of strength, constantly cheering for those strong ones. After the competition ended, they quietly descended the mountain, yet they were remarkably friendly. Anyone who looked at them would receive a warm smile in return. And they always made way for others while walking, leaving a strong impression of goodwill. No one knew his name. He seemed not good at socializing. Having no friends in the sect, always walking alone with a black cow spirit beast, like an invisible man. Time flew by. Looking back, the years passed swiftly. Embracing both the bitter and sweet of wind and rain, 10 years quietly went by. Chen Xiong and the big black cow had been at the Wuyun sect for over 20 years. Many significant events occurred within the sect, and the clashes between the Qin Kingdom's immortal sect and the Wu Kingdom's immortal sect had become increasingly intense. The path of cultivation was like rowing upstream. If one did not advance, they would retreat. The Qin Kingdom had many resources needed by the Wu Kingdom's cultivators, and the Wu Kingdom also had resources needed by the Qin Kingdom for cultivation. In the medicinal valley, in the cave behind the waterfall, Chen Xiong and the big black cow were just one among the multitude, unable to influence the major trends, only drifting along with the current, adding the points from 10 years of longevity to defense. However, it was also said that the shouting was fierce, but it hadn't yet reached the stage of confrontation. These low-level disciples did not think so. Rumors were rampant. Old cow, it feels like a fight is about to break out. Chen Xiong frowned slightly. Looking at the big black cow, what should we do if it comes to Wuyun sect? Mo? The big black cow felt a bit anxious. These low-level disciples were always spreading alarming news, with rumors everywhere, saying that a war among cultivators could erupt every 1,000 years. Damn it, Chen Xiong muttered under his breath. The matter of resource contention was universal in any world. The key was what would happen to these common folks. Winning would bring no benefits. Losing might even lead to the loss of the sect, and these low-level disciples had no idea how the two countries' immortal sects had developed. The big black cow nudged Chen Xiong, its head pointed towards the distance. Run? No way. At the very least, we need to help the sect kill a dozen or 20 foundation-building cultivators. Chen Xiong shook his head vigorously. If they left cleanly without a trace, could they still call themselves human? Unless Wuyun sect truly couldn't hold on. Otherwise, they would fight to the end against the Wu Kingdom. His gaze suddenly grew fierce. Wuyun sect had long been their home. Unless 100 or more golden core cultivators surrounded them, they wouldn't recognize their mothers in a fight. Moo moo. The big black cow jumped anxiously. That wasn't its meaning. It shook its head continuously and even picked up a stone to start writing. Chen Xiong squinted slightly. Slapping his forehead, he had jumped to conclusions. The big black cow meant that the powerful figures in the distance of the Qin Kingdom had not yet clashed. So why were they worrying unnecessarily? Hey, that seems right. If a fight does break out, the top 10 immortal sects would be the first to bear the brunt. We have no news from Wuyun sect right now. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiong suddenly burst into laughter, feeling immensely relieved. Rumors are harmful. He almost thought Wuyun sect was the center of the world. The big black cow rolled its eyes at Chen Xiong. Sometimes thinking too much can lead to a day where cleverness backfires. However, old cow, we should also be cautious. Chen Xiong lightly coughed. No matter how much contribution he could make to the sect, at least he needed the strength to protect himself. Moo. The big black cow nodded solemnly, its eyes growing serious. If a real fight broke out, they could only do what was within their abilities, never overestimating themselves. This was what Chen Xiong taught it. Chen Xiong smiled slightly. He didn't consider himself a saint. Accumulating anger and exploding towards golden core cultivators for the sake of Wuyun sect was something he truly couldn't do. Their gazes suddenly shifted down to the alchemy furnace, where 5 white, lustrous pills lay, even bearing a pattern resembling green leaves. After 10 years of effort, Chen Xiong had finally refined all the spiritual herbs necessary for the foundation-building pill. However, the most important thing was that sense of familiarity in the alchemy technique. The outcome seemed less significant now. What is this foundation pill? They do not understand, and the foundation pill from the elder is completely different from the one they have. And they do not know why. Old bull, prepare to build the foundation. Moo. Chapter 63. We once crossed mountains and seas. I'll go first, if there is any danger. I can inform you in advance. Moo. This time you listen to me. We have no master and can only feel our way across the river. Moo. The big black bull drooped its head, licked Chen Xiong, and hurriedly distanced itself. Seeing his serious expression, the words were already undeniable. Chen Xiong calmed his mind, slightly raised his hand, and a foundation pill entered his throat. The fierce medicinal power suddenly erupted within him, and Chen Xiong widened his eyes, letting out a muffled groan. The big black bull looked tense, was about to lift its foot but stood still, not daring to make any sound. Disturbance during a breakthrough is most taboo. At this moment, Chen Xiong's pores opened wide, and his body began to shimmer with a faint light, countless turbid energies gushing out from within. Chen Xiong's complexion changed from painful to relaxed, and he gradually closed his eyes. The iron barrier inside him was being continuously melted by the medicinal power, and the Dantian was undergoing a tremendous change, with waves of medicinal power constantly impacting. After a day and night, Chen Xiong was drenched in sweat, his chest heaving, staring in shock at the big black bull. Moo! Moo! The big black bull kept shouting, wondering why the breakthrough was in such a state. Old bull, I'm fine. You know that building the foundation is about transforming the Dantian into liquid, and then the mud pill palace gives birth to spiritual awareness, which means the foundation is successful. Chen Xiong said in shock, as if scared by something. I failed to build the foundation, but it is not a complete failure. Moo moo. The big black bull was still nervously jumping around. It didn't care about that, only concerned about how Chen Xiong's body was doing now. This foundation pill is actually widening my Dantian. Chen Xiong took a deep breath. To put it simply, if others store 1 unit of magical power in their body, I store 2. Moo. The big black bull was shocked, but the common knowledge in the cultivation world is that the Dantian cannot be widened. Cultivation methods can only improve one's mastery, and the difference lies in whether one can better match their physique. For example, a water element heavenly root cultivates water-based techniques, which is like adding wings to a tiger, but if it cultivates fire-based techniques, it is twice the effort for half the result. They all cultivate common techniques, with 5-element mixed spiritual roots, and can all cultivate, but there is no enhancement to their physique. The gap in combat will only grow with the difference in realms later on. Moreover, the spiritual energy absorbed by the 5-element mixed roots is complex and requires a lot of time to refine impurities, while the heavenly roots soar, directly absorbing compatible spiritual energy, saving a lot of time refining impurities. Of course, this is just their current perspective, mostly hearsay. Old bull, prepare the spiritual herbs. Chen Xiong's gaze focused. These 5 foundation pills are far from enough, especially with old bull's share. Moo. The big black bull hurriedly ran to the back, not daring to waste any time. In the first month, while refining the spiritual herbs, Chen Xiong was also building his foundation, and the amount of turbid energy emitted from him increased. In the second month, another batch of foundation pills was produced, equally peculiar, completely different from ordinary foundation pills. A year passed in their foundation building and cultivation of spiritual herbs, and the entire medicinal valley was extraordinarily quiet, only filled with the sound of roosters and the flowing water of the waterfall. Today is sunny, the sky is clear, but the medicinal valley is filled with a heavy atmosphere. In several spiritual fields, the spiritual herbs moved without wind, and the waterfall outside the secret base abruptly stopped flowing, as if cut off, leaving only an opening. 1 person and 1 bull, their eyes shining brightly, slowly walked out. They emitted a momentum of the foundation building stage, their spiritual awareness spreading everywhere, as if they had a god's perspective, overlooking the entire medicinal valley, every movement of the grass and wind in sight. Haha. Is this the scenery seen from the foundation building stage? Chen Xiong stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, Moo. The big black bull stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Xiong, muscles bulging all over its body, a terrifying power continuously surging, and the shackles of their longevity points, which were at 20, were finally broken. They could finally continue to add points. They gradually looked up, all with their hands behind their backs, eyes filled with a sense of superiority, their faces starting to grin. Damn it, old bull, we finally broke through. Moo moo. The 2 roars sounded like they had accumulated countless years, bursting forth, sending waves rippling across the entire water pool, shaking continuously. The foundation building stage is divided into early, middle, and late stages, with the final step being the formation of the golden core. If the breakthrough is successful, one can refine their body and walk through the air, greatly increasing their magical power, and even live for 1,000 years. However, the golden core stage is still far away. They do not dare to imagine it yet, and are quite satisfied with the foundation building stage. Old bull, the lifespan in the foundation building stage is 400 years. We can continue to stay in the sect and no longer have to live a wandering life, uncertain of the next day. Chen Xiong said excitedly, hugging the big black bull's head with one hand. We can finally have a stable home. Moo moo. The big black bull kept rubbing against Chen Xiong, showing a touch of emotion. They actually liked stability. At least when they were mentally and physically exhausted, they had a place to rest. Old bull. Let us go roast some skewers. It's a celebration for us. Moo moo. They jumped without using swords, plunging into the water pool with a loud splash. 2 huge water splashes erupted. Chen Xiong's mouth trembled slightly as he continually submerged into the water. He and the big black bull both understood that what excited them most was not the breakthrough to the foundation building stage. At night, the sky was filled with bright stars, twinkling with dazzling brilliance. Under the night sky, Chen Xiong sang, roasting meat on the grill. A bonfire sprang up, and the big black bull kept running around, the bell ringing crisply, harmonizing with Chen Xiong. Wandering, on the road, Chen Xiong kept nodding his head and singing, the skewers in his hand sizzling, a smile always on his face as he looked at the big black bull. His volume rose louder and louder, nearing a shout. We once crossed mountains and seas, and also traversed through crowds of people. Moo, crying and laughing in ordinariness. Moo, ha ha, moo moo. Chen Xiong and the big black bull kept laughing, the bonfire flickering with scorching light, reflecting their happy faces. Late at night, in the deep silence, one person and one bull leaned against each other, gazing at the starry sky. After careful consideration, they decided to add their longevity points to magical power, for now. This would maximize their strength enhancement and also see where the threshold of the foundation building stage lies, and whether they would also hit a bottleneck. Their current longevity points: Strength 21, Speed 21, Vital Essence 20, Magical Power 21, Defense 11. The next day, as the morning sun rose, several rays of sunlight fell, bringing a refreshing and gentle feeling. Chen Xiong used the dust-clearing technique several times on himself and the big black bull, smiling as he stood outside the medicinal valley, beginning to walk. According to the rules of the 5 Elements sect, if one breaks through to the foundation building stage, they must go to their respective hall to register. And since they belong to the alchemy hall, they naturally have to register. However, the big black bull had already concealed its foundation cultivation on the surface. It was at the 7th level of chi refining, but spiritual beasts generally live longer than cultivators of the same level. And no one knew how old the big black bull really was. The alchemy hall is located on a main peak surrounded by clouds and mist, with lush green mountains concealing ancient buildings with intricate eaves, and the air is filled with the fragrance of pills, soothing the weary hearts of countless disciples. Chen Xiong and the big black bull proceeded leisurely, appreciating the picturesque scenery. They had hardly visited the more than 10 main peaks of the 5 Elements sect. Chapter 64. Master Uncle Chen Xiong. Senior Brother Chen Xiong. 2 voices came from behind, a man and a woman. Chen Xiong smiled and turned around. Lu Yuan, Shi Jing. Shi Jing had a head of shiny black hair and sharp, elegant eyebrows, looking charming and refined. He wore the white robe of an inner sect disciple, resembling a young master from a noble family. His expression brightened. It was indeed his senior brother Chen Xiong, the only one in the sect who led a big black ox. Lu Yuan smiled sweetly, now more graceful than before, but having spent years in the sect, still retained a bit of the demeanor of a young girl. Senior brother Chen Xiong, what brings you to the alchemy hall? Shi Jing asked with a smile. He liked Chen Xiong very much. Every time he checked the spiritual herbs, Chen Xiong's words always felt refreshing. Lu Yuan also stared blankly at Chen Xiong, her clear, bright eyes widening. Senior brother Chen Xiong seemed a bit different now, and his face showed no signs of aging. You are now inner sect disciples. I should be calling you senior brothers and sisters, Chen Xiong chuckled, looking at the two. No, Shi Jing shook his head vigorously. Senior brother Chen Xiong, is there an important matter that brings you to the alchemy hall? We can guide you. Lu Yuan's body trembled. She quietly probed Chen Xiong's cultivation, but couldn't sense anything. She covered her mouth tightly, and suddenly jumped with joy. Senior brother Chen Xiong, you've broken through. Shi Jing was taken aback. He hadn't been paying attention to Chen Xiong's cultivation and was not as detail-oriented as Lu Yuan, not even noticing that Chen Xiong still looked so young. He probed again and suddenly stood there as if struck by lightning, staring at Chen Xiong in shock. I've met the master uncle. The two joyfully bowed their heads, feeling genuinely happy for Chen Xiong. I've broken through and am about to register at the alchemy hall, Chen Xiong said calmly, smiling without any airs, lifting them with a wave of his hand. This scene made him feel a bit sentimental. He realized he had once been lifted up by Master Wei like this. Then we won't disturb you, Master Uncle. Yes, Master Uncle, this is a great joy. The two chirped, seeming happier about Chen Xiong's breakthrough than their own, with no ill intentions in their hearts. I have some insights on cultivating in the qi refining stage to share with you. Though not very precious, it's a token of my goodwill. Chen Xiong smiled and took out 2 small booklets from his storage bag. These were some experiences he had summarized during his cultivation, as he and the big black ox had always made breakthroughs steadily and slowly, allowing them to discover some issues. Most people in the cultivation world are eager for quick success. If they have pills to assist them, they would swallow them all in one go. Unlike them who took their time to cultivate and settle down. Master Uncle, we can't accept such a generous gift. Lu Yuan stepped back in fright, the first to disagree. Master Uncle Chen Xiong, this is a treatment only a true disciple would receive. We really can't accept it. Please take it back, Shi Jing said seriously, cupping his hands. Although they knew Chen Xiong was not wealthy and his cultivation talent was not as good as theirs, they did not look down on these insights. The big black ox immediately protested. It had its own insights in there and had to accept it. I didn't think this through. I've troubled you. Chen Xiong shook his head with a bitter smile and took back the booklets. The disciples of Wuyun sect are very strict about rules and are not as carefree as those who cultivate alone. Moreover, these inner sect disciples have their masters to teach them. If he intervened, it might cause them some trouble. Master Uncle, you're being too modest. Both of them relaxed when they saw Chen Xiong put the booklets away. You two go ahead and get busy. I'll just walk around with the old ox for a bit and won't delay you. Chen Xiong smiled, looking at the distant scenery, his tone always carrying a sense of calm and peace. Yes, Master Uncle. Yes, Master Uncle. The two cupped their hands and nodded at the big black ox before leaving. Moo, let's go. Old ox, I've suddenly found a great place. Moo, look at that high ground. If we stop and gaze, we can appreciate the scenery of the flatlands here. Hurry up. Moo. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, their pace quickening as they headed towards that high ground, even forgetting about the registration. On the way, Lu Yuan and Shi Jing walked side by side towards their master's cave. Shi Senior Brother, what kind of person do you think Master Uncle Chen Xiong is? Lu Yuan asked casually. Master Uncle Chen Xiong. Shi Jing pondered for a moment and said, easygoing, generous, right? He nodded vigorously after saying this, feeling more convinced the more he thought about it. I think Master Uncle Chen Xiong is someone who has no ulterior motives. Every time I go with the junior sisters to check the herb valley, he is always reading. Lu Yuan's voice was like a lark, carrying a sense of ethereality. Shi Jing was stunned for a second and shook his head, saying, when I go with the junior brothers, Master Uncle Chen Xiong is still catching chickens with the black ox, saying he would make us a good meal. Haha. Lu Yuan covered her face and laughed lightly. Master Uncle Chen Xiong has always been an interesting person. His personality isn't strange at all. Yeah, Shi Jing sighed deeply. It seems that these uncles and elders in the sect have lived too long, and to some extent, all have a bit of a strange temperament. If you cross them the wrong way, you'll have a hard time. What are you two sneaking around chatting about? A disheveled woman suddenly appeared behind them without a sound. The two were startled, standing frozen in shock, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. It was over. Hee master, why did you come out? I didn't welcome you properly. Welcome my ass. Shi Jing, if you don't establish your foundation within 5 years, there's a place for you in the Wuyun sect's kitchen. The disheveled woman picked up Shi Jing as if he were a chick and dragged him towards the cave. Lu Yuan, you follow along. You aren't any better off. Are you looking for a marriage proposal, huh? Lu Yuan's face turned red, speechless, and hurriedly ran to catch up. Master, give me some face. There are so many people here. Shi Jing's eyes widened, shouting loudly. In broad daylight, he was being dragged away. How could he survive in the Wuyun sect after this? That's the fate of the weak. Face is for the strong. The disheveled woman even slowed down, lifting her arms like lotus roots higher. Having cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, I can temporarily let you off the hook. Shi Jing kept screaming, no longer possessing his previous noble demeanor. Watching the strange looks directed at him, he desperately wanted to break through, madly wanting to break through. The three of them slowly walked along the road, accompanied by Shi Jing's pig-like screams, truly making listeners weep and mourn. Lu Yuan was so frightened that she trembled all over. She certainly didn't want to be dragged away like that. Inside the alchemy hall, several foundation establishment elders surrounded Chen Xiong, and he kept bowing and smiling, quickly introducing himself. I didn't expect junior brother Chen Xiong to have such fortune. Just one foundation establishment pill can help him break through. Truly a blessing for our Wuyun sect. On the path of cultivation, There's indeed a saying about luck. Old man Jinghuang, are you saying that junior brother Chen Xiong doesn't deserve to break into the foundation establishment stage just because he has a foundation establishment pill? Humph. When have I ever said such a thing? Junior brother Chen Xiong, don't listen to that old Taoist Ruan's nonsense. This person is obsessed with alchemy. You, old man Jinghuang, dare to slander me in front of a newly initiated junior brother? Let's go to the arena. Come on, who's afraid of whom? The hall, which was peaceful, suddenly became tense, and Chen Xiong was sweating profusely as he and several nearby elders pulled them apart, spending a long time calming them down. The big black cow was also feeling quite anxious, constantly shaking its head to look at the two people, wondering why they were ready to draw their swords over a disagreement. Silence. A cold-faced woman suddenly appeared on the high platform of the main hall, frowning as she spoke. Her imposing aura overwhelming everyone in the hall. Chapter 65. I'm actually not interested in fighting and killing among the major peaks of the Wuyun sect. The alchemy hall was the most chaotic, with the various elders acting on their whims. This was not only because the alchemy hall held a high status within the Wuyun sect, being highly favored by others, but also because there was a disheveled peak master, which could be said to lead to disorder below. Zui Ying, as the deputy peak master, was also deeply troubled by the alchemy hall. Senior Sister Zua. The crowd's expressions turned serious, and they quickly cupped their hands, no longer daring to act recklessly, seemingly afraid of this person. Chen Xiong also lowered his head and cupped his hands, secretly swallowing hard. The deputy peak master was at least a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but she appeared incredibly young, exuding a captivating mature aura. Chen Xiong, come with me. Zui Ying, graceful and elegant, with hair reaching her waist, clasped her hands behind her back and walked towards the side hall. Brothers, I'll be heading off now. Chen Xiong led the big black cow, cupping his hands to bid farewell to the elders. Junior brother Chen Xiong, safe travels. Senior sister Zua is actually quite nice, don't worry too much. Junior brother Chen Xiong, go with peace of mind. If it's inconvenient, we can take care of this black cow spirit beast for you. The few of them spoke earnestly, making Chen Xiong feel uneasy as he walked, continuously glancing back at their expressions, wondering what they meant. In the side hall, Zui Ying sat on the main seat, her gaze sharp and focused directly on Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong forced a smile, alternating between looking up and looking down. This woman was silent, playing a psychological game with him. The big black cow, however, was unafraid, admiring the layout of the side hall. Chen Xiong, from Yongquan Prefecture in the Qian Kingdom, failed the trials at the 9-Star Valley Immortal Ascension Conference and entered the Wuyun sect, diligently planting spiritual fields, and has also participated in the sect's grand competition. Zui Ying spoke each word clearly, her gaze never leaving Chen Xiong. 20 years ago, you entered Nanda Mountain, acquiring 3 main foundation establishment spiritual herbs for the sect, and then began silently planting spiritual fields. Chen Xiong felt a dryness in his throat upon hearing this. Most of their experiences were laid out here, but they had actually done many other things as well, going for joyrides, hunting, reading, catching mountain chickens, etc., which were far from her description of being so dull. Your background is quite clean, and there are no issues. Zui Ying continued, seemingly satisfied with Chen Xiong. You seem to really enjoy planting spiritual herbs? Senior Sister Zua. To be honest, my big black cow and I are quite skilled at planting spiritual herbs, and we really enjoy it. Moo. The person and the cow seemed to have gotten a boost of energy, starting to get animated, as if they had struck a chord. Zui Ying smiled slightly. Have you made progress with the water spirit technique? Second layer. I'm actually not interested in fighting and killing, apart from cultivation. I only practice the water spirit technique. Chen Xiong stepped forward, formed a hand seal, and a stream of bubbles surged in the air, floating above, carrying a faint aura of spiritual energy. Zui Ying stood up seriously. Indeed, it was the second layer of the water spirit technique. The sect was currently in great need of such talents, which was also the real reason she personally met with Chen Xiong to register him. Every foundation establishment elder sought breakthroughs and longevity. They simply could not focus on spending a lot of time cultivating the water spirit technique. The cultivation and search for resources had consumed most of their lives, and only a handful of people in the sect had reached the second layer of the water spirit technique. The precious spiritual herbs of the Wuyun sect relied entirely on them for maintenance. They had essentially given up their own paths, willing to devote themselves to the Wuyun sect. They had also tried to force foundation establishment loose cultivators to practice the water spirit technique, but to no avail. This small technique was like refining the heart. It required utmost calmness and had an especially long cultivation cycle, making it quite grueling. Do you know if any of the 10 great sects have someone who has cultivated the water spirit technique to the 3rd layer? Zhuo Ying suddenly changed the topic. Is there really such a remarkable person? I've already spent most of my life reaching the 2nd layer, and now my progress is slow, almost stagnant. Chen Xiong was taken aback, frowning. This 3rd layer, may I ask Senior Sister Zhuo, is it really possible to cultivate? Of course. The 3rd layer of the water spirit technique can cultivate countless rare spiritual herbs, allowing them to survive under harsh growing conditions, including foundation establishment spiritual herbs. Zhuo Ying nodded seriously, speaking in a deep voice. If anyone from our Wuyun sect can cultivate the water spirit technique to the 3rd layer, we will use all the resources of the sect, with countless pills and heavenly materials, to help them pile up their cultivation to the golden core stage. This statement carried a profound implication, causing Chen Xiong's heart to tremble. Thankfully, he hadn't revealed that he had already cultivated to the 3rd layer. Otherwise, not only would he attract the attention of the entire sect, but other sects might even attempt to assassinate him. No, that's too conspicuous and dangerous. I should just focus on planting spiritual herbs. Chen Xiong thought inwardly, dismissing any ulterior motives. Senior Sister Zhuo, I will definitely put all my effort into cultivating the water spirit technique. I don't have many hobbies, just a passion for planting spiritual herbs. Chen Xiong cupped his hands and spoke sincerely. Although I'm not strong in combat with my old cow, I am absolutely willing to contribute to the sect. Zhuo Ying nodded slightly, harboring a hint of expectation in her heart, hoping he wouldn't be blinded by the lifespan of foundation establishment, as having a mixed 5-element spiritual root would make it impossible to break through to the golden core stage. Junior brother Chen Xiong. Zhuo Ying's tone softened a bit. Please speak, Senior Sister. Chen Xiong instinctively took half a step back. Zhuo Ying's smile brightened as she softly said, although it's difficult for 5-element spiritual roots to break through to the golden core stage, there are still over 300 years of lifespan left, which means you can still do many meaningful things. Of course, Junior brother naturally understands. Chen Xiong's heart sank, but he still responded with a beaming smile. The big black cow, however, felt a bit angry. Was this woman implying that they had no hope and should just obediently work for the sect? They actually understood the reasoning. It was just that this woman was too clever for her own good, leaving them no face at all. Even after saying they would diligently plant spiritual herbs, she still had to add unnecessary comments. Zhuo Ying nodded, her expression suddenly shifting back to her cold demeanor. She took out a set of attire from her hand and floated it in front of Chen Xiong, saying, the position of elder requires at least a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator to hold, but since you have registered with the Alchemy Hall, you naturally cannot wear the attire of outer sect disciples. Yes, Senior Sister Zhuo. Chen Xiong cupped his hands. He had just seen that the elders were all wearing grayish-blue robes, which gave a sense of steadiness at first glance. Zhuo Ying took out a grayish-blue token from her storage bag, channeling her mana into it, and looked at Chen Xiong. Junior brother Chen, I need a drop of your blood. Chen Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he forced out a drop of blood from his body, shooting it into the air. The grayish-blue token floated in midair, instantly engulfing Chen Xiong's blood, emitting a blue light as if it had recognized its master, directly flying towards Chen Xiong and landing in his hand. This token is the prohibition token for the floating light Profoundine formation, allowing entry into the true spiritual herb garden of the sect. I won't elaborate on the rules. Zhuo Ying slowly sat down, her demeanor elegant. Those who cultivated the water spirit technique to the 2nd layer preferred tranquility. Unless there were pressing matters, no one in the sect would disturb them, nor would they restrict their personal freedom. But Zhuo Ying had not finished speaking. Just as Chen Xiong was about to express his gratitude, a cold tone came through, dousing him with a bucket of cold water. The sect's spiritual herb garden is of great importance. If someone leaves the sect for more than 20 years within a century, it will be regarded as a defection, and everyone in the Wuyun sect will pursue them. Zhuo Ying slightly raised her head, looking down at Chen Xiong. Though her words were harsh, they were laws of the nation and rules of the sect, and were certainly not directed at him alone. The floating light Xianin Great Formation is stationed at the spiritual medicine garden, possessing a built-in detection effect. Even golden core stage cultivators cannot silently take out a single seed of spiritual medicine from within, as this is one of the foundations of the Wuyun sect. Chapter 66. Congratulatory gift, Spiritual Beast Foundation Establishment Pill. The formation will also record the quantity of spiritual medicine, if even a single plant is embezzled. All the prominent figures of the Wuyun sect will have to take action personally. This rule is, of course, directed at the personnel of the spiritual medicine garden. They do not want these individuals to seek opportunities outside like foundation establishment cultivators within the sect. Many who go out may not return for a century, and some even die unexpectedly. This rule is also to protect their safety, but it cannot be enforced too strictly, lest it stifle their thoughts. If such a person truly exists, I, Chen Xiong, along with old Nyo, will not let him off, Chen Xiong said with righteous indignation. But he had no other thoughts in mind. Zhou Ying smiled slightly upon hearing this. Then, junior brother Chen Xiong, are you willing to enter this spiritual medicine garden? I will not force you. Damn, this is quite a setup, one link after another. The essence blood has already been infused into the restriction token. And now you ask me if I'm willing, Chen Xiong internally complained. Senior sister Zhou, I naturally am willing, without any regrets. Chen Xiong cupped his hands and said. But he hesitated and stammered. However, if my lifespan is about to end, we still cannot break through. The sect will prepare posthumous matters for such individuals. And they can also be listed on the sect's merit monument for future generations to admire. Zhou Ying said slowly, then sighed slightly. Who can withstand the ravages of time? What the hell? That's not what he meant. Chen Xiong was startled. Why is he preparing for posthumous matters? He and Daheng Nyo are immortal. After seeing Chen Xiong's expression, Zhou Ying added, of course, once all matters are settled, you can also leave the mountain to resolve some regrets. Senior sister Zhou. That would be even better. I actually haven't married or had children yet. Chen Xiong deeply exhaled, his eyes showing a sense of relief. Zhou Ying's face twitched. Senior sister Zhou. Junior brother Chen, please speak. Do we have any benefits in the sect's spiritual medicine garden each year? Chen Xiong looked at her with hope. After talking for so long, they hadn't mentioned the issue of treatment. They weren't greedy. Even 300 contributions would be fine. Moo. Daheng Nyo also called out softly, looking at Zhou Ying with anticipation. In fact, they were most concerned about this. Benefits? Zhou Ying looked at Chen Xiong and the black cow spirit beast with expectant expressions, her face showing confusion. It's the annual salary. Chen Xiong lowered his head, cupped his hands, and even licked his lips. They were really poor, and now was not the time to sell spiritual medicine. Zhou Ying suddenly understood, shook her head and chuckled. Junior brother Chen is indeed interesting, she said. Of course, there are. Becoming an official foundation establishment cultivator is considered a true member of the Wuyun sect, and the sect will never treat its own people poorly. Official cultivators can not only access major affairs within the sect, but also receive 500 sect contributions each year. If they hold positions, they can receive even more. The sect's contribution hall will also open up more items for official cultivators to exchange, including access to various sect inheritances, and if they achieve significant merit, they can have opportunities to exchange for them. However, official cultivators are always individuals with clean backgrounds. Foundation establishment cultivators who join halfway will not enjoy this treatment and will mostly serve as guest elders in the sect. Zhou Ying spoke eloquently. Looking at Chen Xiong in the central side hall, her expression slightly speechless. He was gazing at her affectionately, and even the spirit beast was acting the same way. With their eyes glistening, Chen Xiong called out loudly, we will certainly serve the sect with utmost dedication. Moo moo moo. Daheng Nyo also lowered its head, feeling greatly moved. They could have just said this earlier without needing to go through so much. Zhou Ying suddenly became serious, looking at Daheng Nyo, and took out a crystal clear pill from her storage bag. This is a spiritual beast foundation establishment pill. Although it is not as precious as the foundation establishment pill, it is still not easy to refine. Both Chen Xiong and Daheng Nyo were taken aback. What does this mean? This is a congratulatory gift prepared by the Alchemy Hall for junior brother Chen Xiong's official status, but your contributions for the next 10 years will go to the hall. Senior sister Zhou, this pill is extremely important to us. I want to decline. Chen Xiong said with a serious expression, stepping forward to receive the pill from the air. Sincerely cupping his hands and expressing gratitude for the Alchemy Hall's kindness. He would never forget it. Mo. Daheng Nyo also thanked in all directions. Its issues had caused Chen Xiong great distress for a long time, unable to sleep well each night, and they had even prepared for the worst. Zhou Ying secretly nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Chen Xiong's words came from the heart, without any pretense. The The sect would never skimp on resources for talent. Most of the people managing the sect's spiritual medicine garden were reclusive. Some raised turtles, some raised fish, and some also raised spirit beasts. These seemed to be their last spiritual support, so they would no longer drift aimlessly on the path of cultivation. The Wuyun sect has experienced countless years and has long known how to retain those who cultivate the water spirit technique. And the prominent figures of the 10 major sects are even more so, as some of their descendants are directly taught by Golden Core stage great cultivators. Ancient and prestigious sects operate on a massive system. They must consider all aspects, not just rely on fighting and comparing strengths in combat. Junior brother Wanzhong. Zhou Ying called lightly, releasing a surge of spiritual power and spreading her consciousness. Chen Xiong and He Niu suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. The power of that consciousness was incredibly strong, completely on a different level from early Foundation establishment. This consciousness could break various disguises. Even their headgear would be useless before it, unless it was something that could shield consciousness. Otherwise, nothing could escape detection. The stronger the consciousness, the more advantageous one is in combat, but Foundation establishment stage battles are fierce, with vast amounts of spiritual power, all area-based spells, and consciousness mostly used for probing or assistance. However, the common knowledge in the cultivation world is that consciousness cannot be cultivated or increased. It can only grow naturally with the improvement of one's cultivation. For cultivators of equal cultivation level, the power of consciousness is usually similar. The leap in life levels experienced during Foundation establishment has already made it incomparable to the Qi refinement stage. Whether it is the powerful magical shield or the enhancement of the body's fundamental abilities during Foundation establishment, it has already completely surpassed disciples of the Qi refinement stage. Fighting across such a significant realm, Chen Xiong understood in his heart that it was a fantasy, and this gap in major realms would only grow larger with the increase in realms. Senior Sister Zhua. Wanzhong walked over slowly, his white hair and beard flowing. His face rosy, with a celestial sword on his back, dressed quite plainly. Please help junior brother Chen Xiong become familiar with the alchemy hall. After Zhua Ying finished speaking, she turned to Chen Xiong and said, 3 days later, you can activate the restriction token to go to the spiritual medicine garden, and it won't delay you from reporting to the sect's main hall. Yes, Senior Sister Zhua. Yes, Senior Sister Zhua. The two cupped their hands, and then left the side hall with He Niu. Outside the alchemy hall, countless disciples came and went. Upon seeing Chen Xiong and Wanzhong, they all bowed and called him Uncle Master. Chen Xiong enjoyed the feeling of being a senior, making He Niu envious. Junior brother Chen, are you interested in the way of alchemy? I have dabbled a bit. Haha, that's great. You must know about this Foundation establishment spiritual medicine. I've heard a little. Chen Xiong smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Senior brother, I actually want to go to the spiritual medicine garden, not to prepare for alchemy cultivation. Wanzhong's hand, which was stroking his white beard, tightened, looking shocked. Junior brother Chen, you just broke through. Why go to that shabby spiritual medicine garden? There's not even a person there. Where will you find an opportunity to break through in the sect? Senior brother Wan. To be honest, I've already cultivated the water spirit technique to the second layer. I can only contribute to the sect this way. Chen Xiong smiled slightly, acknowledging Wanzhong's good intentions. However, he couldn't give up if he chose the path of alchemy. Wanzhong paused at this point, as Zhua Ying walked out from behind them, looking at Wanzhong with a frosty expression. In fact, the spirit medicine garden is also quite good. It has a long history, with spiritual veins underground, serving as a nurturing ground for countless spiritual medicines, benefiting many cultivators of the Wuyun sect. Wanzhong spoke earnestly, hands clasped behind his back, saying that it is an elegant place, which would surely be beneficial to junior brother Chen's cultivation. Chapter 67. Packing up and moving house. What brother Wan said makes sense. May I ask what needs to be done? Chen Xiong replied with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. Wanzhong did not glance sideways, but his spiritual sense had already detected that Zhua Ying had left. Suddenly, he felt a bit disinterested, as he had originally thought he could take advantage of this opportunity and have the newly promoted loose cultivator junior brother help him out. During the Foundation establishment stage, one not only gains spiritual sense, but also greatly increases the power of alchemical fire, allowing him to refine some auxiliary medicine, which would save him a lot of time compared to those in the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, this junior brother Chen came from a loose cultivation background, and it was clear he had no backing in the sect. Luring him over would be a piece of cake, and perhaps he would even feel grateful. Later, he could casually guide Chen Xiong a bit, keeping him around as a tool. How wonderful would that be? This was also the main reason they had been surrounding Chen Xiong earlier to speak well of him, but unexpectedly, they had been intercepted. The Spirit Medicine Garden does not require annual submissions of spiritual medicines. If there is a need, someone will come to harvest, which could happen every 10 years or even decades. Every 20 years, elders come to inspect the garden. If any of the sect's precious spiritual medicines were damaged, junior brother Chen would have a hard time as well. He should pay more attention. Ruan Zhang's eyes flashed with impatience, and suddenly pretending to be surprised, he exclaimed, "Junior brother, I still have a furnace of medicine to refine in my cave, and I completely forgot. I must excuse myself. It's fine. Please don't delay any important matters for brother Ruan." Chen Xiong smiled and cupped his hands, stepping aside with the big black bull. Ruan Zhang slightly nodded, used his sword to fly away, leaving in quite a hurry, as if rushing to a family funeral. They watched Ruan Zhang's departing figure, all with strange expressions, and then headed towards the medicine valley, ready to start packing their belongings. On the way, they encountered many disciples carrying luggage, to which Chen Xiong responded with a smile. In the medicine valley, surrounded by the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Chen Xiong and the big black bull sat in front of the waterfall, their expressions calm. "Mu, it's fine. If a person has no value, then what significance do they have in this world?" Chen Xiong gazed deeply into the pond, revealing a faint smile. "Old bull, don't think too much. The sect has great kindness towards us. That alone is enough." "Mu mu." The big black bull nudged Chen Xiong, agreeing that they were all just passers-by, and there was no need to think too darkly. One must not harbor malicious intent, but one must also remain vigilant. The sect's real spirit medicine garden needs careful observation. The old rules apply. "Mu, mu," the big black bull exclaimed, its eyes shining brightly as it looked at Chen Xiong. One's full strength should only be revealed 1/10,000th. Never seek the limelight, just live well. Chen Xiong's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the big black bull, which nodded earnestly. They still had many places to go and much to learn. "I plan to customize a cultivation plan for us. Over 300 years, we will have plenty to learn, haha. Mu mu. Old bull, let's tidy up and move." "Mu." The big black bull excitedly stood up, letting out a loud snort, and began to gather formation flags and stones. Chen Xiong also rushed into the underground cave to pack pots, pans, and their wooden carvings, getting busy again. Inside the cave, Chen Xiong picked up an old, somewhat decayed wooden carving, the broken tail slightly blackened. He sighed gently and carefully stored it away. "This was given to us by the boss. After being in this cultivation world for so long, I haven't encountered anyone like that boss again." Low murmurs started to echo in the cave, and the place was cleaned up nicely. The next disciple coming here would find it much more convenient. In the medicine valley, Chen Xiong's loud shouts could be heard. "Old bull, little chick, be gentler. We need to bring them along." "Mu mu." "Old bull, just tie their feet with hemp rope, and I'll go get our wild boar. It was hard to catch in the mountains 2 years ago, and they've all given birth. We can't be careless." "Mu mu." Under the vast sky, a man and a bull were busy and running around in the medicine valley, while the cave behind the waterfall was destroyed, covered by countless broken stones. The spiritual medicines inside were harvested and placed into medicine boxes, with the big black bull quickly swallowing them up using its storage bag. Chen Xiong couldn't help but marvel and even started to sing. "Listen to me. Thank you, because of you." The big black bull, feeling tense and breaking into a slight sweat, twitched its ears. Chen Xiong's singing was indeed quite off-key, and it should find a chance to remind him later. The next day, the sun shone brightly as they arrived at the edge of the pond, slightly nervous. "Old bull, let's do it. My spiritual sense is already spread out. Everything is under control," Chen Xiong said before walking towards the distance. "Mu." The big black bull let out a call, its inner power surging as it waved its hooves. Bubbles began to emerge from the flowing water, and 2 formation flags suddenly shot up from the bottom, while countless large stones quietly appeared underwater. A basic small illusion formation. It can cover a small area of rubble, and with the enhancement of power, it can conceal large areas of rubble. "Mu." The big black bull roared again, looking quite serious. 3 ordinary-looking pieces of rubble suddenly moved, and no one could tell they were formation stones. Bubbles suddenly appeared at another part of the pond, and a faint light began to flicker from the mud. A small whirlpool appeared, and the big black bull quickly plunged into the water. Hidden within the mud was a medicine box containing an ordinary 100-year spiritual medicine, but the big black bull gently picked it up and cast a spell in the water, causing 3 hidden formation flags to emerge from the mud. The bubbles in the water surged faster and faster, large chunks of mud flying in the water, growing increasingly murky. The big black bull grinned, extending its hooves to retrieve a bag of spiritual medicine seeds wrapped in formation, quickly rushing out of the pond and swallowing the seeds whole. Moo! The big black bull called out to Chen Xiong, who was sitting by the pond with a joyful expression. This was all the spiritual medicine seeds for the Foundation establishment pill. Old bull, let us go? Chen Xiong shouted from a distance, hands behind his back. Moo! The big black bull charged forward. Today, an unusual scene appeared in the Wuyun sect. A Foundation establishment cultivator was leading 2 wild boars, followed by a group of piglets, while carrying a basket of chirping chicks on his back. Beside him, the black bull spirit beast had its sides laden with bound mountain chickens, which looked lifeless and had no resistance, staring blankly at the sky. The big black bull even had a couple of baskets of eggs hanging from its horns. Although the mountain path was rugged, it walked steadily. Is this uncle going down the mountain to shop? No. I think he must be practicing some grand spell and needs them. Don't casually speculate about the uncle. The might of Foundation establishment is beyond what we Qi refinement disciples can imagine. Indeed. Many passing disciples whispered among themselves, but their eyes were filled with respect. This is the ability of a senior. Whatever they do is right. Even if they were to defecate by the roadside, they could still make it look good. Chapter 68. The Floating Light Mystic In Great Formation. The Spirit Herb Garden of the Gathering Spring Ravine, the true Spirit Herb Garden of the sect, is located in a remote area, deep within the mountains, where few people tread. It is guarded by Foundation-building cultivators from all directions, with strict defenses. The spiritual energy here is rich, the true vein of the Yuzhu mountain range. Before even stepping in, Chen Xiong felt a jolt in his heart. There were cave abodes in all directions, with formations interwoven, and flashes of light appearing from time to time. Moo! The big black bull lowly called out, feeling a bit flustered. This place is undoubtedly the most dangerous yet the safest spot of the Wuyun sect. Squeak! Squeak! Their wild boar and mountain chickens began to tremble all over, the fear from deep within their souls causing them to cry out in alarm. Shut up! Chen Xiong frowned. I brought you here to see the world, and you're scared like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain pigs and wild chickens were instantly drenched in cold sweat and became quiet. It seems that this presence is even more terrifying. Old cow, look. The floating light mystic In Great Formation. Moo? They looked up at the sky, stunned into silence by the sight before them. It was a strange landscape, a dazzling and magnificent light curtain like the aurora borealis, resembling a beautiful column soaring into the sky, which suddenly transformed into a drawn curtain. It enveloped a mysterious place, graceful and enigmatic, instilling a sense of awe. The big black bull's excitement surged like a tumultuous sea, its eyes wide as copper bells. This is the legendary Great Formation. It would surely set up even stronger formations in the future. Suddenly, several divine senses swept over recklessly. Chen Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly, and holding the restraining token, he said, Old cow, let's go. 2 mid-foundation cultivators sat cross-legged on either side of the Great Formation. They slightly closed their eyes, then suddenly opened them, staring intently at several figures ahead, all displaying expressions of surprise. This person possessed an air of wisdom, like a remarkable individual. Greetings, senior brothers. I am here to plant spirit herbs and have already reported my duties in the main hall of the sect, Chen Xiong said, cupping his hands and smiling peacefully as he handed over the restraining token. So it turns out he is a junior brother from the alchemy hall. The 2 exchanged glances and cautiously accepted the token, probing their divine senses into it. No problem. The place where junior brother is located is the Gathering Spring Ravine, the Spirit Herb Garden. One of them returned the token to Chen Xiong, saying, the herb garden cannot be recklessly entered. One restraining token can only open one place. Thank you, senior brothers. Chen Xiong expressed his gratitude, thinking that if it weren't for the other 2 brothers' ethereal demeanor, he might have offered one of the mountain chickens as a gift. Go on, Chen junior brother, they said calmly, then moved to different spots to begin their cultivation. Chen Xiong squinted slightly, realizing they knew his name. It seemed this restraining token was not as simple as it appeared, and they were also reminding him not to cause trouble in the herb garden. He casually led the big black bull and the livestock into the formation, instantly vanishing from sight. Old cow, calm down. Moo. The moment Chen Xiong and the big black bull stepped in, an unexpected change occurred, with countless probes coming in. The myriad essences within their bodies continuously warned them. After a stick of incense, these probes finally disappeared. Chen Xiong looked up at the sky. The streams of light flickering as if they were in a colorful glass dome, isolated from the world, and it was impossible to see the situation outside. Surrounded by mysterious fog, even divine senses could not penetrate half a mile. Everything was so serene and tranquil, yet the spiritual energy here was invigorating. What rich spiritual energy! No wonder it's the vein of spirit, Chen Xiong said to the big black bull, excited. It was their first encounter with a spirit vein, but he didn't know what grade this vein was. In the cultivation world, spirit veins are divided into 9 grades based on quality and size, with the first grade being the best and the 9th grade being the least, possessing endless uses, and even capable of giving birth to accompanying spirit stone veins. However, there are legends in the cultivation world that there are spirit veins above the first grade, but no one has ever seen them. First-grade spirit veins have already disappeared without a trace, so where could one find those above the first grade? Moo moo moo, the big black bull cheered. Who cares what grade it is? We definitely hit the jackpot. TSK TSK, old cow. I once read in a book that the emergence of a 5th-grade spirit vein is enough to trigger a war in the cultivation world, Chen Xiong said nonchalantly. I don't know if it's true, but I'll research this spirit vein later. Who knows, when we travel, we might stumble upon a 1st-grade spirit vein, The big black bull nudged Chen Xiong and raised its head. Of course. We have so much merit. This spirit vein not only accelerates cultivation, but also has exceptionally pure spiritual energy, making breakthroughs even more effective. It is something countless cultivators pursue, and also the root of many great wars. Old cow, let us go to the gathering spring ravine and open a room. Moo moo. Chen Xiong infused a spell into the restraining token in his hand, and the surrounding mysterious fog slowly receded, revealing a narrow path that seemed to stretch endlessly ahead. They began to walk leisurely, joking and laughing, their strange laughter startling the 2 wild boars behind, causing them to shiver. The spirit herb garden of the Gathering Spring Ravine is situated at the center of the Great Formation, surrounded by a vast expanse of white fog, obscuring everything. Even the path they had taken was covered by the mist. Moo. The big black bull cautiously nudged Chen Xiong, clearly sensing that their position was shifting. If they tried to return the way they came, they would definitely get lost. Don't worry, we're not here to do anything bad. Just relax, Chen Xiong smiled, patting the big black bull. It had grown so much from spending time with him, which made him feel very comforted. The big black bull grinned, as if agreeing. We are good people. The restraining token floated in midair, seeming to merge into a thin film. And the expansive view of the Gathering Spring Ravine unfolded before Chen Xiong and the big black bull. Wow. Moo. Squeak. They all seemed frozen in place. Even the piglets widened their eyes, marveling at the incredible sight. It was like always wanting to carry the dreams of the morning, dragging the beautiful sunlight to walk through every corner of the soul. Even the dark regions were filled with warm rays. In the herb garden, numerous strange spirit herbs grew scattered about. Some were in the gently flowing mountain stream, while others were in several spirit fields. They stepped onto this vibrant grassy land, as if immersed in a vast green ocean. Though wrapped in formations, a refreshing breeze passed through, and Chen Xiong collapsed onto the ground, sighing. I'm lying flat now. I just want to quietly enjoy the blue sky and white clouds. The piglets began to frolic, disappearing into the grass, sometimes standing still as if savoring infinite joy. The big black bull also started to run with a grin, even beginning to munch on the grass. The mountain chickens on both sides squawked anxiously, "Big brother, let us run too." Under the sky, the spirit herb garden stretched endlessly, not vast but not empty, with small hills scattered throughout, all painted in green. This place was like a gigantic painting spread across the heavens and earth, so purely green, so distant. The surroundings were vast and boundless, leaving a feeling of emptiness in the heart, like a still ocean. Atop the hills grew several silver-white large flowers, emitting glimmers of white light. Everywhere in the herb garden, streams of green flowed, as if gently flowing into the clouds. The world of the herb garden was tranquil, with a gentle breeze blowing, the grass waves rising and falling with the wind, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. Chen Xiong lay flat on the grass, a faint smile on his face, gazing towards the distant mountain stream crossing the emerald fields, rushing towards the unknown. Truly, when the clouds come, the grass looks dark green, the wind rises, and the green waves roll. This time, Chen Xiong and the big black bull had a deal. Whoever tried to pull them away would face the power of the fireball technique. Old cow, is this a sacred place for retirement or a sacred place for cultivation? Chen Xiong slowly stood up and let out a deep breath. Moo. The big black cow called out from a distance, still chewing on grass. Old cow, let's get started. We need to build chicken coops and pig pens. This is a big deal. Moo. They quickly began chopping wood. Although these ancient trees towered high, they were no match for Chen Xiong's mountain-splitting axe. The big black cow started dragging the timber to find a good feng shui spot. In the mountain walls here, there were not only several caves, but also traces of cultivation, indicating that someone had been here in the past few days. However, that was normal. Managing one medicinal herb garden required so much contribution, let alone managing two. No one would want to create that much trouble for themselves. Chen Xiong recognized all the rare spiritual herbs here and was surprised to find 2 foundation-building elixirs with auxiliary spiritual herbs. Holding the mountain-splitting axe, Chen Xiong sighed deeply. There were still fewer spiritual herbs here than in the medicinal valley, making it quite easy to manage with high contributions. He fell into deep delight. Although they weren't cultivation geniuses, talented individuals were always in demand in any world. They wouldn't starve. Chapter 69. Where is the spirited Ji Kuan? Old cow, I'll leave the spiritual herbs to you. Chen Xiong shouted, pulling out a small booklet. I'm going to start customizing our cultivation plan. Learning has no end, huh? They haven't even started with basic spells, formations, or writing talismans, and most importantly, they lack cultivation techniques. They still need to get a foundation-building cultivation technique later. Moo moo. The big black cow responded nonchalantly, it's a piece of cake. Chen Xiong buried the restriction token at the entrance of the Huiquan ravine to prevent any dirty things from coming in. Being cautious is always a good idea. However, our foundation-building elixir can actually enhance cultivation, which is incredible. If it weren't for the lack of techniques, enhancing it would have only led to solitude. Wouldn't the old cow and I have already ascended? Damn it. This elixir can't be taken recklessly. Without the correct cultivation route, that pure medicinal power nearly shattered several of our meridians. Fortunately, the defensive measures prevented a major incident, and we must never mess around like this again. We haven't reached the realm of creating our own techniques yet, Chen Xiong thought to himself. Their foundation-building elixirs were already precious, surpassing those that merely enhanced cultivation. He just didn't know how far it could enhance. It would be great if it could keep enhancing forever. He looked up at the sky. The formation was still in operation, but had stopped probing them. He still felt it was somewhat unsafe. No rush. Some things shouldn't be easily exposed here. Slowly observe. Chen Xiong's lips curled slightly. His gaze returned to the booklet, and he was very interested in the basic 5 elements escape technique. These rare spiritual herbs didn't need to be nurtured daily by the water spirit technique, but the consumption was still quite large. With just over 100 spiritual herbs, nurturing them once would consume a small portion of their mana, but they wouldn't need to worry about them for years. And this was just the controlled version of the water spirit technique, if fully unleashed. The strange spiritual energy in the water could allow these herbs to grow well for over a decade. The big black cow had also tried nurturing with a layer of the water spirit technique, but the herbs showed no reaction, as if ordinary water were poured on them. Over time, they could only wither as their medicinal power dissipated because this wasn't the environment they truly needed for growth. However, the strange spiritual energy in the water spirit technique was very different from the energy of heaven and earth. Chen Xiong had a keen sense of small spells. But now wasn't the time to truly study it. They began to busy themselves, preparing to properly build up the Huiquan ravine, a place they would reside for 100 years, so they couldn't be careless. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Chen Xiong led the big black cow out of the medicinal herb garden, and countless probing gazes came their way. However, after they left the formation, the senior brothers on both sides stopped probing them. The once every 20 years trip to South Dipper Mountain was about to begin. The Wuyun sect welcomed many new disciples every year, and many elders quietly descended the mountain. They would often glance back at each other unintentionally, one full of vitality, the other burdened with age. The elders seemed to see their former selves, while the young ones felt more invigorated, determined not to end up like that in their old age. Within the mountain range, there were many caves and wooden houses for Qi refining stage disciples. An elderly man just past his 60th birthday sat inside a house, packing his luggage. His hair was slightly graying at the temples, His physique was quite robust, and his eyes were bright. Although his face was etched with the marks of time, it was easy to see that he had been a handsome man in his youth. This person was Ji Kun. His vitality had not yet faded. Most Qi refining stage cultivators could live to be 100, and there was still a significant difference from ordinary people, yet he still didn't want to give up. He planned to go on this year's trip to South Dipper Mountain. The sect had relaxed rules for experienced disciples, and Ji Kun unsurprisingly appeared on the list. Knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded from outside. Ji Kun furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of vigilance. With the trip to South Dipper Mountain approaching, nothing unexpected should happen. He slowly got up to open the door, and when he saw the person at the door, he was stunned, like a piece of wood, frozen in place. What met his eyes was a smiling face, exactly like the one he had encountered years ago when he was filled with ambition on the flying boat. Unchanged in the slightest. Master Chen. Ji Kun bitterly lowered his head and clasped his hands in a salute, smiling. His appearance was still so youthful. He must have successfully established his foundation. He had long heard that when one breaks through to a higher realm, their lifespan greatly increases, and they could either return to their youth or retain their original appearance, all depending on one's heart. As time passed, it seemed that Chen Xiong was doing well, not struggling as he was. A bitter memory flowed through his heart. His own failures were certainly painful, but the success of others was even more heart-wrenching, and Ji Kun felt as if his waist had bent even lower. They had already grown distant, now carrying an air of strangeness. The distant mountains and nearby hills were hazy, and as he looked around, it seemed as if countless moths were fluttering in the vastness of the mountains and valleys, instantly turning the world grayish-white. The first snow of the Yuzhu mountain range silently blanketed everything. Ji Kun hesitated for a long time before finally calling out his name. Hee. Master Chen's visit to my humble abode truly brings glory to my humble home, Ji Kun said with a beaming smile. He had lost much of his former sharpness and had instead become much more diplomatic. Master, please come in. The cold wind blew, causing the nearly broken door to shake and creak. Chen Xiong nodded gently and walked in. The entire room was bare, with only a bed and a table and chairs. All quite old, much like Ji Kun now. I didn't expect Master Chen to come, Ji Kun said respectfully, wanting to say more but hesitating. The gray hair at his temples was blown by the cold wind. This room was drafty. I came to see an old friend, Chen Xiong said calmly, glancing around without looking at Ji Kun. Hearing this, Ji Kun's heart shook, and after a long silence, he forced a smile and said, "It is an honor for Ji Kun to be friends with Master Chen." Chen Xiong slowly turned his head to look at Ji Kun, whose face still wore a bitter smile while his eyes kept darting away. Over the years, I heard you were struggling as a steward in the outer sect. Master Chen's words are heavy. It has been so many years, Ji Kun said slowly, lowering his head and clasping his hands. The grayish robe he wore was now so glaring, clearly right in front of him, yet so unreachable. He and Chen Xiong were no longer from the same world. Did you never think of coming to find me? I know my talents are limited, so I didn't want to trouble Master Chen. Ji Kun, Chen Xiong suddenly shouted, startling the big black cow outside, causing it to shiver and tremble. Ji Kun was just standing there with a miserable smile, the corners of his eyes constantly wrinkling. The snow wind around the wooden house seemed to blow even more fiercely, brushing against his time-worn face. Ji Kun, is this how dejected you've become? Chen Xiong frowned, his chest slightly heaving, anger surging within him. What happened to your spirit? Let me tell you, I was already very unhappy with you back at the Qingya carving. Moo. The big black bull behind also let out a roar, recalling how Ji Kun had ignored them back then at the Qingya carving. Upon hearing this, Ji Kun felt even sadder. It was indeed a humiliation directed at him. He said, Uncle Chen, please forgive me. You, what nonsense are you saying? Chen Xiong shouted angrily, his robe fluttering without wind as a surge of magical power erupted, causing the dilapidated wooden house to tremble even more, seemingly at risk of collapsing. Ji Kun was pushed back by the gust, his hair becoming disheveled, and he was slammed against the wall, letting out a muffled groan. His expression gradually turned angry. Uncle Chen, why must you humiliate me? I am already in this state. What more do you want? Whoosh. Chen Xiong's expression grew increasingly furious as he stepped forward, grabbing Ji Kun's robe, and roared, My brother Ji back then was not like this. He was like an elder brother, not someone as disheartened as you. The big black bull's pupils shrank. After all these years, he had never seen Chen Xiong this enraged. Ha ha. Ji Kun laughed so hard he trembled, his eyes reddening, laughing in desolation. There was no spirited Ji Kun. Just a rural figure from the cultivation world who could only see the sky from the bottom of a well. Chapter 70. People cannot be alone forever. You laugh at your own mother. Boom. Chen Xiong punched towards the side of Ji Kun, and a terrifying hole was blasted through the wall behind. The snow wind held in. Ji Kun broke out in a cold sweat, finally managing to calm down. The chilling wind from behind hit him wave after wave, filling him with a sense of coldness, and he had just felt a terrifying sense of death. Chen Xiong slowly raised his fist again, the violent magic power constantly assaulting Ji Kun, as if intending to kill him with one blow. Ji Kun's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing in them, and he suddenly punched out. Moo! Chen Xiong! Whoosh! That fierce punch wind suddenly stopped right in front of Ji Kun, causing his gray-white hair to be blown back instantly. But Ji Kun didn't blink, staring straight at Chen Xiong, calmly saying, "Uncle Chen, please let go of your hand." Chen Xiong took a step back, lowering his hand, his eyes still cold. "I will go to the South Dipper Mountain secret realm. I know. Back then, many things happened in the South Dipper Mountain secret realm, and I didn't want to involve you. Have you resolved it?" "It's resolved. But I can't stay among the outer sect disciples anymore." Ji Kun's expression darkened. He looked at Chen Xiong with a changed gaze. Finally relieved. "I didn't expect you still remember me congratulating you on your foundation establishment. Please, uncle, take a seat." Woo, woo, woo. The strong wind continued to blow through the large hole, but the two sat across from each other at the wooden table, with the big black bull only daring to stick its head through the door, having been scared by Chen Xiong today. The two suddenly began to chat as if nothing had happened. It turned out that after Ji Kun took his junior sister away, he found that person who had fled at the last moment, and he even made Ji Kun hand over the spiritual medicine for safekeeping. Naturally, he refused, and both of them were furious, starting to fight, using deadly moves. The junior sister also joined Ji Kun's side, killing that person in the South Dipper Mountain. The person who could team up with them had considerable strength. He was their colleague among the outer sect disciples, also a distant relative of an elder. However, after returning, the junior sister suddenly betrayed them, claiming Ji Kun harmed his fellow disciples. She distorted the truth, saying that the spiritual medicine they picked was stolen by Ji Kun. And to protect herself, she had to compromise and offer herself to stabilize Ji Kun. Ji Kun indeed acted somewhat carelessly, unlike Chen Xiong, as he took many of that person's belongings, which could be considered as being caught red-handed. Fortunately, he insisted that it was another sect's person who killed him, which prevented the situation from escalating further. Not only the Wuyun sect, but all the major sects strictly prohibited harming fellow disciples. Yet they couldn't just listen to the junior sister's one-sided story. However, under that elder's manipulation, Ji Kun's spiritual medicine and contributions were counted under the junior sister's name. The Foundation establishment elders were mostly cold-hearted and not his biological sons. They just wanted to regain face through Ji Kun. Ji Kun's years were not easy. Fortunately, he had the protection of the sect, allowing him to escape unscathed. However, he bore the name of harming his fellow disciples, and his former friends distanced themselves from him, making it extremely difficult to find a job in the sect. How could he dare to look for Chen Xiong in such a situation? He didn't want to harm that innocent junior brother who always smiled while leading the Black Bull. He endured humiliation and carried the burden, all for the next 20-year trip to South Dipper Mountain, planning for one last fight. "Brother Ji, if you can return from South Dipper Mountain, you will still be my brother. Uncle this. You listen to me first." Chen Xiong interrupted Ji Kun, his expression serious, pulling out a small booklet and a magical tool from his storage bag. This was a yellow-grade high-quality magical tool worth 2,000 contribution points. "In this booklet, I have some insights from my time in the South Dipper Mountain, which can help you obtain those 3 main spiritual medicines." Ji Kun was shocked, standing up abruptly, shouting, "How can this be? Chen Xiong, you've never owed me anything. This 2,000 contribution points are what you owe me. If you can return and obtain the Foundation Establishment spiritual medicine, I will wait for you at the foot of the mountain, personally delivering the Foundation Establishment pills to you later." Chen Xiong said word by word, slowly raising his head to look at Ji Kun, suddenly smiling. "We both came from the 9-Star Valley, so we naturally need to take care of each other." This familiar phrase suddenly surfaced in Ji Kun's mind. Wasn't this what he had said to Chen Xiong when they first arrived at the Wuyun sect? He didn't expect that he had remembered it for so many years. Ji Kun seemed unable to hold back any longer. He trembled all over, having experienced the great ups and downs of life, finally realizing who his true friends were. He lowered his head, his eyes reddening, his lips quivering. The world of cultivation is grand and splendid. People cannot be forever lonely. With 100 boats competing, I do not walk alone. I fight against heaven for my life. I strive for longevity. Ji Kuan didn't know why, but a passage from an ancient book floated in his mind, and he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He slowly looked at Chen Xiong, their eyes meeting, and he nodded heavily, no longer being pretentious. What is that woman's name? Su Yedong. If Brother Ji cannot return, I will help you deal with this person. When she disappears into the world, the sect will not find any trace. You, Brother Ji won't think that I, Chen Xiong, am really a good person. Will you? Chen Xiong slowly stood up, revealing a cold and grim expression that Ji Kuan had never seen before. If Brother Ji returns, I will definitely not interfere in your matters with her. Ji Kuan took a deep breath. Today he suddenly felt like he was getting to know Chen Xiong again. I understand. Sometimes, the bond between men seems to need not be said too much. Chen Xiong slightly nodded, turned, and left, but when he reached the door, he paused and said, Brother Ji, I will wait for you at the foot of that mountain. I will not let you down. Ji Kuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. He felt a surge of indescribable power rising within him. This is the Ji Kuan I know. A soft voice echoed as Chen Xiong had already taken the big black bull and left, disappearing from view. Brother Ji, I will come back later to help you repair the wooden house. Old bull, and I will go chop wood. Moo. In the distance, two voices sounded. And amidst the wind and snow, two figures walked steadily, reliable and strong. Ji Kuan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the distance. With veins bulging on his arms and forehead. This time he must win. He will not let them down. Time flew by, and May arrived again. The Five Elements sect rang its bells from all directions, and 5 high-pitched eagle cries echoed as 5 majestic Qingyao eagles appeared in the sky. They circled gracefully in the heavens, their cold, gleaming eyes fixed on the ground as they flew toward the sect master peak. The journey to South Dipper Mountain, which occurs once every 20 years, was finally underway. Chen Xiong stood at the foot of the mountain, holding the reins of the big black bull, looking up at the sky with a calm expression. Old bull, let's go. Moo. They were heading out of the mountain range to a marketplace of the sect to meet an important person. Disciples in the Qi refining stage of the 5 Elements sect were stopping everywhere, continuously looking at the sky and discussing this South Dipper Mountain trip. Unbeknownst to them, an uncle disciple was leading a black bull past them. Chapter 71. A quiet stroll amongst the dusty affairs. The Xianzhu marketplace, located outside the Yuzhu mountain range, is one of the marketplaces of the 5 Elements sect, a place for countless loose cultivators and practitioners from various sects to interact. However, to enter this marketplace, one must pass through a vast, towering bamboo forest. If a mortal accidentally wanders in, they can easily get lost. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the bamboo forest to sway gently, producing a rhythmic sound, akin to beautiful music drifting in the air. Upon seeing a figure, all loose cultivators and sect practitioners were shocked, quickly cupping their hands and making way, but the person smiled back kindly, holding the reins of a black bull spirit beast in hand. This person wore a gray-blue robe of the 5 Elements sect, undoubtedly a foundation establishment cultivator of the great sect. After passing through the bamboo forest, a vast scene unfolded, revealing countless layered pavilions before their eyes. The marketplace was quite lively, with small auctions being held from time to time. The loose cultivators were watchful. While the marketplace was safe, the outside was not necessarily so, and everyone was in a hurry. Chen Xiong smiled slightly, as if seeing his former self. They seemed to have lived a similarly uncertain life back then. Moo. The big black bull looked around. They were now the big brothers, and this feeling was truly different. No one dared to look at them with strange eyes anymore, and there was respect in their expressions. The big black bull couldn't help but wag its tail, feeling quite comfortable. Old bull, let us go. He*s in the talisman shop of the sect. Moo. The big black bull nudged Chen Xiong, and they strutted through the sect's marketplace, no longer needing to hide. At the Shifeng talisman shop, people came and went, and business was booming. However, at the edge outside the pavilion, a middle-aged man was reprimanding several disciples, his mouth constantly running, making the few feel quite impatient. This middle-aged man appeared to be in his 50s, at the 10th level of Qi refinement. With a righteous expression and a tall, strong physique, always speaking with a tone of disappointment. After a few incense sticks worth of time, the middle-aged man finally stopped lecturing, and the several disciples of the 5 Elements sect hurriedly left, muttering about their bad luck. The middle-aged man shook his head with his hands behind his back, saying, "Time flies, yet you still don't seize the time to cultivate. When you grow old, there will be no more opportunities. Time, with its vicissitudes, has swept away countless years, leaving only the face carved by time." Lu Feng, Chen Xiong smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. The middle-aged man was startled, looking at Chen Xiong standing across the street, and exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle Chen Xiong." This scene was quite strange, as a middle-aged man was calling a very young boy uncle. Come, uncle. I didn't expect you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. That's wonderful." Lu Feng's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum, quickly coming over and taking Chen Xiong's hand and the big black bull's reins. "Uncle, Black Bull, come in quickly. Hey, slow down. Moo." They were forcibly dragged by Lu Feng, just like when they first arrived at the Five Elements sect. This senior brother was always so enthusiastic. In the backyard, Chen Xiong sat on a stone bench, while Lu Feng stood beside him, cupping his hands and not daring to sit. "Lu Feng, sit down." "Yes, uncle." Lu Feng's voice was a little hoarse. The two sat across from each other, both wearing expressions of slight sentiment and joy. "Lu Feng, why are you coming down the mountain so early? You still have a long time ahead. You must also have hopes for foundation establishment." Chen Xiong asked in confusion. He hadn't seen Lu Feng show any signs of discouragement. "Uncle, you may not know, but the law enforcement hall has an age requirement for Qi refinement disciples. It cannot exceed 50, but you can go to other halls to continue your cultivation." "Hee. Uncle, my aspirations are not here." Lu Feng gently shook his head, speaking seriously. "I am merely a four-element spiritual root. I was picked up by the sect master when I was found on the mountain and raised by the Five Elements sect. I am not strong in combat, and can't even enter the top 5,000 in the sect competition. If I stay in the sect, wouldn't that waste resources for cultivation? As for foundation establishment, I have never thought about it. My greatest wish is to encourage my junior brothers and sisters to cultivate well." Lu Feng laughed openly, looking at Chen Xiong with only satisfaction. "Seeing you, my junior brother Chen Xiong, establish your foundation, I am already very content." Chen Xiong felt as if his words were stuck in his throat. He thought that whatever he said now seemed pale and powerless. Someone like Lu Feng was truly different. "It seems I have fallen behind. Seeing the mindset of my former senior brother Lu Feng like this, I can rest assured." Chen Xiong smiled warmly. "Uncle need not worry. Not all cultivators are seeking immortality. And I have no regrets. One may encounter many people and things in this life, but as long as one can extract some wisdom from it, that is enough." Chen Xiong suddenly cupped his hands, as if to celebrate, saying, "It seems senior brother Lu Feng has already found it. Congratulations." Ha. The two suddenly burst into hearty laughter, leaving the big black bull beside them confused, wondering what they were talking about. A quiet stroll amongst the dusty affairs, the two strolled slowly in the backyard, continuously reminiscing about the past, feeling their minds broadened. This time, Chen Xiong was quite patient, listening to Lu Feng's chatter. After a while, Chen Xiong and the big black bull took their leave. "Uncle, Black Bull, time flies. Don't get too caught up in playthings." Lu Feng shouted at their backs, his expression even showing a hint of urgency. Chen Xiong turned around gracefully, cupping his hands and laughing heartily. "Chen Xiong will remember." Moo. The big black bull also turned back to call out, and it remembered as well. The two left the marketplace, and Lu Feng stood for a long time watching the two disappearing figures, finally sighing softly and returning to the talisman shop to prepare to randomly select a lucky person. Now that Uncle Chen Xiong was a role model, he wondered which young brat would still dare to waste time and not cultivate diligently. Chen Xiong and the big black bull returned to the spiritual herb garden, diligently planting spiritual herbs, with their most frequent observation being the floating light mystic Ina Ray. They did not engage in any unnecessary activities. They raised mountain chickens and wild boars, and looked at the comprehensive guide to basic heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which made them drool every day, for it contained many good things. What about gung metal, which can enhance the sharpness of magical tools during refining? What about 8 treasure red gold, which can even enhance the compatibility of internal magical power and magical tools, greatly increasing the power of magical tools? There was also that mystic ice jade liquid, which could be used to cultivate eye power, having the effect of breaking illusions, allowing one to see through certain restrictions directly. There is another thing called illusion stone milk, which makes the big black cow drool. This item can actually be used to refine the body. If it is used to refine the cow's horn, wouldn't it be invincible? No one could break it. A person and a cow were sitting on the hill of the herb garden, overlooking the grassland. Old cow, this is amazing. My knowledge has greatly expanded. I didn't know there were so many strange things in the cultivation world, Chen Xiong exclaimed, continuously pointing at this and that in the book. The big black cow was also captivated, and this was just the most basic information. Chen Xiong finally understood that the iron essence was merely the lowest grade material for crafting magic tools, and his mountain-splitting axe had a long way to go. They were immersed in their excitement, sometimes crying over not having these items, and other times laughing wildly at the thought of possibly finding them in the future. The more they looked, the more excited they became, making strange noises in the herb garden, which scared the mountain chickens and wild boars out of their wits. The road to immortality was long, and the future was full of unknowns and excitement for them. Chapter 72. Logging helps us understand our thoughts. Old cow. Let's go check out the alchemy hall. It seems like those elders really need some foundation establishment stage cultivators to lend a hand. Chen Xiong said to the big black cow with a smile. We don't seek any reward. Just learning some alchemy knowledge from the senior brothers would be good. The big black cow nodded repeatedly. They also had tasks to do in the spiritual herb garden, and the elders wouldn't keep them for long. After preparing, Chen Xiong began to lead the big black cow toward the alchemy hall. The guards outside the great formation didn't bother them much. As long as they weren't going far, it was a trivial matter. This wasn't a prison. Chen Xiong found Elder Jing Huang in the alchemy hall and expressed his willingness to assist in alchemy work without compensation, hoping to learn a thing or two. Oh, this makes Elder Jing very happy. He stroked his beard, saying, with your mindset, Junior Brother Chen, you are definitely on the path to forming a golden core. This was truly a stroke of good fortune. Foundation establishment cultivators were busier than chi refinement disciples, all with their noses in the air. And now they had someone willing to help for free, without even needing to provide the spirit stones for Chen Xiong to replenish his depleted mana. The most important thing was that he could use that divine sense of his, which was much more useful than his named disciples, greatly increasing the success rate of alchemy. However, Chen Xiong also set some ground rules, stating that he still had things to do in the herb garden and couldn't come by too often. Jing Huang was quite straightforward, saying they were all fellow disciples in the alchemy hall, and such formalities were unnecessary. He wouldn't force Chen Xiong to do more than he was willing. Chen Xiong was very pleased. Indeed, it's easier to communicate within a department. If he went to that artifact refining hall, he would probably be kicked out. The rules of the Five Elements sect were strict, and it wasn't like the small mountain village where one could roam freely. For half a month, Chen Xiong stayed in a certain alchemy room. While the big black cow read books nearby, Jing Huang provided him with many low-grade spiritual herbs for refining, and he was very satisfied with the quality of the elixirs produced, finding them better than those made by his disciples. However, he had never taught Chen Xiong any alchemy techniques, as that was part of the inheritance. He only pointed out some basic alchemy knowledge, which Chen Xiong was content with. For example, today they were drinking tea in Jing Huang's cave dwelling, and Chen Xiong's divine sense was greatly depleted and needed time to recover. It was also the first time Jing Huang invited Chen Xiong to his cave for a visit. Elder Jing, this foundation establishment main herb can actually be used to refine more than one batch of foundation establishment pills? Chen Xiong exclaimed in shock, realizing how much he had gained. He stared at Jing Huang, astonished, as many herbs could be used to refine several batches of pills. Jing Huang shook his head and chuckled. Junior Brother Chen, why do you feel like you don't understand anything? Of course, if the medicinal properties of the herbs are too intense, it will significantly affect the pill formation. Foundation establishment pills are one example. For instance, if a single herb can be used to refine a pill after 30 years, but you try to use one that has been cultivated for 300 years for the same pill, what do you think the result would be? Well, the potency of the pill would increase, right? Chen Xiong thought for a moment and replied, having some experience, as he had done such foolish things before. Haha. Junior Brother Chen, you're overthinking it. That would only cause the pills to collapse. They simply cannot withstand such medicinal power. Jing Huang laughed heartily while savoring his tea. You are truly amusing, Junior Brother Chen. When water is full, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. And when things reach their extreme, they reverse. The same applies to spiritual herbs. I see now. I've learned something from you, Elder. If you hadn't pointed it out, I might have been kept in the dark my entire life. Chen Xiong was sweating profusely, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, realizing he had taken too many detours. He found it strange why the spiritual herbs in the herb garden weren't allowed to grow indefinitely. Now he understood the reason. Jing Huang smiled slightly and refilled Chen Sun's cup with spiritual tea. He still had some matters to attend to and had invited Chen Sun to his cave to express his gratitude. Elder Jing, then I won't disturb you any longer, Chen Sun said as he stood up and clasped his hands, signaling it was time to leave. All right, I won't keep you, junior brother. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my cave. Jing Huang nodded calmly. Chen Sun was quite aware of the situation, understood when to advance and retreat, and never asked too much about the alchemy path, only inquiring about minor details. Chen Sun smiled slightly, turned to leave, and glanced at the big black cow outside the cave. It was surrounded by a large pile of wood, deep in thought. Chen Sun paused, turned back, and asked, Elder Jing, what are those woods outside? Haha, that's the wood from the crane spirit tree, used to make medicine boxes or store elixirs. There are many places in the Yuzhu mountain range where you can find them. What? Chen Sun's eyes suddenly filled with blood, and he shouted out. Unable to believe that he had been such a fool for so many years, his eyelids flipped outward as his body twitched, and he collapsed to the ground. Junior brother Chen. Moo. On the way, the big black cow carried Chen Sun on its back, while the latter stared blankly at the sky, feeling like ants were crawling all over him. His anger kept building up, and the mountain-splitting axe at his waist gleamed coldly. The big black cow kept looking back at Chen Sun, realizing that they had truly suffered a loss. Back in the day, they were so poor that they had to reclaim the medicine box after selling a single spiritual herb. Now they were told that this kind of spiritual tree could be found everywhere in places where spiritual energy gathered. Both had come from tough times, and the disparity in their feelings was hard to express. Old cow. Chen Sun suddenly shouted on the cow's back, let us go chop some trees. Damn it. From now on, our bowls, spoons, pig pens, chicken coops, and everything else will be made from this crane spirit tree. Otherwise, how can we understand our thoughts and cultivate? We can't go on like this. Moo moo. The person and the cow, filled with anger, plunged into the mountains, and upon seeing the crane spirit trees, they swung their mountain-splitting axes. The big black cow charged forward with great force, and the mountains echoed with booming sounds. Chen Sun and the big black cow simultaneously carried a large pile of wood back to the herb garden, and the passing disciples looked on in astonishment, thinking this uncle must be practicing some great wood-based spell. Outside the herb garden, the foundation-building cultivators guarding the entrance were startled. What kind of shape is that? They saw a person with a dozen round giant logs on his shoulders, and the black cow spirit beast carried 6 or 7 logs as well. If it weren't for their clear senses, from a distance, one would think it was 2 giant logs walking. Junior brother, what is your intention? One person couldn't help but ask, are you trying to practice mundane martial arts in the cultivation world? Senior brother, we're fine. Logging helps us understand our thoughts, Chen Sun said, his forehead veins bulging as he laughed and nodded. Old cow, let us go. Moo. The big black cow responded. Although the 2 guards were far apart, they shook their heads and sighed upon seeing Chen Sun's appearance, realizing that someone who could cultivate the water spirit technique to the 2nd level indeed had a rather peculiar character. In the days that followed, Chen Sun and the big black cow had added a new activity to their entertainment, logging in the mountains. Their medicinal herb garden was piled high with the wood of the crane spirit trees, stacking higher and higher, and their spirits became increasingly smooth. They began crafting various tools, and the sound of hammering echoed throughout the medicinal herb garden of Huiquan Stream. Time flew by, and Chen Sun and the big black cow no longer felt the probing power of the formation. But they still dared not be careless and continued to diligently do their work. Chapter 73. He has no regrets, and neither do we today. The weather was fine, and the high-pitched cries of eagles rang out in the sky outside we insect, as 5 Qingya eagles soared through the heavens. The disciples who had gone to the southern Dipper Mountain 6 months ago finally returned, with inner disciples filled with hope and the elders of the sect looking on with concern. The Qingya eagles landed in front of the main hall of the sect, and this year, fewer than 100 disciples survived, marking a heavy loss, but the harvest of medicinal herbs was quite substantial. The sect master and the elders encouraged the remaining disciples, who walked in silence, many showing signs of blood on their bodies, their eyes occasionally flashing with cold light. They followed the elders down the mountain, wordlessly, as this year's competition had been too brutal, with even some disciples of the 10 great sects using high-grade yellow-tier magical artifacts, which no one could withstand. At the foot of the peak, a figure was seen holding a black cow, gazing down the mountain road as if waiting for something. One by one, disciples began to fly down on their swords, heading in various directions, yet it seemed they still did not wait for that person. The big black cow continually snorted heavily, and as the number of descending disciples dwindled, it wondered why that person had still not appeared. Chen Xiong clenched his fists, his gaze fixed in that direction, his peripheral vision scanning the departing disciples, but he did not see that person, not even someone similar. Moo? The big black cow looked at Chen Xiong, its expression unusually tense, as the disciples had become sparse, and soon there were hardly any left. Old cow, I dare not directly give Brother G the foundation-building pill, otherwise it would be a catastrophe for him and for us, Chen Xiong said, his voice trembling slightly, fearing that Brother G might truly not return. Moo, the big black cow let out a low moan, as by now no one else was descending the mountain. Heh, old cow, let us go. We have really done our best. Chen Xiong forced a smile, one hand resting on the cow's head. They had done all they could and left the rest to fate. Brother G had at least made an effort, and he had no regrets, so neither did they. Moo. The big black cow rubbed against Chen Xiong, feeling downcast. The falling leaves rustled as they turned to leave, their backs filled with endless loneliness. The blazing sun swayed above the sect master's peak, slowly sinking down, while a few white clouds in the sky dispersed, transforming into a colorful sunset. At the foot of the mountain, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated a hurried figure, who had stayed behind to receive a private encouragement from the sect master for achieving first place, hence coming down a bit late. Suddenly, this figure stopped in his tracks, as if seeing something, his eyes widening in shock. It seemed he used all his strength to shout in a particular direction. Uncle Chen, Brother Niu. A familiar voice suddenly came from afar, and Chen Xiong and the big black cow felt as if they had been electrocuted, their bodies jolting, their steps halting simultaneously. Their eyes trembling, caught in a daze. Chen Xiong slowly turned his head, and there, at the foot of the mountain, stood a figure. Ji Kuan. Countless words seemed stuck in Ji Kuan's throat. His eyes were slightly red, filled with vigor, and the bloodstains on his body added a masculine aura to him. The demeanor he had back then seemed to return, and though he had white hair, he showed no signs of aging. Ji Kuan ultimately did not speak a word, only nodded solemnly at Chen Xiong. Moo moo moo. The big black cow jumped up in excitement, standing up with a crash, and the force of its presence caused the ground's fallen leaves to fly. Chen Xiong's gaze was deep, a smile on his lips, and he nodded solemnly at Ji Kuan as well. He led the big black cow away, and the two of them exchanged not many more words throughout. Ji Kuan bowed respectfully to their departing figures, slowly looking at his storage bag. The contribution value of this high-grade yellow-tier magical artifact was at least 3,000, and only foundation-building period cultivators could exchange for it. In the months before his journey, he had already inquired about this, and Chen Xiong had deceived him. The great favor he owed could not be expressed in words, but it was enough for him to remember for a lifetime. Ji Kuan stood with his hands behind his back, gently raising his head to gaze at the sky with a sigh, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. The path of cultivation was filled with deceit, and to meet such a friend was truly wonderful, too wonderful. After Chen Xiong and the big black cow returned to the medicinal herb garden, they were invigorated. They exchanged a deep glance, smiling knowingly, and added this year's longevity points to their magical power. Old cow, I plan to refine a foundation-building pill for Brother G. But it won't be the same as ours, otherwise it would definitely fail, Chen Xiong said seriously, slightly frowning. The foundation-building pills sent by the sect might have some issues, so I will take the initiative to offer to send the pills and exchange them later. Moo moo? The big black cow asked nervously, not understanding the intricacies of pill refining. It might be a subpar product, but it is definitely not a top-grade foundation-building pill, Chen Xiong said solemnly, looking at the big black cow. But this is just my personal guess. Regardless of whether it's subpar or not, I must exchange it. Brother G only has this last chance. He was not just idling away in the pill refining hall. He had learned quite a bit, such as the fact that pills also had 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. However, he had not yet heard about the news regarding pill patterns, nor had he come into contact with it. As for identifying pills, he was still gradually exploring. Now, he could roughly identify the pills used during the qi refining period, but he still could not discern the foundation-building pills. Moo. The big black cow nodded heavily, believing that being cautious in all matters would prevent mistakes. We have figured out the probing rules of this great formation. We just need to avoid those 2 time points every day. And no one will know what we are doing. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes, looking at the occasional streaks of light crossing the sky. If it weren't for the warnings and concealment of the essence of all things, they would have been thoroughly probed without realizing it. The big black cow also solemnly looked up at the sky, aware that there were dark things here, far from the carefree beauty imagined. Old cow, it's time to get to work. Chen Xiong smiled slightly, as now they could cultivate a 120-year-old spiritual herb in a month with the essence of all things. Moo. The big black cow quickly ran off toward the cave they had opened at the foot of the hill, as it still had a large stock of foundation-building spiritual herbs in its storage bag. They had once boldly tried to pull out a spiritual herb from the herb garden by its roots, and the great formation had shown no reaction. Changing its place of growth was quite normal. As long as it was not taken out or damaged, everything would be fine. However, if the age of the spiritual herb was incorrect, that would be an issue for those picking herbs in the pill refining hall, as the formation did not have such probing capabilities. They had also casually planted a few ordinary spiritual herbs, and the formation had shown no reaction. It seemed to only respond to the recorded spiritual herbs. They had too many secrets and had to be extremely cautious. In the cave, Chen Xiong began to set up the furnace for pill refining. His control over the pill fire was quite ordinary. This time he did not integrate all the spiritual herbs together, but rather distributed the medicinal liquids. The big black cow continued to cultivate spiritual herbs nearby, reading books during idle times and reminding Chen Xiong about the times to avoid. Time passed as Chen Xiong refined pills. He continuously experimented daily. Depending on the potency of the medicinal liquid, the quality of the pills varied significantly. However, they had not yet produced any pills with pill patterns like before. Now, with his spiritual consciousness, the success rate of pill refinement had greatly increased. He could accurately control the spiritual herbs within the pill refining furnace, and his pill refining techniques, combined with the enhancement of the pill fire, had reached a rather terrifying level. Chapter 74. The Rich Woman in Chen Xiong's Eyes. More than half a year later, the Foundation Establishment pills were produced in the Alchemy Hall. Chen Xiong took the initiative to offer to deliver the Foundation Establishment pill to Ji Kuan, saying that they both came from the 9-Star Valley and wanted to send him off for the last time. The elders had no objections. It was a simple favor to do, and delivering a Foundation Establishment pill to a loose cultivator had no real benefits, as most people failed in their Foundation Establishment, which had previously caused resentment within the sect. They handed Chen Xiong a jade vial, which contained a shiny black Foundation Establishment pill. The 5 Elements sect had strict rules and rigorously checked for corruption. If it was found that the Foundation Establishment pill did not reach the disciples, the offender would face light punishments in the law enforcement hall and severe penalties, such as being stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. If this trend continued, who would still be willing to serve the sect, leading to a situation where there would be no successors? Not everyone could rely on talent alone to break through to Foundation Establishment. Chen Xiong rode on his sword with the big black cow. The Foundation Establishment pill in the vial had been swapped out. It was now a white, unmarked Foundation Establishment pill that he had painted black with a medicinal liquid. In that old house, Ji Kuan, with a sharp gaze, remained calm and patient each day, waiting for Chen Xiong's arrival. Whoosh! A beam of sword light came from the distant horizon, and Ji Kuan smiled. That large black shape could only be the big cow, as it always liked to stay behind Chen Xiong. Ji Kuan. Chen Xiong saw the figure in front of the house and suddenly burst into laughter. Master Uncle Chen. Ji Kuan deeply bowed with cupped hands, and this title was filled with deep emotion, sorrow, relief, hope, and profound gratitude. We've come to deliver the Foundation Establishment pill to you. Moo. They descended on their sword, joy in their eyes, and took out the jade vial, ready to hand it to Ji Kuan. However, Ji Kuan remained bowing and did not rise. This Foundation Establishment pill was no longer too important to him, even if he couldn't break through. Having a friend like Chen Xiong was enough to leave him without regrets in this life. Quickly take it. Chen Xiong used a spell to lift him up. But he and the big black cow were suddenly horrified, their eyes widening simultaneously. At that moment, Ji Kuan was weeping bitterly, tears streaming down his face. But he didn't make a sound. His nose bubbled up, and when he inhaled, it broke with a pop. The scene was too beautiful, and Chen Xiong and the big black cow couldn't help but hold back laughter, their stomachs shaking. Yet they maintained their composure and respect for Ji Kuan. Not laughing out loud. Quickly take it. Remember, You still owe me 2,000 contributions, Chen Xiong said with a smile, pulling out a brocade bag from his storage pouch. If Ji Kuan succeeded in Foundation establishment, he could open it and then destroy it after reading. Yes, Master Uncle Chen. Ji Kuan carefully took it, not even asking the reason. He took out a magical artifact from his storage pouch. Master Uncle Chen, this is yours, but I will never owe you those contributions. Oh, what magical artifacts can we use in the Spirit Herb Garden? Just return the contributions when the time comes. Moo. Both Chen Xiong and the big black cow shook their heads, indifferent. Ji Kuan frowned, determined to return this magical artifact to Chen Xiong today, but unexpectedly. Chen Xiong let out a sharp cry. Old cow, up on the sword, quickly retreat. Moo. Whoosh. Whoosh. A cloud of dust blew by, and Ji Kuan was left with a mouthful of dirt, standing dazedly in place, watching Chen Xiong and the big black cow disappear into the horizon, speechless for a long time. What a fast and carefree retreat it was. Hee, Master Uncle Chen, cow brother, who exactly are you? Ji Kuan looked at the sky with a faint smile, warmth flowing in his heart. After Chen Xiong and the big black cow did not return to the Spirit Herb Garden, they went to the alchemy hall. Having heard that Senior Sister Zwa was there today, she was a master alchemist, and many Foundation establishment pills for inner disciples were produced by her. Old cow, be a bit more emotional. Yes, be a bit sadder. Chen Xiong adjusted the cow's head, and the big black cow drooped its head, eyes filled with sorrow, constantly lowing softly. Beautiful, just like that. Chen Xiong coughed and immediately changed his expression, as if a cow had died at home, leading the big black cow in a mournful manner into the great hall. A sense of desolation and frustration surrounded them, and passing disciples were alarmed. What happened to Master Uncle and his spirit beast? When Zwa Ying heard that Chen Xiong sought an audience, she was surprised to see their appearance. Could it be that the Spirit Herb Garden was destroyed? However, Chen Xiong said, Senior Sister Zwa, this is a matter of helplessness. The techniques in the contribution hall are too expensive and do not suit my constitution. I wonder if there are any common Foundation establishment techniques available? Zwa Ying was taken aback upon hearing this. She was genuinely amused by Chen Xiong, her eyes sparkling like clear water, with a graceful smile on her lips. When I registered you, I overlooked that there are too few people with the 5 elemental spirit roots. The sect hall did not prepare such techniques. Chen Xiong awkwardly cupped his hands, knowing that such techniques were too low level to even make it onto the sect hall stage. Junior brother, wait for me a moment, Zwa Ying said softly, and then a fragrant breeze passed, disappearing in an instant. Chen Xiong and the big black cow felt their eyelids twitch. Was this the footwork? They really wanted to incorporate their strength and speed into Foundation establishment spells, but they had yet to find a way. Before long, Zwa Ying returned, holding a book of techniques. Junior brother Chen Xiong, this 100 refinements of the 5 elements technique is a gift for you. Foundation establishment techniques often come with special spells. But although this one has nothing particularly special, it does come with a small footwork spell called 5 Elements Shadow Escape. I believe it is quite suitable for someone like you, who cultivates spirit herbs. While your combat skills may not be strong, having footwork for self-protection when you leave the mountain is beneficial. She raised her hand, and the technique flew through the air, landing perfectly in Chen Xiong's hands. Chen Xiong and the big black cow were greatly moved, and he solemnly said, Thank you, Senior Sister Zwa, for your gift of the technique. Although women could affect their cultivation speed, a wealthy woman would not, as she would only provide herself with an even better technique. Moo. The big black cow also lowered its head, constantly thanking Senior Sister Zwa, truly deserving of being the deputy peak master, handling matters so thoroughly. This is what junior brother deserves. This technique is not precious. Go ahead. Zwa Ying smiled slightly. Similar techniques were too many, and the techniques for the 5 elemental spirit roots were increasingly being abandoned by more people. With the development of the cultivation world, resources were gradually depleting, and it was no longer the era of tens of thousands of years ago. Many spirit herbs had already gone extinct, and those with 5 elemental spirit roots found it hard to even establish their foundations today. Many high-ranking figures in the Qian kingdom have drawn the same conclusion. The massive consumption of ancient cultivation resources was largely due to the 5 elemental mixed spirit root cultivators, as they consumed too many resources and were numerous. From the countless 5 elemental spirit root cultivation methods that have been passed down, their speculation is certainly not unfounded. These methods are not only ordinary, but also quite useless. However, Chen Xiong and the big black cow treasured this greatly, constantly exclaiming on the way that there are still many good people in the world, and they would remember this favor. Old cow, why can't we become deputy peak masters? But my senior sisters we can? Moo? Because of charisma. Does this alchemy hall lack a late foundation establishment cultivator? Otherwise, only my senior sisters Zhua can bear that responsibility. If there were a vote, I would be the first to vote for senior sisters Zhua. Moo moo. The big black cow's eyes brightened, excitedly nudging Chen Xiong. It also wanted to vote for senior sisters Zhua. Ha ha. Laughter rang out on the road, a huge stone lifted from their hearts, finally solving the issue of techniques. And they walked joyfully towards the spirit herb garden. Chapter 75. The three-point line of cultivation life. Chen Xiong was about to sing on the way when the big black cow suddenly indicated that it needed to relieve itself. And he instantly frowned. What does that mean? He stood by the roadside staring at the big black cow, whose expression was grim. After holding it in for a long time, its black face flushed red. Chen Xiong squinted slightly, feeling that something was off. He stepped forward, approaching the big black cow under the tree, and gently saying while holding its ear, "Listen to me, moo." The big black cow trembled in shock, letting out a terrified scream, and finally released a thunderous fart. "Oh no, damn it. You old cow, just die. Moo." The big black cow ran wildly, glancing back as it ran, its pupils constricting violently. Chen Xiong was chasing it with a machete, dust swirling around him, exuding a murderous aura. Countless disciples were scared and fled in all directions, and this senior uncle looked pained, with veins popping on his forehead as he chased a mad cow. They only stopped when they reached the entrance of the spirit herb garden. Chen Xiong revealed a bloodthirsty smile, nodded to the two senior brothers nearby, and then dragged the big black cow into the spirit herb garden. From that day on, the spirit herb garden in Huichuan stream was filled daily with the sounds of ghostly wails and the painful cries of the big black cow. As if it were undergoing immense torture, life finally became calm. Chen Xiong and the big black cow began their formal cultivation, eating their unique foundation-building pills and absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. Their cultivation improved daily. Although slow, it was promising. They remained patient, savoring each advancement in their cultivation, constantly consolidating and discussing. The big black cow was becoming increasingly adept at writing with the object manipulation technique. They would swallow a foundation-building pill, and the next interval could be a month or even several months, not at all chasing after the lifespan of the foundation establishment stage. Old cow, there are many things to do. Let's follow the cultivation plan and don't get flustered. Moo moo. They sat cross-legged on the grassland, their eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of profound mystery. Their eyes were calm, and the surrounding lush grass swayed without wind, filled with rhythm and cadence. Chen Xiong and the big black cow began a three-point linear lifestyle, practicing techniques in the morning, meditating, and breathing, as Chen Xiong said. The plan for the day lies in the morning, with the rising sun bringing purple qi from the east. The big black cow believed Chen Xiong's words deeply and sometimes even got up earlier than him. After foundation establishment, its energy increased significantly, and even its memory improved greatly. They now didn't sleep as long as they used to. This novel feeling left Chen Xiong constantly amazed. The leap in life levels was indeed comprehensive and terrifying. In the afternoon, they practiced formations and talismans or read books, and at night, they practiced body techniques and basic five-element escape techniques, occasionally tending to the spiritual herbs. Keeping their schedule packed, the mountain pigs and chickens were raised without plans to eat them, making the spirit herb garden lively. Unsurprisingly, the big black cow became their leader, taking them out for exercise daily, sometimes mooing anxiously, which made Chen Xiong laugh heartily. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. 2.5 years had gone by. Chen Xiong and the big black cow added all 3 longevity points to their magical power. The order in the mortal realm of the Qian kingdom was no longer chaotic. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he worked diligently and sent out troops to suppress criminals everywhere, with countless evildoers being executed or hanged in the vegetable market. The clash between the Wu kingdom and the Qian kingdom finally ended, with both sides beginning to withdraw their troops, leaving countless corpses at the border. The world was draped in mourning. However, the true clash between the two countries had just begun, transitioning from the mortal realm to the immortal cultivation realm. The 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom were now in a state of alarm, recalling many cultivators from outside, and it was unclear what they were brewing. The Wuyun sect often had golden core cultivators soaring into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in an instant, and a storm was brewing within the entire sect. There were also many good news coming from within the sect, such as Ji Kuan and others successfully establishing their foundations, adding several key figures to the sect. Today, a man stood outside a cave dwelling with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was sculpted with distinct features, and his long, dense black hair seemed unruly. But the sharpness revealed in his eyes made people wary. Junior Brother Chen, Junior Brother Niu, I have successfully established my foundation. If anyone in the sect dares to bully you, I, Ji Kuan, will not let them off easily. Ji Kuan's aura was strong, his eyes glinting coldly, causing the surrounding ancient trees to tremble under the impact of his presence, dropping countless green leaves. Su Yedong chuckled. Ji Kuan slightly raised his head, a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes. Now he had a place among the outer sect's deacons, but that woman was still under the jurisdiction of that elder. Ji Kuan frowned slightly. Killing her was easy, but handling the aftermath without leaving hidden dangers was troublesome. The outer sect's deacon factions were complex and large. He couldn't let anyone have the same leverage over him as before. Junior Brother Chen said to open this item after I establish my foundation. Ji Kuan solemnly took out a brocade pouch from his storage bag, inside which was a piece of paper filled with writing. It read, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Ji, on successfully establishing your foundation. However, it is better to resolve enmities than to create them. She's just a chi refining stage female disciple. Why put yourself in danger? As a foundation establishment cultivator, we should adhere to the sect rules." As Ji Kuan read this, he raised an eyebrow. Junior Brother Chen didn't say this back then, and he began to waver in his heart. Did he really have to let go of his hatred? He fell into a conflict between his thoughts. But he truly didn't want to go against Chen Sun's intentions, so he continued reading. That elder back then had only believed the woman's slander. Senior Brother Ji should prepare a gift and explain the matter well. I believe that after you establish your foundation, the elder will give you this face. We are all fellow disciples, and there is no need to make things awkward. The road ahead is still long. Ji Kuan's heart tightened, and his frown deepened. Apart from Su Yetong, he hated this person the most. Did he really have to go and seek his support? But Junior Brother knew that Senior Brother Ji had quite a high pride, so no matter what happened, he had to lower his stance when he got to that elder's cave dwelling and not offend the senior. In the end, he hoped Senior Brother Ji would stick to his original intention and make great strides on the path of cultivation. Ji Kuan read every word, and his heart finally calmed down. His gaze became deeper and deeper. The words of Junior Brother Chen were filled with goodwill, with no loopholes, and very much in line with his character. Anyone who read the contents would find no problem, and even Ji Kuan felt the same. He sighed deeply, knowing that Junior Brother Chen was doing this for his own good, having received such a great favor from him, even if he let go of his hatred. What was the harm in enduring a little grievance? He immediately burned the paper and began to prepare a gift. Chapter 76, Su Yedong's Unexpected Death. 2 days later, Ji Kuan personally went to the entrance of Elder Dai's cave dwelling to apologize, but he stood outside for a whole hour before being allowed in. He was slightly angry, but he recalled Junior Brother Chen's words and forced a smile. Inside the cave, a scolding voice echoed, but every time Ji Kuan wanted to get angry, he would think of Chen Sun and had to keep smiling while explaining. Finally, the scolding voice grew quieter, occasionally replaced by bursts of laughter. Elder Dai said that the matter had passed, and that Ji Kuan was very considerate. He truly saw the sincerity. The matter of that chi refining stage female disciple was also to be let go, and there was no need to stir up trouble again. He didn't want to slap his own face, and he could guess Ji Kuan's intentions to some extent. However, Ji Kuan was completely unconcerned, merely stating that it was for the sake of the apology and had no other intentions, nor did he harbor any intent to harm fellow disciples, indicating that he had let go of his hatred in his heart. Elder Dai was quite satisfied with Ji Kuan's character and continuously revealed intentions to recruit him. This person is a talent, adaptable, and just breaking through the foundation establishment stage, with great potential. Ji Kuan also kept joking, merely saying he needed to consider it, as it was a significant matter related to his future, but there was no intention of confrontation. Elder Dai also expressed understanding, telling Ji Kuan to think it over carefully and promised many benefits, with every word carrying a tone of appreciation. He even said that no matter whom you choose in the future, based on your actions today, our grievances can be wiped clean. And he showed Ji Kuan what it means to be magnanimous. On his way back, Ji Kuan wore a deep expression, constantly recalling every word from Chen Xiong. He felt like he had grasped something, yet it seemed incomplete, murmuring to himself, "In the end, stay true to your original intention, which is now." The original intention must be to kill that woman and then join Elder Dai's archenemy, Elderly, who is also a major force among the outer sect deacons. Completely unafraid of this person. However, that woman definitely cannot be killed. Even Elder Dai could guess what he wanted to do. A few days later, Ji Kuan officially announced that he would join Elder Li's faction. Upon hearing this news, Elder Dai's blood pressure immediately rose, and he couldn't calm down for several days, becoming increasingly angry as he thought about it. In the following days, Ji Kuan, having come from a loose cultivation background, showed bravery and strength far beyond the sect's disciples, continuously making contributions to the sect, which greatly pleased Elderly. Even during gatherings of outer sect deacons, Elderly constantly mentioned Ji Kuan, saying that the outer sect needed such daring individuals, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Elder Dai's blood pressure rose even higher, his thoughts becoming increasingly convoluted, and he felt a deep frustration, thinking Ji Kuan should clearly be under his command. He recalled Ji Kuan's sincere apology on that day, each word heartfelt, and indeed, there were many doubts about the events of that year, with even the sect's law enforcement hall not reaching a conclusion. Elder Dai gradually turned his ire towards Su Yetong, believing this person had instigated the situation, causing him to lose a foundation establishment general. Meanwhile, Su Yetong was awakened every night by nightmares, as Ji Kuan had broken through to foundation establishment, and it would be easy for him to kill her. A Qi refining stage disciple at the 10th level. Yet Ji Kuan had never sought trouble with her, which only increased her fear. It was a heart-wrenching act. As his reputation among the outer sect deacons rose, her anxiety increased daily. She would have been better off being killed outright. However, she had already prepared a backup plan. Even if Ji Kuan dared to kill her, she was ready to drag him down with her, as the sect would surely find out it was Ji Kuan who did it, even if she died. But Ji Kuan remained silent. While she was tormented to madness by his rising reputation, sometimes disheveled, and would even scream upon encountering a man. In her frenzy, she claimed to others that Ji Kuan wanted to kill her and eventually sought refuge with Elder Dai. Upon seeing her, Elder Dai became even angrier. Ji Shitty, junior brother Ji, hadn't he taken her seriously at all, and her frantic behavior only disgusted him. Subsequently, Elder Dai assigned her several dangerous tasks. And Su Yetong finally met her end during an accident, her body devoured by a monster, leaving no trace behind, a truly tragic conclusion. This small matter did not stir any ripples. It was too normal for a Qi refining stage disciple to die while on a mission. Ji Kuan had an impeccable alibi during another task. After returning to the sect, many who sought favor with Ji Kuan remarked on how well-deserved her death was, claiming they had always known Ji Shu, Uncle Ji, was wronged. Even because of her death, Ji Kuan's grievances were cleared. Countless outer sect deacons cursed Su Yetong, asserting that Ji Shu could not be wronged by such a petty person. Ji Kuan, now filled with killing intent and a cold demeanor, completely ignored these sycophants. Instead, he returned to his cave residence, where a great shock stirred in his heart, and a look of astonishment finally appeared on his cold face. He had witnessed her madness among the outer sect deacons, finding it quite enjoyable, and was glad he hadn't acted impulsively. If Brother Ji couldn't return, I would have dealt with her, making her disappear without a trace. The sect would never find any evidence. Congratulations to Brother Ji on successfully establishing his foundation. But it's better to resolve enmities than to create them. She was just a Qi refining stage female disciple. Why put oneself in danger? As a foundation establishment cultivator, we should adhere to sect rules. Ji Kuan kept echoing Chen Xiong's words, his astonishment deepening, his pupils trembling. That naive junior brother who always smiled while leading the Black Bull. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Brother Chen is so pure. Ji Kuan sighed, shaking his head, realizing he had strayed too far, having stayed too long among the outer sect deacons, imagining the most important person in his heart to be like that. Smack! He gave himself a hard slap, cursing himself silently. Chen Xiong was the last pure land in his heart, and no one could pollute it, not even himself. However, seeing that woman meet such a tragic end, he exhaled a breath of relief. It was truly satisfying. Now he had joined Elder Li's faction, making things difficult for Elder Dai every day. Because of his apology and having never paid any attention to that woman, Elder Dai had never targeted him. Ji Kuan couldn't help but feel that Chen Xiong's words were increasingly correct. He had truly avoided a great deal of trouble. He held a sound transmission talisman in his hand, heading towards the sect's spiritual medicine garden. Today, Chen Xiong was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when the sound transmission talisman suddenly glowed faintly. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a smile. Realizing Brother Ji had resolved all troubles, he personally welcomed Ji Kuan into the cave residence in the spiritual medicine garden, and the latter was amazed by the beautiful scenery. Feeling relieved to see Chen Xiong and the Black Bull living so comfortably, they chatted a lot, recounting their experiences over the past 6 months. And neither mentioned the woman's matter. Hearing the big Black Bull beside them wide-eyed, it turned out there were so many dangers outside the sect. And even evil cultivators existed. Chen Xiong also found it thrilling, with laughter echoing in the cave residence. Ji Kuan, who had been serious, was continuously amused by them. How did such dangerous matters become so amusing in Brother Chen's mouth? For example, do evil cultivators really practice cultivation? What do they look like? Do they eat spirit beasts? Do they always wear black robes and cackle? And other series of strange questions. The big Black Bull was horrified while resting his head on Chen Xiong, but his eyes showed curiosity, wanting to hear more. Then they went to the contribution hall together. And the two did not hold back, giving all the items for the formation to the big Black Bull. If Chen Xiong hadn't hurriedly stopped him, Ji Kuan would have spent all his contributions. However, in front of outsiders, they still maintained the sect's rules. With the capable being prioritized, Chen Xiong as the senior brother and Ji Kuan as the junior brother, leaving no handle for anyone to grasp. But in Ji Kuan's heart, Chen Xiong and the big Black Bull would always be his junior brothers. They were not good at fighting. And if there were any accidents, he would risk his life to protect them. Even during the Southern Dipper Mountain expedition years ago, Ji Kuan always believed they were blessed by fortune, not merely relying on martial prowess. Every 20 years, there would be such individuals among the various sects during the Southern Dipper Mountain journey. Chapter 77. Killing intent like a cold wind piercing the bone in the following days. Whenever Ji Kuan returned from executing tasks outside the sect, he would come to find Chen Xiong and the big Black Bull to chat, as this was the place where he felt the most relaxed. Especially when he saw them all doing well, he always felt a strange sense of inexplicable comfort, as if he was at ease working hard outside. Chen Xiong and the big Black Cow were also very curious about the outside world. Every time Ji Kuan came, they listened with great interest, laughing and joking nonstop. Ji Kuan even occasionally took the big Black Cow to the contribution hall, causing Chen Xiong to shake his head and sigh. Really can't keep such a big cow, huh? In the end, Ji Kuan discovered a major problem. The Black Cow had yet to establish its foundation. How was that possible? He said coldly, "Don't worry, junior brother Nyo. I'll fight for a future for you in the outer sect. This Spirit Beast Foundation establishment pill won't cost you tens of thousands of contributions. Senior brother Ji, we have the Spirit Beast Foundation establishment pill. We have it." Moo. Chen Xiong and the big Black Cow quickly stopped him, sensing that senior brother Ji seemed to be risking his life. Thankfully, after showing Ji Kuan their Spirit Beast Foundation establishment pill, he finally felt at ease. However, he still said loudly, "Junior brother Nyo, even if the foundation establishment fails, it's no problem. With me around, we can exchange it later." Chen Xiong and the big Black Cow were deeply moved, watching senior brother Ji leave from outside the Spirit Herb Garden, hoping for his safe return each time. They then turned and resumed their cultivation plan. As time passed like a song, the years flew by like flowers, and before they knew it, it was already the 10th year since Chen Xiong and the big Black Cow arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden. During these years, the Five Elements sect had been ringing with the sound of morning bells, as a great cultivator at the Golden Core stage had passed away, causing countless people to lament. Even 1,000 years of life could not withstand the ravages of time. The sect was filled with a bleak atmosphere. A pillar had quietly fallen, and many people had yet to recover from the pain of this loss. The Five Elements sect was far from peaceful. It was only the predecessors who carried the burden and moved forward, and in unseen places, every disciple was benefiting from their grace and protection. Chen Xiong and the big Black Cow had also performed rituals for their predecessors, and Chen Xiong had crafted a wooden coffin from the wood of the crane spirit tree. Together they carried the coffin, blowing the swona and ringing the bells, paying their highest respects to their predecessors with a village-style funeral. Although they had no direct connection and it might seem insignificant, it was their heartfelt gesture. Afterward, they set up a big pot, boiled water, and the atmosphere was filled with infinite sorrow as they began their meal. They also added 7 longevity points to their magical power, and the debts of the alchemy hall were finally paid off. With their base salary and the stipend from the Spirit Herb Garden, Chen Xiong calculated that they earned about 1,000 contribution points a year, truly a fortune, relying on their own and the old cow's cultivation skills to support the family. Without stealing or robbing, they felt completely at ease. The big black cow successfully established its foundation last year and even registered at the Spirit Beast Hall, now having an identity of its own, walking with an air of confidence. It kept writing on the ground, prompting Chen Xiong to call out junior brother Nyo to give it a try. Chen Xiong, in a good mood, complied with the big black cow's wishes, which excited it so much that it jumped up, mooing and rubbing against Chen Xiong. In the Spirit Herb Garden of the sect, compared to the usual tranquility, today the Huiquan stream exuded a tense atmosphere, as if the grass and trees were soldiers. The big black cow looked nervous, constantly glancing around. So many Chen Xiong's. They all looked different, each wearing a bandit mask and sneering, some walking on the water's surface, others on the tips of grass, and some on giant rocks. It spread its spiritual sense around, but all these Chen Xiong's were merely aggregates of spiritual energy and magical power, all fake and unable to move. How could the old cow be fooled by such low-level illusions? Moo! The big black cow roared in anger, and a blazing fire shot into the sky. The flames at the center began to explode in all directions under its spiritual control, emitting a tearing howl of terrifying magical power. Whoosh! Whoosh! One by one, the Chen Xiong's were instantly engulfed by the flames, turning into countless wisps of green smoke that dissipated into the sky. The big black cow grinned. This was the foundation establishment stage. The magical power was incredibly terrifying, and it hadn't even used its full strength yet. Clang! A loud clanging sound echoed, and the big black cow suddenly narrowed its eyes, staggering back a few steps, its body surging with a 5-colored magical power shield, blocking a surprise attack from a mountain-splitting axe. This was the significant advantage of the foundation establishment stage, as long as there was magical power within. The magical power shield could be activated at any time to block fatal damage. It was no longer the small shield of the Qi refinement stage, which could only block wind and rain like a thin film. Of course, if the defense was broken, it would be the end. But the physique of the foundation establishment stage had also significantly improved. Ordinary knives and guns could hardly inflict damage, and it was no longer as fragile as in the Qi refinement stage. The 5 elements escape technique had perfectly combined with their speed. Previously, they would often run in a straight line and couldn't stop in time, with the big black cow frequently crashing into trees. Now, it was incredibly agile, with controlled speed. And they even felt that this technique was comparable to that of senior brother by Shi back in the day. The murderous intent was like a cold wind, piercing the bone marrow. At this moment, the sound of sonic booms echoed all around, and after each phantom, a Chen Xiong would appear. However, the big black cow was not at all flustered. It gradually calmed down, its emotions settling. Chen Xiong had taught it to remain calm during battles. Otherwise, the upper hand would be lost. Moo! The big black cow's eyes gleamed coldly. It spotted Chen Xiong hiding under a spirit tree in the distance. Whoosh! The big black cow transformed into a long rainbow and sped away, its body so agile that it left behind many black cow phantoms and wooden avatars. In an instant, it reached in front of Chen Xiong, swinging a hoof with a roar. But Chen Xiong revealed a cruel smile. Old cow, you've fallen for it. Boom. Moo. The big black cow let out a startled cry, its eyes wide in disbelief as it stomped down on a phantom, then forcefully struck the big tree, leaving a giant hoof print. Shimenhani, you die. Chen Xiong shouted loudly, weaving through countless phantoms, emitting a strange, eerie laugh. Fireball technique. Chen Xiong suddenly appeared not far behind the big black cow, forming a hand seal, and a rain of fire began to pour down. With the control of his spiritual sense, it surged like a dark red fire dragon, giving the big black cow no chance to evade. Just as he spoke, the dark red fire dragon quickly closed in on the big black cow, seemingly about to collide. But at that moment, inexplicably, the big black cow's body suddenly twisted violently. The big black cow merely grinned in mockery. Who can't use the basic 5 elements escape technique? The fire dragon instantly engulfed its body, turning into countless wisps of green smoke that dissipated. Damn it! Chen Xiong felt a bit exasperated. This Shimenhaniu was indeed a tough opponent. His gaze sharpened as he observed more and more big black cows around. Moo! With another mighty roar from the big black cow, it suddenly appeared on the water's surface, the sound of thunder echoing, and an indescribable aura began to rise. In an instant, 5 array flags settled in the 5 directions. A fierce wind arose, like sharp blades sweeping everywhere, countless Chen Xiong's being swept into fragments of magical power, gradually revealing its true form. Old cow, damn it. We agreed not to use formations. Chen Xiong said furiously, word by word. How dare you play me? Moo moo. The big black cow happily bounced around. You taught me this. It's called deception in battle, with the strength to lift mountains and the aura to cover the world. Moo. A scream echoed as the big black cow was thrown into the water again by Chen Xiong. Then it stealthily pulled Chen Xiong down into the water, and they began to splash and play in the water. In the end, Chen Xiong was granted the right to speak, declaring Chen Xiong the winner. He laughed wildly in the water, continuously slapping the big black cow. Shaman black cow, you are still too inexperienced to play tricks with your brother's son. Chapter 78. The imagination of creating unique techniques and spells. Moo. This time, the big black cow was furious, its nose making huffing sounds. All right, I'll admit you won. I'll admit you won. Moo? Really, hurry up and come up. Chen Xiong slowly came ashore, his magical power evaporating the mountain stream water on his body. A thick white mist rising, making him instantly clean. The big black cow shook its sturdy head, disliking the idea of using magical power to dry off, preferring to air dry naturally, and even casually chewed on some grass. Old cow, this basic 5 elements escape technique is amazing. Chen Xiong sat by the shore, taking a deep breath, completely exceeding their expectations and utterly different from what they had imagined. Moo. The big black cow nodded in agreement. The original technique was by no means about flying through the sky or escaping the earth. It was just a small spell of the chi refining stage, using the way of the 5 elements to transform into a small magical avatar, which could do nothing but confuse the enemy and escape. For example, in the water, borrowing the spirit of water to transform, or borrowing the spirit of earth on the ground, and so on. However, they had not used their true strength just now. Their magical avatars were incredibly real. Although they couldn't move, they could split into hundreds of forms until their magical power was exhausted, making it truly hard to distinguish between real and fake. But if they casually touched the avatar, it would only dissipate into a wisp of spiritual energy. Coupled with the 5 elements escape shadow, it was simply perfect, allowing them to traverse among the avatars, a surefire way to escape. Even the old cow's magical shield was enhanced by magical power and defense. Chen Xiong had struck with all his might before, and the shield remained unshaken, only pushing the old cow back a few steps at most. Old cow, we shouldn't underestimate these chi refining stage spells. Moo? Can you create a technique that benefits so many in the cultivation world? If we charged copyright fees, others would have gotten rich by now. Moo moo. The big black cow was startled, realizing that was indeed the case. It didn't understand copyright, but it knew that even spells like the small fireball were beyond their ability to create, let alone for so many people to cultivate. Therefore, we need to study various small spells more. These are the crystallization of countless predecessors' wisdom, and that is the true long-standing inheritance. Chen Xiong said seriously. They didn't have such good conditions and luck to compete for those good techniques and spells. These small spells are easy to acquire, and we can cultivate them easily. There must be commonalities. In fact, they had explored many cliffs and uninhabited caves in search of supposed opportunities while flying around every day. But they found nothing. Although they did pick up a few nice-looking stones, which made the trip worthwhile. The key was that Chen Xiong and the big black cow were extremely happy, exclaiming that they had gained. As for those so-called great spells and good techniques, they were all inherited items of others, passed only to disciples and not to the sect's contribution hall. Only the relics of foundation building and golden core cultivators who had passed away without heirs were stored in the contribution hall for foundation building cultivators to exchange, so that their passing would not become meaningless. If they only thought about relying on themselves, they had to make great contributions to the Wuyun sect. As this was not a benevolent hall, they exchanged mostly books or small spells and various low-level materials, with no thoughts of high-level techniques and spells. Chen Xiong and the big black cow were just ordinary members among countless foundation-building cultivators in the cultivation world. Great opportunities and benefits would not fall upon them. Moo? The big black cow nudged Chen Xiong, surprised. Moo moo? Integration and comprehension. Old cow, With our limited talent, shouldn't we work hard? Chen Xiong smiled slightly next to the big black cow. Our defense has withstood even the last time's meridian disorder. If we add more in the future, we can try the operation routes of spells and techniques. Moo! The big black cow exclaimed excitedly. Chen Xiong was absolutely right. They were no longer novices in the cultivation world. Creating unique techniques and spells required testing countless operation routes. If they went wrong, they could easily fall into madness or ascend to immortality, causing the whole sect to suffer. Moreover, it also wanted to try numerous formations stacked together. Currently, they often clashed and backfired, but luckily they had the magical shield to avoid countless damages. Now, even setting up two small formations stacked together was difficult. Every day was a struggle, and there were no shortcuts, just gradual accumulation of experience. Moo moo. The big black cow was anxious, its head continuously nudging Chen Xiong. It took out the basic formation encyclopedia from its storage bag, along with a few formation books that senior brother Ji had brought back from outside, which it had treasured in the big straw hat Chen Xiong made for it. The big black cow's eyes widened, pointing at the books with its hoof and mooing loudly. It had just entered the basics. Don't worry, old cow. You are the most talented master of formations I have ever seen. You will definitely succeed. Chen Xiong understood its meaning, speaking with a tone and gaze full of certainty, without any hint of perfunctory. I'll work on techniques and spells, and you can focus on formations. Although they may not be strong, at least we can learn something, right? Moo. The big black cow stared with wide eyes, nodding vigorously. Chen Xiong was incredibly smart. There was no one smarter than him in the world. However, this was not something that could be accomplished by mere words. It required practicing countless small spells and spending a lot of time summarizing, which cultivators hardly had enough lifespan for. But Chen Xiong's expression was calm and unhurried. He paused here and slowly looked at the big black cow, which also slowly looked back at him. What we lack the least is time. Moo. They gazed at each other affectionately, their lips curling up gradually, their mouths becoming increasingly crooked, and in the end, they even started to compete to see who could make their mouth crooked the most. In the years that followed, they went to the contribution hall every year to exchange for small spells, such as Morning Wind Technique, Ice Valley Technique, Five Leaf Technique, and so on. The big black cow constantly swapped for those small materials for formations, which were worn out severely. Chen Xiong also began refining tools, as exchanging for materials was always cheaper than trading for finished products. They used up all their contributions every year, and in the end, the elders of the contribution hall couldn't stand it anymore, sending a few small spells to Chen Xiong, truly not wanting to see this junior brother waste contributions like this. Little did they know, when Chen Xiong received them, he was overjoyed and grateful, promising to come back next year. The big black cow also continuously bowed its head in thanks. There were always many good people in the sect. All the elders of the contribution hall were stunned. Chen Xiong and the big black cow fell back into busyness, arranging their daily lives fully, especially as Chen Xiong increasingly found these small spells powerful, simply ingenious. Most importantly, having 5 elemental roots had a great advantage. They could cultivate any spell without too many taboos. Aside from the spells being slightly less powerful than others and consuming a bit more energy, there was not much difference. The big black cow was also practicing formations, with its mooing sounds echoing constantly. Once a cow had a goal, life would become more meaningful. Chapter 79. When in doubt, choose to escape. However, the Wuyan sect is slightly better, as everyone does their own thing, seemingly not reaching the heights of the 10 great sects. Nowadays, the murderous aura on Ji Kuan has become stronger, and he is now able to touch upon the situation between the two countries, telling Chen Xiong that there are currently no problems, but he doesn't know much. Chen Xiong also asked Ji Kuan to help him find any body-refining techniques, as he has broader connections outside, while the Wuyan sect doesn't have such techniques at all. Ji Kuan was shocked upon hearing this and hurriedly advised Chen Xiong to focus on his cultivation, as body-refining doesn't contribute to cultivation level, especially since Chen Xiong doesn't engage in battles. Although he said that, he agreed to help, and during the years when he went out on missions, he paid special attention, but only brought back some mundane body-refining techniques. Chen Xiong accepted them seriously, showing no signs of disappointment, only telling Ji Kuan to stop searching, as these were already enough. Today, 2 figures entered the Huichuan Gorge spiritual herb garden, both being early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, their eyes carrying a sense of solemnity. However, their robes were not gray but a bluish white, indicating that they were direct disciples of a certain peak master, with status comparable to that of Foundation establishment elders and much higher seniority than Chen Xiong. Junior brother Chen Xiong, Black Bull, Lu Yuan, and Shi Jing greeted with cupped hands and smiles, their eyes captivated by the scenery of the spiritual herb garden, overlooking the undulating grass slopes with streams running through them. However, they both showed surprise at the sight of so many healing treeswood piled up everywhere. In front of several caves in the distance, various colorful strange stones were displayed, shining brightly as if they had been polished daily. They had thought that Chen Xiong would live quite elegantly, but after seeing the chicken and pig pens further away, they realized they were mistaken. Junior brother Chen Xiong was just like he was back then. A gentle breeze began to blow, causing countless blades of grass to lay flat on the ground, reflecting the two figures wearing straw hats. Chen Xiong approached with a smile, accompanied by the big black bull. Haha, brother Shi, sister Lu, is there something you need? Chen Xiong laughed loudly. A few years ago, after they established their foundation, they had visited him and the big black bull once. But it was only outside the spiritual herb garden, and they left in quite a hurry. The big black bull also smiled and greeted them. We're here to bid farewell to junior brother Chen, Shi Jing said, a strange look flashing in his eyes, as he felt that Chen Xiong's temperament was quite special, carrying an indescribable charm. Farewell? Are you going far? Chen Xiong asked the two, casually removing his straw hat. He knew that many Foundation establishment cultivators would leave the sect to seek opportunities. Yes, we're going to the imperial city of Qian Kingdom to settle some mundane matters. Shi Jing nodded gently, having become much more composed, but under that handsome exterior, he seemed to possess even more charm. Brother Shi and I both come from the imperial city. Our families have some connections with the Wuyan sect, Lu Yuan said somewhat gloomily. Unable to hide her emotions like the big black bull, Chen Xiong and the big black bull were shocked. Figures of such stature in the mundane world, they had only ever met the local magistrate. Brother Shi, sister Lu, this is great news. You can go back home for a visit, Chen Xiong said calmly, but he felt that their emotions were not very high. By the orders of our master, from now on, we must part ways between immortality and mortals, they said in unison, their eyes filled with struggle. Junior brother Chen, does embarking on the path of cultivation truly mean severing mundane feelings? Lu Yuan asked weakly, looking up at Chen Xiong, missing her mother, who was still alive. Shi Jing also turned his gaze to Chen Xiong, revealing a hint of expectation. They had just established their foundation and did not fully understand their master's intentions. The big black bull also turned to look at Chen Xiong, as it subtly understood why Chen Xiong wanted to take it on the path of cultivation. After all, Chen Xiong had once loved staying in the mundane world, enjoying even the simple pleasure of blacksmithing. I'm not as experienced as your master. She would never harm you, Chen Xiong said with a smile under the three expectant gazes, surprising them. The two sighed slightly, and Lu Yuan quickly changed the subject, saying, does junior brother Chen want to go with us to the imperial city? The Qian Kingdom's dynasty is quite grand. This was indeed their true purpose for coming here, inviting Chen Xiong and the big black bull to join them on the journey. Moo. The big black bull's eyes widened. The imperial city of Qian Kingdom must be larger than Panning City. Brother, sister, where is the imperial city of Qian Kingdom? Chen Xiong also widened his eyes and asked, as he and the big black bull had never been to any big places. Besides, the imperial city of Qian Kingdom, he hadn't even been to the capital in his past life, leaving a big regret in his heart. In Jinfeng Prefecture, separated from Jiang Prefecture by 2 states, the journey is quite far. If junior brother Chen travels with us, you can experience the local customs along the way, Shi Jing said, his eyes filled with hope. Junior brother Chen was quite an interesting and kind person. They all hoped to take Chen Xiong and the big black bull along. Moo? The big black bull nudged Chen Xiong, who was still considering. Brother Shi, sister Lu, it's not that I want to refuse you, Chen Xiong said with a struggling expression, regretfully, but the big bull and I have made a cultivation plan. And we can't leave for now. We've already used up twice the time of an incense stick. The big black bull nodded seriously at the two. This was true. For example, how to combine the fireball technique with the iceball technique. The path of ice and fire was a long way ahead. For instance, why the different foundation establishment techniques operate so differently within the body was a big question. How to layer these micro-formations, and most importantly, if it's not too much trouble, could the two senior brothers and sisters bring me back a map of Qian Kingdom? Chen Xiong cupped his hands, his tone carrying a mix of seriousness, anticipation, and sincerity. The two were initially listening intently, thinking how hard-working junior brother Chen was, and they hadn't considered these things. However, they were suddenly pulled back to reality by his last statement. Jing had almost gotten lost in thought, awkwardly smiling. Junior brother Chen, you don't need to be too polite. We'll take care of the map. Junior brother Chen, Jing is quite high in status. Lu Yuan said with a light laugh, covering her face, always appearing like a little girl. That's great. I was worried about troubling you too much. Chen Sun sighed in relief, thinking that having powerful connections was indeed good. He then smiled. However, if there's an opportunity in the future, we can travel together. Then, Junior brother Chen, it's a deal. Junior brother Chen, you said it. I'll remember it. And Black Bull, you heard it too. They exclaimed together. Moo. Chen Sun laughed heartily, taking a few steps forward. I wish you a smooth journey, but since I am older than you, I still want to give you one piece of advice. Please say it. Junior brother, they replied solemnly, their eyes bright. When faced with indecision, retreat is the best option. Chen Sun said, emphasizing each word, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. This was undoubtedly a significant life lesson. Jing and Lu Yuan were both stunned, then exchanged glances, smiles appearing in their expressions. Indeed, junior brother Chen. Afterward, they bid farewell to Chen Sun and the Big Black Bull, starting their journey back home. Chen Sun and the Big Black Bull watched them leave, and after a while, they closed the barrier, and the narrow path began to slowly fill with mysterious fog. Chapter 80. Others compete for time. We sit and watch the clouds. They sat directly on the grass, and Chen Sun lay back, feeling the cool breeze against his face. Lost in thought. Moo? The Big Black Bull nudged Chen Sun. Old bull, do you want to hear my answer? Moo. My thought is that if it's family and friends, there's no need to separate the immortal from the mundane. Chen Sun said softly. In 100 years, mortals experience too many partings of life and death. Yet aren't they still living happily? Pain is ultimately temporary, and even ordinary people do not dwell in the past. The Big Black Cow nodded seriously. When they were in the small village, they had sent off many people, and the families of the departed were doing well. However, the lifespan of someone in the foundation establishment stage is only about 400 years. If their state of mind is too affected, their master might worry it would hinder their cultivation. Chen Sun smiled slightly, looking towards the sky, which was vast and pristine, with white clouds drifting gently, like sails floating on the sea. He continued to murmur, to sever mortal hearts. What is a mortal heart? Aren't we all human? This cultivation world is still about human emotions and affairs. How is it any different from the mortal realm? Moo. The Big Black Cow nudged Chen Sun hard. That wasn't what it wanted to hear. What are you doing? Chen Sun feigned anger, pretending to be confused. Moo. The Big Black Cow huffed out a breath and nudged Chen Sun again. I still have a furnace of pills left to refine, Sheeman Black Bull. We'll meet again another day. Chen Sun lay on the ground, clasped his fists, and his figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. Moo. The Big Black Cow shouted angrily, quickly chasing after him, but Chen Sun brushed it off again. In the distance, a person and a cow began to tussle, occasionally shouting, Old bull, we are different. We are immortal. Are we supposed to play with nesting dolls in the mortal realm, sending people off every day, and then sigh like you? Do I have nothing better to do? Moo. The Big Black Cow roared, and Chen Sun exclaimed as he was nudged into the air. Damn it. Chen Sun shouted angrily. I know what you want to hear. Fine, I'll tell you. Moo moo. The Big Black Cow grinned. It loved to hear Chen Sun tell stories, quickly standing obediently beside him and stopping its antics. Brother G's matter involves life and death. It's different in nature. If handled well, it will just be a small issue, and it won't affect anything. Chen Sun does things according to his whims. He hasn't reached the height of a sage yet. He never speaks of cause and effect with friends and never seeks any return. Cause and effect are for dealing with strangers. Even if Ji Kun encounters an accident now, we have no regrets. We have done what we could and will never interfere with others' paths. But when it comes to matters like Sister Lu and Brother Shi, can I speak carelessly? My advice is, never give life advice to others. Chen Sun said irritably, we are immortal. Can our mindset be the same as others? Others are only fighting for the moment. We don't compete or grab. We are not from the same world. If we randomly feed others chicken soup, what if it poisons them? We just need to live our own lives well, like Lu Feng. Do we really have to force feed him a foundation establishment pill? The Big Black Cow continually rubbed against Chen Sun, understanding, but when it came to the chicken soup they made, it showed confusion, but it's not poisonous, old bull. Cultivate. In the future, we will rush to the imperial city, and I will buy some good fabric to make you a robe. Moo? Moo moo. Of course it's real. The imperial city has the best things in the world. We'll go broaden our horizons later. Haha. Moo. The big black cow jumped up happily. Chen Xiong was the best at making clothes. They then continued their cultivation plan together. Suddenly, spring deepened, then shallow summer, then cool autumn, then cold winter. Time passed unnoticed in cultivation. Immersed in it, they did not feel the years fly by. It had been 30 years since they said goodbye to Shi Jing and Lu Yuan. They were sad for a short time after returning, but Chen Xiong comforted them a bit, made them a good meal, and then they said their farewells to prepare for closed-door cultivation. Chen Xiong and the big black cow also thoroughly understood a saying. Cultivators spend a lot of time on cultivation and seeking opportunities, and perhaps their lives are not as exciting as 100 years of immortal. Meanwhile, in these years, a genius youth had emerged in the Wuyun sect, cultivating to the late foundation establishment stage in less than 100 years. However, no one thought about the heavenly spirit root aspect, as the Wuyun sect publicly claimed it was a girl. But this person was arrogant and overbearing, looking down on fellow cultivators of the same generation. He even challenged older cultivators, but was taught a lesson by the peak masters, instantly becoming much more subdued. However, wherever he went, there was a flurry of excitement, with junior brothers and sisters chasing after him. This situation caused many foundation establishment cultivators in the Wuyun sect to frown secretly, feeling quite indifferent towards this person. However, from his demeanor and tone, Chen Xiong and the big black cow believed he was like a child, having never experienced the hardships of society. The difference between having entered the world and not was indeed vast. Living longer didn't mean one's mind matured more. For instance, a child who remained motionless for 1,000 years in cultivation would likely have their temperament and experiences unchanged. However, this was just a small matter for them. Chen Xiong had already been recognized as the weakest in combat among the foundation establishment circle, with spells meant for the qi refining stage. Moreover, their cultivation methods were common. Ordinary people would not be targeted by geniuses and strong individuals. They simply worked quietly in the Wuyun sect. In these 30 years, Chen Xiong originally wanted to add all his longevity points to his mana, but after reaching 51, he found that no more warmth flowed within him. They discovered that even in the foundation establishment stage, there was indeed a threshold. They had to allocate the remaining longevity points to defense, which was quite important for enhancing their techniques and spells, as it could protect their meridians. Their current longevity points were Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Mana 51, Defense 32. Chen Xiong and the big black cow never felt particularly strong or that they needed to rely on fighting to temper themselves. Even though their spell enhancements had reached a terrifying level, they walked through the world, content to be ordinary, not actively offending others. And having the ability to protect themselves was enough. They didn't need to prove that invincible heart. Their aspirations were not in that direction. Today, in the spirit herb garden, Chen Xiong's expression was calm as he stepped out of the cave, and behind him, waves of void rippled suddenly, and phantoms appeared, as if invisible roars were rising. A breeze swept across the surrounding grass, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the entrance of the herb garden. As if merging into the 5 elements of heaven and earth, each step was like a distance of 1,000 miles. The big black cow let out a soft call, silently appearing beside Chen Xiong. Although its speed was fast, it no longer had that piercing sound. "Old bull, let us go," Chen Xiong said with a faint smile. The big black cow held the rope in its mouth and handed it over to Chen Xiong. They were surging with immense mana, and their spiritual sense had greatly increased. They were now mid-foundation establishment cultivators. However, foundation establishment pills no longer worked, and they could not continue to advance their cultivation. Chen Xiong and the big black cow exchanged glances, but the mana within them was slowly diminishing, and their realms began to gradually decline. Their cultivation was ultimately only slightly more advanced than when they first broke through. As they walked along the road, Chen Xiong said, "Old bull, after summarizing these years, I have finally determined a direction. Moo? 1 spell, 1 body refinement technique, 1 movement technique, 1 cultivation method, 3 mountain opening axes, and a few detection techniques. For now, that's enough." A mysterious smile spread across Chen Xiong's lips. One can't chew too much. For example, starting with the fireball technique and infinitely enhancing it. Combining various minor spells to create new spells, I have tried for so many years without a hint of success. I have not yet reached that level. However, in terms of advancement, having practiced so many spells and exploring based on those operational routes, I have grasped a spark of inspiration and have already begun to put it into practice. Chapter 81. Sending Brother Lufeng to ascend the big black cow, let out a moo. And Chen Xiong spoke with reason. The world of cultivation is filled with countless spells, and there is no end to the cultivation. However, the big black cow's eyes gleamed with joy, as it had recently made some progress on the path of layered formations and had grasped a hint of inspiration. The two figures gradually moved farther away, quickly disappearing outside the medicinal herb garden. The weather today was gloomy, with a light drizzle falling, and countless disciples quickened their pace, the whispers among them dwindling. Chen Xiong walked gently past them, leading the big black cow, as raindrops pattered against the faint glow of their magical shield, unable to get close at all. Old cow, it's time to reckon the days. It's already late autumn. I senti it. Moo. They spoke softly, their eyes calm as they passed by the roadside, catching glimpses of many nameless sceneries in the mountains, where leaves had already fallen everywhere, no longer vibrant as before. It was unclear how long they had walked, but Chen Xiong led the big black cow to the residence of the disciples in the law enforcement hall, where a wooden house was surrounded by people, all bearing a downcast demeanor. Lufeng had left quietly, like smoke drifting away with the wind, without even a chance to say goodbye. Although many disciples had complained that Brother Lufeng was too talkative and meddlesome, now that he was gone, countless people came to see him off. Old cow. Although we interacted with few people, Brother Lufeng was truly an impressive person. Moo. Moo. Brother Lufeng spent his whole life cultivating for his ideals, and now he has achieved completion. Chen Xiong looked up at the overcast sky, happily clasping his hands. This is the path that Brother Lufeng pursued, not the so-called realm of cultivation. Moo. Moo moo. The big black cow also looked at the sky, somewhat confused, but still happy for Brother Lufeng. Whether in the Nine-Star Valley or the Wuyun sect, countless people were chasing after that elusive realm and power. Only Lufeng seemed to be chasing after those who were chasing, urging his junior brothers and sisters day and night to cherish their time, while he himself was not moved by longevity or benefits. Chen Xiong and the big black cow had seen too many people of mediocre talent, who would willingly accept their fate. Even the once rotund brother, though he had come to terms with it, was merely seeking more enjoyment in the mortal world. Lufeng was just an ordinary person with average cultivation talent. He did trivial tasks in the sect, which could be said to be thankless, and sometimes he would be secretly scorned and mocked by disciples. Yet, Lufeng was destined to be a fleeting glimpse in the long years of Chen Xiong and the big black cow. They felt no sadness, no grief, just like quietly appreciating a meteor falling from the sky, from prosperity to downfall, then to shattering. Chen Xiong smiled faintly, his eyes seeming to understand that parting in death need not only be painful, sorrowful, or regretful, and there was no need to deliberately avoid it. It was best to let it be. Old cow, let us go. Seeing so many people seeing him off puts my mind at ease. Brother Lufeng must feel comforted by this, for what he did was meaningful. Moo moo. They both wore smiles as they headed toward the contribution hall. The weight of lingering sorrow was heavy, easily leading to decay, compounded by the indifferent winds and rains, the autumn rain lightly falling. The two figures gradually disappeared in the hazy drizzle. Countless people in the distance had not noticed anyone passing by. The two figures seemed to leave no trace behind. However, as they passed a spirit tree, their footsteps halted, and their breathing suddenly became sharp. The mountain axe at Chen Xiong's waist trembled, and the big black cow's horns quivered. Their gazes were seemingly drawn in, fixated on the spirit tree, suddenly shouting, "Crane spirit tree, old cow, what are we waiting for? Move." Moo. Boom. Boom. A loud cloud of dust erupted, and the two figures gradually left, leaving only countless raindrops pattering against the fallen crane spirit tree, creating a series of popping sounds. Inside the contribution hall, some elders were greatly troubled, wondering why this disciple was once again leading the black cow spirit beast. Over the past 30 years, if it weren't for the duplicates, the small spells within the sect would have been exchanged entirely. The key was that this disciple seemed tireless, as if possessed, and they couldn't convince him. What good were these small spells to those in the foundation establishment stage? However, today Chen Xiong did not exchange small spells, but instead traded for some alchemical formulas for the chi refinement stage, which relieved many elders. It seemed this disciple's interests had shifted again. They had all heard that this disciple managed the medicinal herb garden, and they could understand his somewhat eccentric personality. But Chen Xiong's true purpose was not to study those formulas. He wanted to exchange for the formula of the 3-yuan pill. The 3-yuan pill greatly benefited the cultivation of those in the mid-foundation establishment stage, but the pill poison was severe, and it was not advisable to consume too much. This was something he had heard while assisting in the alchemy hall. However, this formula was exceptionally expensive, requiring 10,000 contributions, but they weren't in a hurry now to avoid raising suspicion and attracting unnecessary trouble. As for the so-called pill poison, Chen Xiong had studied it and found that the pills he refined did not seem to have this issue. They had only cultivated some seeds from each spirit herb in the herb garden and planted the same-aged spirit herbs, and the great formation had shown no reaction. They had already thoroughly tested it. Many of these spirit herbs had unknown effects, but they recognized them. However, there were definitely no such spirit herbs in the qi refinement stage formulas, so it was better to be prepared. Upon returning to the medicinal herb garden, the grass continually undulated. Chen Xiong changed into a different outfit, picked up a swana, and the big black cow was adorned with bells. They raised the coffin again. Old cow, the sense of ritual in life is essential. Let us send Brother Lufeng off to ascend with the highest ceremony of our little mountain village. Moo moo. As soon as the words fell, a mournful sound of the swana erupted, and the big black cow vigorously shook the bells, beginning the rites. Their expressions were solemn. Such matters must never be taken lightly. One person and one cow busied themselves for most of the day. The deceased had passed, and now it was time to eat. Chen Xiong took the mountain axe, and, together with the big black cow, went hunting, causing the wild fowl in the medicinal herb garden to breathe a sigh of relief. In the mountains, a series of rumbling sounds echoed, making the disciples flying on swords jump, quickly taking a detour to avoid disturbing their uncle, who was chopping wood. Deep in the forest, everywhere lay fallen giant trees. Chen Xiong looked coldly at the crane spirit tree and suddenly turned to ask, "Old cow, do you still have any merit left?" Moo moo. Hearing Chen Xiong's words, the big black cow was startled, and a burst of magic emerged from its hooves, instantly bringing out the merit ledger they had prepared over the years. According to Chen Xiong, the big black cow was too casual with its merits, and it needed to be recorded. Its pupils widened in anxiety as it flipped through the merit ledger, a light sweat breaking out on its head, as if it had used it all up when performing rites for the Golden Core stage uncle last time. Moo moo. The big black cow continuously issued low sounds, looking at Chen Xiong with hope. Alas, it seems we're out. Chen Xiong sighed softly, suddenly remembering something. Old cow. We can only owe the heavens and Buddha merits now. We must act quickly regarding Brother Lufeng's matter. Moo? Moo moo? Of course, we can owe, but we must repay later. It's difficult for us to accumulate merits in the sect right now, and the heavens and Buddha will understand. Moo. The big black cow stood up excitedly, believing that the heavens and Buddha would surely forgive it. Moo moo. Old cow, let us hold a ceremony. In the next life, Brother Lufeng will definitely be an extraordinary super spiritual root, establishing his foundation in a day and achieving Golden Core in a month, invincible in the world. Chen Xiong sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, murmuring incantations, as his magic quietly flowed out, and the surrounding blue smoke curled up, becoming increasingly professional. Moo. The big black bull let out a loud snort and took out an incense burner, flower petals, and a few talismans from its storage bag. It kept mooing and running around Chen Xiong, acting as the atmosphere team, filling the air with a lively vibe. They spent half a day in the mountains, with Chen Xiong carrying wood and the big black bull carrying wild beasts, both looking quite pleased and returning to the medicinal garden with a bountiful harvest. The two guards outside the medicinal garden increasingly found it hard to understand them. This Chen Xiong seemed to have no characteristics of a cultivator, looking completely like a mortal. And his black bull spirit beast was even more ridiculous, having none of the traits of a foundation-building spirit beast, resembling a rural old cow. Chapter 82. Wherein the world is not home. As the sun rose and set, time gradually passed, and Chen Xiong and the big black bull became happier. Sometimes, the two senior brothers outside the medicinal garden would secretly envy them. They really knew how to enjoy life, seemingly having no pursuit for cultivation. They would fly out on their swords with something big in their eyes, and not long after, joyful screams could be heard from the sky, engaging in hunting and logging. Everything was included. Strangely, they often returned with several beautiful big stones. making this junior brother and his spirit beast so happy that they didn't even know what they were saying. Perhaps in the world of cultivation, without the pursuit of realms, there seemed to be no worries. As time flowed and years settled, in the blink of an eye, it had already been 20 years since Lu Feng ascended. Every year, Chen Xiong and the Big Black Bull would go to pay respects, as the sect had prepared a resting place for these disciples. It was a mountain peak, standing with the tombstones of countless generations of disciples, called Xianin. They had added their longevity points over the years to defense and the essence of all things. And life was becoming increasingly peaceful. They always remained uncontentious and never offended anyone, being quite kind-hearted. It was truly hard to find a reason to trouble them. Their current longevity points were Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 22, Magic Power 51, Defense 50. However, the collision between the cultivation worlds of the Qian Kingdom and the Wu Kingdom suddenly ceased, reportedly preparing for some major event. Yet, the momentum on both sides was quite strong, and neither was willing to yield, starting to set up formations along the borders of the two countries. The Southern Dipper Mountain Secret Realm also officially announced its closure, to reopen in 500 years, as it must not allow the medicinal herbs to go extinct. This rule had long been established, and everyone could understand. But once this news came out, cries of despair erupted from various sects. Stirred by this matter and filled with fighting spirit. What to do without cultivation resources? The only option was to go to war with the Wu Kingdom. Some sects had even more fighting spirit than the 10 major sects, seeing it as a great opportunity for rise. Throughout the history of the cultivation world, every sect's rise and every great cultivator's emergence was absolutely inseparable from resource competition. No matter how good one's cultivation aptitude was, as long as they were human, they could never resist such temptation. Who wouldn't want to progress faster in the limited flow of life? The path of cultivation has no end. Chen Xiong learned about these news during a meeting at the sect's council hall. The sect leader mentioned that a major battle between the two countries' cultivation worlds would eventually happen, and this enmity was not new. He also urged the foundation-building cultivators within the sect to prepare early, with everything led by the orders of the 10 major sects. As the two countries' cultivation worlds would be at war, and all major sects must not shirk their responsibilities. The news was finally confirmed, and all major sects began to prepare, with some sending people and some contributing spirit stones, leading to a great upheaval in the entire Qian Kingdom's cultivation world. At that time, Chen Xiong was still holding a wooden cup filled with precious herbs like goji berries, also adding 2 spirit herbs for health purposes. Although this essence of all things seemed to have no adverse effects on the body after use and rest, the psychological trauma was quite significant. Especially since they were starting to cultivate spirit herbs daily, health matters could not be delayed, and they brought it everywhere to drink a couple of sips. Chen Xiong had studied medicine with Ning Si for many years, so he naturally could not waste it. He even hung a small wooden barrel on the Big Black Bull's head, making a long straw for it to drink whenever thirsty. The Big Black Bull was very happy about this for several days, writing on the ground that it felt its cultivation improved. But the effect was undeniable after drinking. Their mental wounds were slowly healing, which was quite effective. Chen Xiong was originally sitting at the end of the seat, listening attentively and sipping on health tea. Upon hearing this news, his cup shook, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. The Big Black Bull was squatting beside him, and they exchanged a deep glance. The resource competition between the two countries was finally about to begin. After the council meeting ended, both Chen Xiong and the Big Black Bull hurriedly began to prepare everything. If they could fight, they would fight. If they couldn't, they had to prepare an escape route. However, both countries were in a preparation stage. A war in the cultivation world wasn't just about shouting to start fighting and rushing in headlong. Wuyun Sect, Huiquan Stream, Medicinal Garden. Chen Xiong took out a map of the Qian Kingdom, which was brought back by Shi Jing, but his brows furrowed deeply. A large map was laid out in midair, and Chen Xiong and the Big Black Bull stood at opposite corners, looking at various places on the map. To the north of the Qian Kingdom was the Wu Kingdom. To the south was the boundless vast mountain range, marked on the map as having frequent appearances of great monsters, while the other side was unknown. To the east of the Qian Kingdom were various countries, along with large areas of desert, but none of their national strengths compared to the Qian and Wu Kingdoms. To the west of the Qian Kingdom was unclaimed land, with the vast and endless Tian-Duan Great Plain. Shi Jing had mentioned that there might be a superpower on the other side, several times stronger than the Qian Kingdom. "Old Bull, what do you think?" Chen Xiong murmured. his gaze becoming profound. Damn it, this world is really big. Moo? The big black bull questioned, feeling a bit excited and anxious every time it looked at this map. It thought, these places might take a lifetime to traverse. If we can't handle it, we must prepare a retreat first. We will never overreach. Old bull. Chen Xiong suddenly shouted, his eyes filled with inexplicable excitement. You see where we should run, just point one out. As long as we are together, we can go anywhere. There's south no place that isn't home. Moo moo. The big black bull suddenly ran over excitedly, resting its head on Chen Xiong and nuzzling against him. Ha ha. Damn it, old bull, hurry and point one out. Chen Xiong tightly hugged the big black bull, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Their hearts were pounding, staring blankly at the map. In such a vast and magnificent world, perhaps longevity truly was wonderful, and it became even more meaningful. Plus, with each other as companions, supporting one another, that feeling was something most people could never experience. Moo. The big black bull stretched out its front hoof, pointing towards the west, then looked at Chen Xiong. It thought to itself that the north was definitely not an option, and the south was too dangerous with great monsters. There were too many countries in the east, and Chen Xiong had told it stories about them. It would surely be a land of flames and unending strife. Only the west remained. If there truly was a superpower at the end of the vast plain, then the order must be quite stable, and everyone would be reasonable. All right, old bull, if there really is a problem, we'll head west. Nobody can stop us. Damn it, whoever chases us will die. Ha ha. Moo moo. The big black bull roared in anger and instantly dashed out, preparing to pack up their belongings, ready to run at Chen Xiong's command. But unexpectedly, Chen Xiong shouted, Old bull, what are you doing? Moo? It's not now yet. The two countries' cultivation worlds haven't even started fighting. Why are you panicking? If we can't win, we can run, but we still have to go to the battlefield. Moo. The big black cow smiled excitedly, momentarily forgetting itself and quickly stopping in its tracks. Chen Xiong shook his head with a smile, his gaze still fixed on the map, which had many blank spaces, likely indicating the locations of various major sections. These places must be kept at a distance to avoid bumping into any dirty things and attracting unnecessary trouble. Now, the general map of the 9 provinces of the Qian Kingdom was already in his mind. Although the details were scarce, he could still roughly discern the directions. Chen Xiong carefully folded the map away. He cherished gifts from others immensely. Even a wooden carving represented someone's goodwill. Chapter 83. Shooting stars fall like rain. A terrible omen 2 days later. As the sun set in the west and dusk descended, a bright moon rose slowly, bringing with it a starry night sky. On the main peaks of the Wuyun sect, figures emerged, bustling and crowding together, all gazing up at the sky with astonishment in their eyes. The mountains loomed dark like iron, majestic and grand like a vast ocean, with countless disciples of the Wuyun sect flying on swords, suspended in midair. Their eyes filled with disbelief. The noise and extravagance seemed to vanish. The tranquil night complemented by the gentle moonlight, all was silent. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the quiet night, leaving behind a beautiful arc in the sky. However, at that moment, more and more meteors appeared in the deep blue night sky. Tens of thousands of shooting stars descended like shining ribbons, illuminating the entire heavens. Although fleeting, the meteors appeared in increasing numbers. The night sky became resplendent, as if the horizon was continually cracking. The colorful meteors streaked by faster and faster, but also more and more appeared, piercing through the dark night, lighting up the entire Yuzhou mountain range. Silence. The entire mountain range was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The already eerie atmosphere suddenly became suffocatingly still, causing hearts to race. The disciples on the mountains and the ground were stiff with shock, staring in awe at this magnificent spectacle in the sky. Boom. At last, a tremendous uproar surged through the mountain range, filled with gasps of astonishment. Shooting stars falling like rain. Wasn't this the scene from Legends? An omen from beyond. This is a bad sign. A disaster is imminent. Is something terrible about to happen in the cultivation world? How could this be? Suddenly, the silence of the entire Yuzhou mountain range shattered by the roars of astonishment. Waves of sound surged into the sky, with many disciples losing composure and shouting. On the main peaks, Golden Core stage cultivators stood in midair, frowning as they gazed upward. They exchanged glances, their expressions slightly changed, then continued to focus on the heavens above. The meteors continued to drag their brilliance as they flew past at high speed. constantly bursting forth with the accumulated splendor and shock of a lifetime, brewing brilliance in the night sky. These meteors came from unknown origins and headed to unknown destinations, endless and dreamlike. However, there seemed to be one place whose atmosphere clashed with the tense atmosphere of the mountains. That was the Huichuan Stream's medicinal herb garden. There, a young boy was continuously standing on the ground, excitedly shouting, with a black cow beside him also mooing excitedly. They appeared quite happy, rather than lamenting. Wow, old cow. Wow. Moo. They embraced each other in excitement, continuously pointing at the countless dazzling meteors in the sky, a breathtaking sight they had never witnessed before. Junior brother Chen Xiong, come out quickly. Junior brother Chen Xiong, we must enjoy such a spectacle together. Chen Xiong's communication talisman vibrated continuously. With a wave of his hand, a ripple spread out, and a barrier opened, revealing two figures walking over. It was Shi Jing and Lu Yuan. They remembered their promise from the beginning. If there was an opportunity, they would travel together. Shi Jing had starry eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a strong aura, with a faint aura of malevolence swirling around him, indicating he had reached the foundation establishment stage, and the sect would now allow these sheltered flowers to go out and train. Lu Yuan casually draped her long hair over her back, lightly tying it with a silver ribbon, exuding an ethereal lightness, having matured significantly. Senior brother Shi, senior sister Lu. Ha ha ha, let us go, let us go. Moo. Chen Xiong and the big black cow joyfully said. At that moment, a mountain chicken quietly passed by. They had just been playing outside. Little did they know that Chen Xiong walked past it nonchalantly, when suddenly a large hand reached out to grab it. Chen Xiong shouted, "Old cow, fire up, quick." Moo. The mountain chicken was horrified, flapping wildly, but could not escape that iron claw-like hand. The man and cow worked with such skill that in no time, the aroma filled the air, even using spells, leaving Shi Jing and Lu Yuan dumbfounded. Let us find a good place. I'll go call junior brother Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan? Is that the prominent outer sect steward? I think I've heard of him. Yes, we all came from the 9-Star Valley together. We were even on the same flying boat back then. Moo. They rode their swords and quickly passed through the medicinal herb garden. Outside the herb garden, even the two guarding senior brothers were no longer in a meditative state, all looking up at the sky with expressions of shock. This phenomenon had lasted too long. It was certainly not a good omen. Not just the Wuyan sect, but disciples of the 10 major sects and various cultivation sects, as well as loose cultivators, all showed expressions of fear. The legend of stars falling like rain was far too numerous, but it was never a good thing. From the royal family of the Qian kingdom to the common people, everyone walked out of their homes, faces full of terror, igniting heated discussions nationwide. Such a phenomenon was simply a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, enough to leave a significant mark in history. Everyone in this generation was witnessing history. The ancestors of the 10 major sects emerged from their seclusion, standing in midair, and terrifying waves of magical power echoed above each sect. Their expressions were grave. A celestial omen had appeared, a terrible sign. This phenomenon might not only affect the Qian kingdom and the Wu kingdom, several ancestors vaguely speculated. Could it be that ancient legendary place is in trouble? However, in their circles, only a few phrases were passed down. No one knew exactly where that place was, only that it seemed very far away. At the Wuyan sect, inside the mountain gate, countless disciples erupted with wave after wave of tremendous noise, extremely chaotic. The intense uproar swept through the treetops on the peaks, producing bursts of whooshing sounds, resonating endlessly under the night sky. Ji Kuan was also within the sect tonight. He stood in an open area, gazing at the sky, his expression cold and stern, emanating an air that kept others at bay. The surrounding outer sect steward disciples kept their distance, fearful of Ji Shu, who was quite a terrifying figure, having no idea how many cultivators he had killed with his fierce aura. Because of his handsome and cold exterior, a foundation establishment stage junior sister once sought to become his Dao partner. However, she was ruthlessly rejected. Ji Kuan left behind a cold statement. I already have someone to protect in my heart. It is difficult to promise you. I will wait for you. The junior sister left with a heavy heart after saying this, departing in solitude. Ji Kuan was currently admiring the magnificent celestial phenomenon of the night, feeling quite uncertain in his heart. In this boundless universe, life was ultimately small and humble. Suddenly, his communication talisman emitted a faint glow. He slowly furrowed his brows. using his divine sense to probe, and a smile unexpectedly appeared at the corner of his mouth. A beam of sword light rose, heading in a certain direction. Whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding outer door disciples were shocked. The expression of Uncle Master Ji just now was actually one of joy. They couldn't imagine what kind of matter could make such a person happy. Chapter 84. The 100-year grand event of the Qian Kingdom in the city of Yushu. On a mountain peak above a cliff, four people and a black cow stood, with mountains sprawling beneath their feet, creating an expansive and lofty atmosphere. It's so shocking. I've never seen such a celestial wonder. So beautiful, so splendid. Senior brother, junior brothers, look to the east. The black cow, come here quickly. Moo. But it seemed to also represent an ominous sign. Senior brother Chun, junior brother Niu, you must be careful. They spoke to each other, their eyes shimmering with confusion. Their understanding shallow, not as deep or extensive as those of the seniors. However, the other three would occasionally mention terrifying legends about this celestial phenomenon. What are you afraid of? Old cow and I have been locked up in prison before. If something earth-shattering really happens, we can't run anyway. So we might as well enjoy it. Moo. Chen Xiong, holding the big black cow with one arm and laughing heartily, used his other hand to hold a chicken leg, while the big black cow occasionally took a bite. Huh. Junior brother Chen has been to prison? Lu Yuan exclaimed. Isn't that something only bad people experience? Shi Jing and Ji Kuan looked at Chen Xiong with dumbfounded expressions. He seemed like a good person. Of course. It all started when I was a child, working with Old Cow in Panning City. Chen Xiong began to boast, and the big black cow danced beside him, eager to add a few words. The mountain wind howled in their ears, and the surrounding trees rustled, like the deep breathing of the mountains, creating a mysterious and distant feeling. At this moment, the marvelous and surreal starry sky was still streaked with shooting stars, so free and lively. Chen Xiong continued to narrate. In the end, it was the great Lord of the Sky who released me and Old Cow. Moo. Ha ha. The three of them shook their heads and laughed. Chen Xiong's storytelling was quite exaggerated and clearly false. Lu Yuan even covered her face and lightly chuckled, her cheeks slightly flushed. Was junior brother Chen and the black cow always this optimistic? Boom. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. A slight tremor was felt in the vast starry sky as countless massive meteors shot down, shining white light and leaving a momentary radiance in everyone's eyes. Wow. Old cow. Lift me up. Hurry. Moo. The big black cow stood up at once, lifting Chen Xiong onto its head, and Chen Xiong sat on the cow's shoulders, gripping its horns. They gazed at the meteor shower in the starry sky, standing on the edge of the cliff, their eyes filled with endless hope and confusion. Those who have passed should be up there, right? Old cow, quickly make a wish. It will definitely come true. This is a great thing. Moo. They suddenly closed their eyes, fully enjoying the mountain breeze, murmuring reverently. Shi Jing smiled and nodded slightly to Ji Kuan, who responded with a smile. Junior brother Chen's friends were his friends too. Lu Yuan sat at the edge of the cliff, and the silver ribbon was blown into Shi Jing's hand by the mountain wind. He carefully tied it for Lu Yuan from behind. The two had long harbored feelings for each other and sat together, gazing at the heavens, their lips curling into happy smiles. Ji Kuan stood at the back with his hands behind his back, his eyes reflecting the scenes of meteors passing by. But there was a sense of depth in his gaze. Hey, something's happening. Old cow, junior brother Ji, look. The originally serene scene was suddenly disrupted by a voice. When did we have a celebration? I'm quite knowledgeable about weddings. Haha. Moo. The big black cow also turned to Chen Xiong, puzzled. Why are those two sitting so close? Hey, junior brother Chen, that's not necessary. Shi Jing's face turned red, and he quickly moved a few steps aside. Matters between men and women must be approved by the master. Lu Yuan was left speechless by Chen Xiong's comments, burying her head down, already very shy. Even though she had built her foundation, her personality had not changed. Hee. Ji Kuan chuckled lightly. Woohoo. Moo. Chen Xiong shouted into the starry sky, and the big black cow followed suit, roaring along with him. Countless meteors streaked across the sky, both real and beautiful. As the roar faded, the entire mountain echoed with a wailing response. Come on, junior brother Ji, senior brother Shi, junior sister Lu, shout out. Such an opportunity won't come again for at least tens of thousands of years. Moo moo. Chen Xiong and the big black cow urged. If they didn't release themselves and make grand wishes now, when would they? The three of them changed their expressions, unable to keep up with Chen Xiong's thinking. How could cultivators engage in such mundane matters? But Chen Xiong was undeterred, urging the big black cow to lift each person up. Even Lu Yuan was not spared. In the big black cow's eyes, there were only other people and Chen Xiong, with no distinctions between genders. Ha ha ha, black cow. Moo. The cliff was filled with screams and a discordant, wild laughter, and in the end, they finally gave in. The four of them and the cow stood at the cliff's edge, continuously shouting to the heavens, their voices echoing in waves throughout the mountains. Only Chen Xiong and the big black cow's voices were the loudest, startling the other disciples who began to speculate. They began to chat at the cliff's edge, discussing only romance and not cultivation levels, all avoiding that topic. Surprisingly, this meteor shower phenomenon lasted an entire hour. Various countries were stirred up by this event, even leading to temporary chaos. Disciples from Wu Yun's sect were also discussing it continuously, with a large number preparing to return to cultivate. Gaining even a bit of strength meant more self-defense. The Yuzhu mountain range gradually quieted down, no longer as noisy and lively as before. The heads of the various peaks hurriedly traveled through the air towards the main hall, which was already brightly lit. On a certain cliff, Chen Xiong and the others had not yet left. Next year is the Qian Kingdom's 100-year grand event. The city of Yushu will surely be quite lively. Shi Jing said thoughtfully, looking at everyone. Junior sister Lu and I will go. I wonder if you two junior brothers will go. I will follow elderly. The outer door steward. An order has already been issued, Ji Kuan replied coldly, glancing at Chen Xiong. The grand event lasts a year. With 3 auction events hosted by the 10 major sects, and many people from other countries will also attend. Our master will go as well. Lu Yuan smiled and said, by the time we reach the foundation building stage, our master will let us see the world. I heard there will be battles between the geniuses of various sects, as well as flower fairs and a series of grand events. Once this was said, Shi Jing's aura became much sharper. This was one of his purposes for the trip. Engaging with the geniuses of various sects and gaining insights through battles was much faster than closed-door cultivation. This was a truth understood by all who had participated in the sect competition. Of course, Chen Xiong and the big black cow were exceptions. Chen Xiong looked at the others, his expression slightly awkward, and politely asked, hee, why have an old cow and I heard about this? Moo? The big black cow also looked puzzled. Is there such a place on the map of the Qian Kingdom? Chapter 85. They came to see us. Shi Jing and Lu Yuan were momentarily stunned. Could it be that junior brother Chen Xiong doesn't socialize much? Isn't this common knowledge among foundation-building cultivators? Elders would naturally inform them. Ji Kuan frowned slightly, looking deeply at the bewildered Chen Xiong and the big black cow. A hint of pity flashing in his eyes, quickly concealed. Chen Xiong looked at their expressions and casually explained with a smile. I have had little contact with old Neo. Moo. The big black cow also snorted beside them, as they usually went out to play by themselves every day and didn't disturb others much. Junior brother Chen, no problem. You can take out the map and spread it out. Shi Jing said with a smile. As if sensing something, he quickly changed the subject. I will tell you where it is. Junior brother Chen and Black Cow, you are about to speak, when a divine sense pressed over. Yushu City is located on the west side of Qian Country, near the blank area of the Tianduan Great Plain. Shi Jing interrupted Lu Yuan with a single sentence. His gaze fixed on the map, pointing to a location. This is it, a large city formed by cultivators from various places. Thank you, senior brother Shi, for clarifying. Chen Xiong cupped his hands, his eyes revealing a look of realization, and his gaze fell on the map. Old Neo, look quickly, the city of cultivators is actually here. Moo Moo, the big black cow also sniffed and kept looking, as if trying to remember the scent so that it could find the way later. Junior brother Chen. Black cow, come with us. Shi Jing said sincerely, looking at the still curious person and cow, with the master accompanying, there should be no danger on the way. And there are also several senior brothers and sisters with us. He wanted to introduce some sect members to Chen Xiong, as someone like junior brother Chen was really hard to dislike. Senior brother Shi, the auction will surely require a lot of spirit stones. We don't have much spirit stones, so we want to join the fun for now. We also can't participate in the talents battle. We are really not good at fighting. Chen Xiong said with a smile, patting the big black cow that was still looking at the map. If it's not too much trouble, just bring back a list of auction items for us, so that old Neo and I can broaden our horizons. Moo Moo. The big black cow exclaimed excitedly. There must be many treasures they have never seen before. All right, I will definitely bring it back. Before Shi Jing could speak, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. This was just a trivial matter, but it seemed quite important to junior brother Chen and the black cow. Jing furrowed his brow slightly as he left with Lu Yuan, looking heavy-hearted, seemingly not as happy as earlier. On the cliff, only Chen Xiong, the big black cow, and Ji Kuan remained. Junior brother Chen, cow junior brother, are you looking for something? Ji Kuan said solemnly, standing behind them. If you need anything, I can help. Senior brother Ji is too polite. We just want to broaden our horizons. Chen Xiong turned around and smiled. Go ahead and be busy. Old Nio and I will stay a little longer. Moo moo, the big black cow called out with crescent-shaped eyes. They just wanted to see. In case they found something in the future that they didn't know what it was. No need. I will accompany you for a while. Ji Kuan said lightly, his gaze looking into the distance. In the night, it seemed that only the dim lights of the disciples' residences were visible. The moonlight tonight was also uneven. But light and shadow had a harmonious melody, leaving only the mountain wind wandering in solitude. Chen Xiong's expression was calm as he slightly clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at the surroundings, a vague aura flashing by. Ji Kuan looked at that figure. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiong sat down next to the big black cow. They had their shoulders together, laughing and joking. It seemed that the moment just now was merely an illusion. He silently accompanied them from behind, without saying a word. After an hour, Ji Kuan quietly left. Tonight's phenomenon, the Outer Gate's Deacon Hall was also going to hold a meeting. In this cultivation world, everyone seemed to be quite busy. At the edge of the cliff, the night wind was still howling, leaving only Chen Xiong and the big black cow. They looked reverently at the starry sky, filled with countless stars. Old Nio, I made many wishes. Today I can tell you a few. Chen Xiong said calmly, his gaze vacant. Moo, the big black cow exclaimed. It only made one wish, Moo Moo. The first one is, of course, that we are always together. Through life and death. Chen Xiong hugged the big black cow with one hand, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. The second one. I hope all our friends are doing well, even in the next life. Moo Moo, the big black cow nodded blankly. That wasn't the wish it made. It had a hint of urgency in its eyes. Why didn't Chen Xiong tell it that it could make multiple wishes? The third one, may we always be happy. Ha ha. Chen Xiong suddenly burst into laughter. Then his expression turned serious. Old village chief, old son, Master Ning, senior brother Le Fong, they all appeared just now. Moo? Falling stars are not a bad omen. That means their spirits in heaven are watching over us. Moo, the big black cow exclaimed excitedly. Chen Xiong would never lie to it. Indeed, they had only gone to another place, not disappeared. Its merits were definitely useful. Old Nio, we saw this phenomenon that happens once in tens of thousands of years. Don't you understand? Chen Xiong smiled broadly, looking at the big black cow. Moo Moo. The big black cow cheered happily, sitting beside Chen Xiong, constantly murmuring. One person and one cow sat on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the starry sky, whispering softly, as if there were endless words, and they didn't leave for the entire night. The next morning, the east was adorned with splendid dawn, and the air was filled with a mist like thin gauze. Old Nio, it's a new day again. Let us go. Moo. One person and one cow sprinted down, feeling the moist morning breeze, refreshed, with inexplicable excitement in their eyes. However, when they reached the front of the Spirit Herb Garden's formation, they were stopped by a middle-aged man, of medium build, with a square face and a somewhat haggard appearance. Junior brother, wait a moment, may we have a talk? The middle-aged man looked intently at Chen Xiong, his voice strong, surprisingly a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, who appeared ageless. He was filled with the fragrance of herbs. Evidently someone who also cultivated spirit herbs. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment, cupped his hands and smiled. Senior brother, please feel free to speak. The middle-aged man nodded expressionlessly. A magical power emerged, and the formation of the herb garden opened a path, also proving Chen Xiong's identity. However, Chen Xiong slightly shook his head, said neither humble nor arrogant. Senior brother, if there's anything, let us talk here. I'm not too fond of going to others' places. Then let us do as junior brother wishes. The middle-aged man said calmly, but his eyes revealed a hint of desire. The two began to negotiate in the spirit herb garden, and Chen Xiong's eyes also showed realization. So it's like this. Chapter 86. Time polishes. More charismatic, this person is named Su Wenlin, the manager of the initial Frost Lake Spirit Herb Garden. He once helped manage the Spirit Herb Garden in the Huiquan stream, and moved out after hearing that Chen Xiong came. He didn't want to miss this centennial event, and had some personal matters, wanting Chen Xiong to take care of the spirit herbs for him for at least a few years. Chen Xiong had also inquired and heard from the two guarding brothers outside that this person's temperament wasn't eccentric, just that his behavior had some quirks. Senior brother Su, I can agree to this matter, but there must at least be a witness, right? Chen Xiong showed a difficult expression, then smiled and said, and this initial Frost Lake Spirit Herb Garden also has an owner. Junior brother needn't worry. As long as you agree, I will immediately report to the Alchemy Hall. Su Wenlin's eyes remained calm. He understood junior brother Chun's meaning. The contributions each year would naturally count as junior brother S. And this wasn't a sect assignment. Moreover, he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Settling accounts clearly was a sign of respect for each other. Senior brother Su, I agree. Chen Xiong suddenly nodded vigorously. He was good at dealing with people, and he liked straightforward people. If brother Su wants to take advantage of him and the old cow, he will definitely find a reason to leave immediately. The lessons learned in the mortal world have been enough. They are not really friends and have no bonds. Brother Chen, straightforward. Su Wenlin cupped his hands, letting out a sigh of relief. He had already approached a few people, all of whom had turned him down. No one wanted to create trouble for themselves. Moreover, this once-in-a-century grand event must have many people who do not want to miss it. If it weren't for personal matters, he wouldn't have sought Chen Xiong's help. A year without spiritual herbs wouldn't be a big problem. Brother Su, let's go to the Alchemy Hall. Brother Chen, please. Su Wenlin's attitude changed. His tone became much more sincere, no longer that calm demeanor. 2 days later, Chen Xiong and the big black cow, along with the people from the Alchemy Hall, thoroughly inspected the initial Frost Lake spiritual herb garden. They had become quite knowledgeable about the growth of spiritual herbs. It was better to check carefully now to avoid any issues later being blamed on them. Better to be cautious than to make mistakes. Su Wenlin and the elders from the Alchemy Hall were left dumbfounded. This person and cow were too cautious. With the floating light, profound formation in place, there shouldn't be any issues with the spiritual herbs. Brother Su, you can rest assured. The caves here have restrictions, and we will not touch them. Mu, then thank you. Brother Chen. Su Wenlin cupped his hands and said calmly, his facial expression never changing. 2 more days passed, and after Su Wenlin finalized everything at the Alchemy Hall, he left, leaving behind a token and a sound transmission talisman. Initial Frost Lake Spiritual Herb Garden. At the center here was a large lake, like a flawless emerald, shimmering and reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, with clusters of spiritual herbs growing all around. The spiritual herbs here were completely different from those in their own herb garden, but the quantity was about the same, though they were rare. On the shore, the willows swayed gently in the wind, and the breeze brushed against the azure lake surface, creating slight ripples that were refreshing to the heart. Chen Xiong and the big black cow stood by the lake, gazing into the distance, both smiling knowingly. Old cow, let's cultivate some seeds from here. We will definitely need them in the future. Chen Xiong stood with his hands behind his back, taking a deep breath, feeling comfortable. The big black cow wagged its tail, its body and mind calm. It really enjoyed the scenery, especially when with Chen Xiong. Old cow, let us observe for a while and not do anything excessive. Since we've made contributions, we still need to take good care of the herb garden. Mu. Chen Xiong and the big black cow began to get busy. From now on, they would come here every day. Not only the spiritual herbs, but even the flowers and trees were well taken care of, maintaining their original state. Spring passed, and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by, and they had added their longevity points to the essence of all things. Today, the Wuyun sect was grand, with giant ships soaring through the air and spiritual beasts soaring in the sky, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere, with colorful rainbow lights shining over the Yuzhu Mountains. Except for the monks in closed-door cultivation, the rest of the Golden Core period monks stood in various places. Some disciples boarded the sect's favorable ships, traveling with their seniors to see the real world. Buzz buzz. The rumbling sounds echoed in the sky, and countless disciples stood on the mountain, all filled with deep envy. They were not qualified to board this favorable ship. Most of those who could go were descendants of elders and inner sect disciples, with noble status, incomparable to them. Only true members of the Wuyun sect, that is, those who had been naturalized, were qualified to step aboard. On the summit of a mountain, 2 figures looked up at the sky, smiling. Old cow, our Wuyun sect is indeed strong. This scene is comparable to the 10 great sects, right? Chen Xiong exclaimed, secretly feeling envious. When we have the chance to earn spirit stones, we will also go to Yushu City. It should be super big, a city of cultivators. Mu. The big black cow's eyes widened, nodding vigorously. After staying in the Weiyun sect for so many years, it was the first time seeing such a grand scene. Half a day later, no one came from the sky anymore. The giant ship and spiritual beasts headed west. All standing on them were cultivators. And the vast fluctuations of magical power stirred up fierce winds. Buzz roar. The giant ship and spiritual beasts emitted a thunderous roar, breaking through the sky. And a series of magical shields opened as they headed west. The calm sky suddenly turned into a swirling, raging ocean with flying sand and stones. The towering giant trees on several peaks rustled in the fierce wind, and even the beasts in the mountains fell silent. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared, leaving Chen Xiong and the big black cow swallowing hard, unable to react for a long time. Awesome. Chen Xiong finally blurted out this phrase that seemed to have been held in for a long time. Moo, the big black cow nodded in agreement, still gazing westward. Amazed at the speed. Old cow, let us go. Chen Xiong smiled slightly, leading the big black cow down the mountain. Time passed quietly, and countless people in the cultivation world experienced trials and tribulations, some with great joy, some with great sorrow. But regardless, countless people have become more graceful under the of time. Now, it has been 50 years since the grand event of the Qian Kingdom was held, and the entire cultivation world is fraught with undercurrents, seemingly ready for something big. All major sects have summoned countless wandering cultivators back, and even the Weiyun sect's war artifacts are being prepared intensively. All major cultivators have exited their closed-door cultivation. A few years ago, they announced the official sealing of the mountains, allowing entry but not exit. The entire Qian Kingdom was enveloped in an extremely tense atmosphere, with the rapid beating of heartbeats seeming to echo in the ears. It seems that even the mortal world is affected by the impending Great War, with people in panic, burning incense and praying to the immortals for protection everywhere. Weiyun sect, Huiquan Stream's spiritual herb garden. The big black cow had finished packing its luggage. This momentum definitely indicated that a war was about to break out, and they were ready for battle. Chen Xiong and the big black cow added their longevity points to the essence of all things and speed. Their current longevity points: strength 21, speed 44. Essence of all things 50, magic power 51, defense 50. Chapter 87. The Qian Kingdom's decree to exterminate immortals, officially at war. The combined essence of all things for him and the big black cow could now cultivate a 250-year spiritual herb in just 1 month. A 1,000-year spiritual herb was no longer a dream. The basic 5 elements escape technique and the 5 elements escape shadow had perfectly fused with the enhancements of speed and magic power. They were currently unaware of how fast they could run, as they couldn't test it within the Weiyun sect. On the battlefield, they definitely could not fight against Golden Core period opponents. The strength of 1 person and 1 cow would not sway the overall situation, but they could certainly run. Over the past 50 years, Chen Xiong had begun to strengthen his fireball technique. Although its power had only slightly increased, he could see hope. The big black cow could now stack 2 microformations, much more successfully than Chen Xiong, finally making a breakthrough. This made Chen Xiong extremely happy, constantly praising the big black cow as a true genius, only slightly behind him. Every beginning is difficult. They celebrated this achievement and even went to the mountains to gather a few crane spirit trees and hunted in the wild. When Su Wenlin returned, he was very satisfied. Brother Chun had truly put in effort. The herb garden had not changed at all, and not a single forbidden area had been touched. As their small circle spread the word, even a few people approached Chen Xiong, asking for help in managing the herb garden, as everyone has personal matters. With contributions in place, Chen Xiong naturally felt it was his duty, and collecting herb seeds was just a side task. The formula for the Sanyuan Dan has already been obtained, and it has not raised any suspicions. He started to gradually change from the Qi refining period formula, then progressed to the foundation establishment period, and the elders in the contribution hall just shook their heads, thinking that this junior brother always liked to waste contributions. The spiritual herbs needed for the formula are indeed available within their sect, but they are quite rare and all located in their sect's spiritual herb garden. At that time, the big black bull was in awe of Chen Xiong, constantly mooing in excitement. Chen Xiong was indeed very visionary. However, having the formula without the alchemy skills, Chen Xiong was still exploring slowly. The main herb that should have been used for 300 years was still 500 years old. He wasn't very superstitious. He had tried countless times, and if he used ordinary alchemical fire, it would indeed fail and could not condense the pill. However, With the enhancement of the alchemical fire's power, the medicinal liquid became quite stable, confirming that his guess was correct. But he also dared not use herbs that were too high in age. Because the power of the pill was too strong, taking it could lead to explosive death. And stories of sects feasting while such incidents occurred were common in the cultivation world. He and the Big Black Bull were not short on lifespan. So they were not anxious. They were not in a hurry to pursue cultivation. They only sought to make steady progress and carefully comprehend each advancement in their cultivation. The existence of these spiritual herbs was regarded as a gift from heaven. Otherwise, even with the essence of all things, it would still be difficult to cook without rice. Cultivation is inherently against the heavens, fighting for life against the sky, but because of their longevity, Chen Xiong and the Big Black Bull had a completely different mindset. They were truly grateful to the heavens. The so-called pill poison of the Sanyuan Dan did exist, but it seemed to have been refined away by the enhanced alchemical fire, reducing many troubles. Chen Xiong also discovered a big secret. With the enhancement of the alchemical fire and the use of herbs that exceeded the age of the formula, the quality of the pills increased significantly. His alchemy skills were rough, but he was already able to refine middle-grade Sanyuan Dan, which was sufficient for now. One should be content to enjoy life. Moreover, they also saw many treasures on the auction list of Yushu City. Even spiritual beasts were up for auction. It was simply beyond their imagination, broadening their horizons, and they kept saying they must go see it in the future. Chen Xiong and the Big Black Bull were enjoying themselves every day as if these things belonged to them. Most importantly, they also saw many items that shielded divine senses. There were magical artifacts, various strange materials, and beauty-enhancing items. The cultivation world was incredibly fantastical, always filling people with endless fantasies. Today, the sound of axe grinding echoed from the cave of the Huaichuan stream's spiritual herb garden, using stones to grind magical artifacts, something only Chen Xiong could do. Old Bull. This is called a pre-battle preparation ritual, symbolizing our imminent triumph. Chen Xiong said seriously, his gaze slightly cold, as he continued to grind the mountain-splitting axe. We have never been on a battlefield before. Moo. The Big Black Bull roared angrily, its hooves constantly moving as it sat beside Chen Xiong, sharpening a complete set of bandit blades made from refined iron, looking quite serious. The battlefield is no joke. It's definitely not like the secret realm of Nanda Mountain. Old Bull, we must be careful. Chen Xiong's expression turned unusually serious. He could not imagine the wars of cultivators. But they must be far more brutal than wars among mortals. Moo. The Big Black Bull quickened its hooves even more, looking extremely tense. Its mouth continuously letting out urgent mooing sounds. It had already been frightened by the momentum of the Wuyun sect. Such a grand display made it wonder what the appearance of the 10 great immortal sects would be like. The cultivation world was indeed terrifying. The Big Black Bull had also once asked Chen Xiong why they didn't leave early since the news was confirmed, at least avoiding the need to fight. Moreover, in the war between the two nations' cultivation worlds, their absence would not matter much, and Chen Xiong would never put himself in a dangerous situation. However, Chen Xiong just smiled and said, if we don't even have the heart to resist, then running away now means that the merits we've accumulated over thousands, tens of thousands, or even billions of years could all be lost. We might be safe, but we would lose our backbone. And we could never regain that in this lifetime. Old Bull, not competing for what is ours and surviving by avoiding conflict is not the same concept. This is the country where we were born. There is no complete egg under a collapsed nest. The small mountain village, where Elder Sun and the others are buried, is here. The Wuyun sect is our new home. Other great cultivators aren't any smarter than us. If everyone runs away without resistance, the group will eventually break apart. And what is the point of cultivating? They might as well be scattered cultivators. Such people, even if they reach the peak of the great Tao, are just cowards. And they are worth nothing without your recognition, Black Bull. After hearing this, the Big Black Bull felt enlightened, its eyes wide open, almost ready to burn incense and take a bath in respect for Chen Xiong. In the end, Chen Xiong just smiled coldly. If the situation is dire, no one can stop those great cultivators. Of course, they will run away. How many people can my Big Black Bull fight? A single major spell from another Golden Core cultivator would probably take us out. We'll return when we have strength and crush their mountain gate into dust. We'll dig up the ancestral graves of this generation. How many lifespans can the cultivators of the Martial Kingdom play with them? Old Bull, remember what I said. We'll only fight those in the early foundation establishment stage. If they come in the mid-stage, We'll run, never confront them head-on. Moo. One person and one bull sharpened their weapons in the cave, their blood boiling with excitement. They absolutely could not back down in the face of national righteousness. They must guard the territory of the Qian kingdom. They had once starved together, traveled together, and sat in prison together. Now they were also going to the battlefield together. Chen Xiong and the big black bull exchanged glances and smiled knowingly, both filled with inexplicable emotion. Old bull, check our equipment and belongings. Take everything. And don't leave anything behind. Moo. The big black bull let out a fierce breath, instantly disappearing from the cave to do a final check in another cave. Suddenly, Chen Xiong's brow furrowed. His communication talisman was ringing urgently. A faint rumbling sound echoed, and he instantly vanished from the cave. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in the herb garden. With a wave of his hand, the restrictions opened. Chen Xiong, junior brother, the 10 great immortal sects have issued an extermination order. All sects in the Qian kingdom have received the news, officially declaring war on the martial kingdom's cultivation world. An anxious woman's voice came from the path. It was Lu Yuan, who exclaimed, "Our Wuyun sect will depart in 3 days." What? A thunderous shout rang out as Chen Xiong instantly appeared at the entrance. His eyes slightly red. Old bull, grab your weapons. Prepare to head out to the battlefield. Moo. Another thunderous roar came from another cave. The big black bull charged towards Chen Xiong like a wild bull, its eyes also red with excitement. In this battle, who else but me? On the battlefield. Soldiers are counted, generals die in 100 battles. A good man must go to the battlefield. Chen Xiong held the mountain-splitting axe in one hand, with 2 more strapped to his waist, and in the other hand, he held a bandit mask, his eyes like cold frost. The big black bull stood beside Chen Xiong, continuously letting out angry low growls, its body already equipped with blades, ready to march for the Qian kingdom. The boundless wind raged, icy killing intent spread in all directions, and the surrounding grass lay flat, the momentum astonishing. Lu Yuan, who had now broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, stared wide-eyed at Chen Xiong and the big black bull. What is going on? Sister Lu, don't worry. Old bull and I have been preparing for this day for a long time. We are absolutely willing to shed blood for our Qian kingdom. We will fight until the last drop of blood. Chen Xiong shouted passionately. As for why to leave the last drop of blood, that's naturally to save some for running away. Moo moo. The big black bull roared, extremely excited. It also wanted to go to the battlefield. Chapter 88. The Wuyun sect goes to war. Junior brother Chen, Black Bull, you misunderstood. Huh, Moo? This time, our Qian kingdom is attacking the Wu kingdom. The people from the Spirit Medicine Garden do not need to participate in the battle. I am just here to inform you under the order of the Alchemy Hall. Ha ha. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Xiong's eyes turned even redder, unable to accept it. He roared, Sister Lu, isn't it the Wu kingdom that is attacking us? Isn't our Qian kingdom the weakest? And why can't the people from the Spirit Medicine Garden participate in the battle? I and Old Neo also have Foundation Establishment combat power. Moo. Big Black Bull also angrily shouted beside him. Why look down on us cows? Junior brother Chen. Black Bull, don't get agitated yet. Lu Yuan was frightened by Chen Xiong's demeanor today. He seemed completely like a different person, just like his senior brothers. When they heard about the attack on the Wu kingdom, they were more excited than when they broke through, their Dao heart completely unstable. This group of men sighed. They only said one thing. No one can refuse when the sect opens the first page with my name. Lu Yuan began to calm Chen Xiong and Big Black Bull and started to explain the pros and cons. Chen Xiong clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Damn it. It turns out that the strength of the cultivation world in the Qian kingdom has always been stronger than that of the Wu kingdom. But when he inquired, those people spoke rather ambiguously. Anyway, rumors were everywhere, and his identity couldn't reach the real core. The direction of events had begun to shift further and further away from what he had imagined. Under Lu Yuan's astonished gaze, Chen Xiong inadvertently put away the mountain opening axe and the bandit mask, and a gentle smile gradually appeared on his face. Big Black Bull also cautiously put away his blade, making a low mooing sound. Hee, Sister Lu, I see now. Junior brother understands. Chen Xiong smiled and cupped his hands, his words as refreshing as a spring breeze. Then Old Neo and I won't go to cause trouble for the sect. His rapid change in demeanor took Lu Yuan by surprise. Lu Yuan also revealed a light smile and said slowly, the sect will have people staying behind. Junior brother doesn't need to worry, just focus on managing the medicine garden. Sigh, Sister Lu, are you going? Senior brother sure will go. But I was arranged by the master to stay behind at the sect. Then thank you, Sister Lu, for informing me. Junior brother Chen doesn't need to be so polite. Lu Yuan pursed her lips, looking calmly at Chen Xiong and Big Black Bull. Then I'll take my leave. There are too many matters to attend to now. Okay. Of course, Sister Lu, take care. Chen Xiong cupped his hands, his eyes filled with melancholy. As the restrictions were lifted, Lu Yuan's graceful figure gradually disappeared, leaving only one person and one bull in the spirit medicine garden. Damn it! Chen Xiong sat weakly on the grass, full of unwillingness, seemingly unable to hold back any longer, and angrily punched the ground. Moo! Boom! The ground trembled slightly, large patches of grass flew up, startling Big Black Bull into a shout. Chen Xiong was truly angry. He said, frustrated yet angry, Old Nyo, we can't go to the battlefield. Moo! Big Black Bull let out a low call, rubbing against Chen Xiong with a downcast mood. They still had many important life events yet to experience, and the war in the cultivation world was one of them. Fighting together, entrusting their backs to their comrades, Chen Xiong had told it many stories, and they were all quite yearning for it in their hearts. Old Nyo, let's go out and take a look. Moo! They had been preparing in the cave for the battlefield these days and hadn't stepped out of the spirit medicine garden at all. Upon arriving outside the medicine garden, both Chen Xiong and Big Black Bull were taken aback. The Wuyun sect was now filled with a heavy atmosphere. Countless disciples whizzed by from the mountains. Even the sound of conversation was scarce, and their expressions were all tense. It seemed they were all waiting for that day, waiting for that earth-shattering battle. The entire Yuzhu mountain range echoed with resonant sounds, as if some giant creature was about to break ground. The wind howled, and the grass and trees were like soldiers. A faint killing intent lingered in the air, and Chen Xiong and Big Black Bull were both shocked by this atmosphere. In the distance, a magnificent shout echoed continuously. The Wuyun sect had already begun pre-battle mobilization. Even Ji Kuan and Shi Jing didn't have time to say goodbye to them, which showed how hurried it was. Most of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect were preparing to participate in the battle. Old Nyo, let's go. Moo? To do something. Moo. They flew away on their swords. Big Black Bull still had doubts in his eyes, not knowing what Chen Xiong was planning to do. 5 days later, at night, the moonlight was dim, and endless darkness enveloped the earth, and the outlines of all things gradually became vague. The night was heavy, the mountains and fields were vast, and the Yuzhu mountain range was silent, like the last tranquility before a storm. Countless disciples of the Wuyun sect looked with reverence towards the north, cupping their hands. The entire Yuzhu mountain range had been completely sealed off. In the sky, beams of rainbow light shot in from all directions, exuding a vast magical power. The killing intent growing stronger, sending chills down one's spine. The sect leader, Yu Yuanhua, stood at the forefront in the north. A vast magical power surged forth from him. And he spoke, set off. Set off. As soon as the calm voice sounded, it echoed throughout the area. Countless disciples furrowed their brows, letting out heavy breaths, their eyes fixed on one direction. Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. The roar echoed between several peaks, instantly drowning out the countless night winds. But where were these people? All the disciples could not see. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, buzz. A deep humming sound emanated from the bottoms of several valleys. Like a giant beast awakening, the Wuyun sect's war artifact, the Wuyun treasure ship. 3 enormous treasure ships slowly rose into the air, casting shadows on the ground. 3 flags flew high against the fierce wind. Wuyun sect. Countless disciples felt their scalps tingle, excitement coursing through their hearts, their faces flushed. Numerous figures stood on the treasure ships, their eyes filled with unmatched killing intent, a fierce aura surrounding them, charging forth for the Qian Kingdom's cultivation world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding winds howled. In the sky, black clouds gradually dispersed. The 3 treasure ships that blocked out the sun had completed their ascent, exuding an extremely oppressive aura. The radiant Wuyun sect flag flew atop the treasure ship, and even the moonlight could not obscure its brilliance. In the heavens, the killing intent was overwhelming. All Golden Core great cultivators mobilized. A desolate atmosphere rose between heaven and earth, and cultivators stood in rows on the treasure ships. They looked down at the earth, their gazes shooting out waves of cold light, an icy chill, with not a trace of warmth in their eyes. The war in the cultivation world was no longer like a duel. The brutality would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Ji Kuan and Shi Jing also stood on the treasure ship, feeling both excited and uncertain. Suddenly, they both looked towards the top of the same peak. A Foundation establishment cultivator was waving a huge battle flag, continuously shouting Wu Yun sect triumphant, Qian kingdom triumphant, and beside him was a black bull spirit beast also jumping and mooing. They even made a conspicuous cloak, with just 2 words written on it, Invincible. Chapter 89. Mobilizing the entire cultivation world to attack the Wu Kingdom. Junior Brother Chen, Black Bull. Junior Brother Chen, Bull Junior Brother. Ji Kuan and Shi Jing recognized them immediately, both shouting in their hearts, their eyes filled with intense shock. A warm current flowed through their hearts, and they began to withdraw their gazes, their expressions cooling as they looked northward. The formation on the airborne treasure ship had been completely set up. That massive light curtain covered the entire treasure ship, serving as a defensive formation, constantly circulating with a blue light in the air. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky as 3 treasure ships broke through the clouds and mist, instantly accelerating and disappearing from sight. The entire Wuyun sect became empty, and all the disciples seemed to have suddenly lost their backbone, their faces filled with excitement and distress. They could only hope that the elders of the sect would return safely. Chen Xiong, at the peak of the mountain, continued to roar in anger. Looking towards the north where the group had vanished, his expression equally grim and somewhat helpless. Damn it, after brewing for so long, they prepared for loneliness. Chen Xiong felt as if he were biting down hard enough to shatter his teeth, his heart blocked by an iron wall with no outlet for his frustration. Old bull. We shouldn't have gone to that pathetic spirit herb garden back then. Chen Xiong suddenly shouted, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. If the martial kingdom attacks, it means we have already lost, with no high-end combat power left. We should run first and come back when we have strength. Moo. The big black bull looked innocent, still gazing northward, wanting to sit on the treasure ship as well. Old bull, go cultivate, damn it. Moo. Chen Xiong dragged the big black bull down the mountain cursing, while the latter kept comforting him, saying that without clarity of thought, one could not enter a meditative state. Half a month later, in the Hanyun mountain range, the first great immortal sect of Jiang Prefecture, the Xian sect, was about to go to battle. 10 warships soared through the air, countless flags fluttering, stopping at a certain point in the sky, where 3 elegantly poised women stood at the forefront, their gazes calm. Inside the warships were both men and women, holding magical artifacts, their expressions showing respect and sternness, not a single coward among them. The surrounding sky echoed with tremendous roars as warships gathered from all directions, the sect's battle flags waving. For this battle, many sects had wagered everything, burning their boats behind them. The warships were packed with people, exuding a fierce killing intent. This battle was to expand the territory of the Qian Kingdom's cultivation world. From above, overlooking the sky, a continuous torrent of forces flowed into Jiang Prefecture, a momentum of impending storm painting everything in a heavy gloom. Warships slowly docked across the sky like towering mountains. Just a glance would leave one in awe. The major cultivation sects of Jiang Prefecture gathered together. All golden core cultivators stood in midair, the winds rising and clouds swirling, their magical power surging and roaring, their battle intent overwhelming, silent. Fellow Taoists, a woman from the Ziyun sect stood in the sky, her grand and magnificent voice filling the entire assembly area. Her aura so powerful that it surpassed the golden core stage. Above the golden core stage were the Yuanying ancestors. Ji Kuan and Shi Jing trembled as they looked towards the distant figure in the sky. The legendary figure was so young. Everyone gasped in shock, more so from an instinctive fear. Too powerful. This was a true powerhouse. Elders, elders, elders. The assembly site erupted with a roar like thunder. The winds and clouds changing color, the fluctuations of magical power growing louder. Even the golden core grandmasters clasped their hands and looked towards that figure. For the cultivation world of our Qian kingdom, we march. Yes, yes, yes. All the cultivators shouted in unison, their blood boiling. The warships stretching as far as the eye could see, the howling winds, the fluttering flags, all pointing northward. All sects in Jiang Prefecture readied themselves. A terrifying killing intent sweeping across the world, shaking the heavens. The entire sky trembled, the sands quivered. Boom, boom. Countless warships finally set sail. The thunderous sounds continuing as they followed the Xiong sect's army of cultivators, countless clouds and mist being blown apart. From above, overlooking downwards. The major sects of the Qian kingdom gathered simultaneously, countless armies of cultivators heading towards the northern border. Streams of magical power echoed continuously in the sky. Countless loose cultivators trembled, countless commoners were terrified. The royal family of the Qian kingdom had issued public announcements everywhere, stating that the immortal army was expanding territory, and not to cause trouble. However, the effect was minimal, as the people of every state remained fearful and trembling, having lived most of their lives. Who had ever seen such a grand scene? All major sects of the Qian kingdom united as one, mobilizing the power of the entire cultivation world to attack the martial kingdom. The immense magical power surged violently in the high skies of the Qian kingdom. Looking up, the sky was densely packed with warships, like dark clouds covering the sky, the earth cast in shadow. Those 10 streams of astonishing forces seemed ready to swallow everything. The heavens and earth changing color. This was the power of immortals, and in every corner of the Qian kingdom, commoners prostrated and worshipped. At the border, vast and boundless. The martial kingdom's border was equally filled with warships, flags waving, formations rising. Dozens of Yuanying ancestors stood in the sky with their hands behind their backs, their aura overwhelming. Arrayed in all directions, forming the first iron-blood defense line of the martial kingdom to confront the Qian kingdom. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and suddenly, countless battle flags appeared on the distant horizon. Giant warships gradually revealed their figures from the clouds and mist, like colossal beasts descending, grand and imposing. Shadows of black rained down onto the earth, blocking out the sun. Light and warmth vanished, leaving only an endless chill. The joint forces of the major sects of the Qian kingdom had arrived. A vast and terrifying killing intent surged forth. All martial kingdom cultivators tightened their grips on their magical artifacts, their blood boiling, their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Fellow Taoists, protect our martial kingdom's borders. Fellow Taoists, protect our martial kingdom's borders. Dozens of Yuanying ancestors were enraged, their hair flying wildly, the vast magical power rippling outward, radiating throughout the martial kingdom's border forces. Kill! 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 The Qian kingdom's cultivator coalition simultaneously roared in anger. The wind howled, flags danced madly, the yellow sand billowed, sweeping across the heavens and earth. An explosive killing intent erupted forth. A tremendous aura filled the heavens and earth, like a gathering storm. The magical power formed into countless dazzling rivers stretching across the sky. Boom, boom, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking wind was densely rapid. At the very start, over 10,000 figures collided in an instant. Countless magical powers erupted completely on the battlefield between the two nations, a force like a storm sweeping through. This was the beginning of a battle between the two nations' cultivation worlds that had been brewing for over 100 years. Wuyan sect, Huiquan stream spirit, herb garden. Chen Xiong had completely lost his ability to meditate these past few days, his heart growing more uneasy with every thought, unsure of how terrifying the situation was over there. Fearing that if they lost, the Wuyan sect would also be finished. They sat on the grass, still peeling vines with their hands, while the big black bull kept mooing softly, looking weakly at the enormous chintzy spirit vine on the ground. It carefully pulled at the silvery threads, peeling the vines. Afraid of provoking Chen Xiong's chest heaved slightly, staring at the chintzy spirit vine, and the strength in his hand grew stronger, snapping it with a loud crack. Moo, moo. The big black bull was startled and hurriedly approached to comfort him, constantly nudging Chen Xiong with its head. Old bull. Chen Xiong chuckled softly, feeling both heavy and terrifying. Senior brother Ji, senior brother Shi, and those fellow disciples, the elders, they will surely return safely, right? Moo moo. The big black bull looked terrified, nodding continuously to reassure him. Chen Xiong had made a wish after all. Old bull, come sit here. Moo, I'm fine. The grievances between the martial kingdom and the Qian kingdom are not something we can meddle in. There will be plenty of opportunities once we're on the battlefield. Chen Xiong sighed deeply, feeling exceptionally low, his gaze turning distant, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He had watched so many war movies in his past life. Once the armies of cultivators clashed, it was far more brutal than firearms. Without powerful strength, it would be difficult to protect oneself. Chapter 90. This kind of war is not necessary to participate in. Moo. The big black bull kept nudging Chen Xiong, unaware of the cruelty of war. Thinking it was just like the dueling of spells at South Dome Mountain, Chen Xiong had not explained too many details to it. Let's first extract the silk. This is a valuable item. Moo. They started to get busy again. This 1,000 silk spirit vine was harvested from the bottom of the initial frost lake in the spirit herb garden, and it has a wide range of uses. The several hundred-year-old variety can be used for alchemy, and even as material for magical artifacts, as its silver threads have a special function. They can shield spiritual senses. After staying in the Wuyun sect for over 100 years, they finally encountered it. This is the benefit of a long lifespan. The items used to shield spiritual senses in the contribution hall are not quite suitable for them. Things like jade pendants and strange stones are mostly used to shield the probing of cultivation levels. Better items are not casually exchanged by the sect, after all. These materials are non-renewable. Each exchange means one less. Old bull, let's first test the effects of this 1,000-year, 1,000 silk spirit vine. Chen Xiong cast aside distractions. His gaze slightly focused. This spirit vine took a long time to cultivate. However, the yield of silver threads is quite small, so it can only be collected slowly, without any rush. The cultivation world of the Qian kingdom has long abandoned the use of silver threads, which are now used as auxiliary items. Those like Chen Xiong and the big black bull, who are wealthy, are simply non-existent. Moo. The big black bull nodded in agreement and began to extract silk while sitting beside him. However, the growth of spirit herbs also has limits. They could only test the 1,000-year variety first, and then slowly increase later, still remaining patient. Chen Xiong and the big black bull paused their cultivation, just to calm their minds. Some things are a necessary part of their long lives. Every day, in addition to cultivating spirit herbs and extracting silver threads, they spent the remaining time on the mountaintop at sunset, gazing northward for several hours. Sometimes, Lu Yuan would come to find them anxiously, reporting on the frontline situation. The 10 major sects continuously sent disciples for reinforcements, and it was said that they faced some obstacles, making the advancement on the battlefield not smooth. The strength of the martial arts cultivation world is not much weaker than that of the Qian kingdom. Otherwise, the stalemate wouldn't have lasted for so many years. Chen Xiong also expressed gratitude to Lu Yuan, but every day he still stood with the big black bull on that mountaintop, looking northward. Time passed like morning glow. It has been 10 years since the Qian kingdom and the Wu kingdom went to war. The Wuyun sect would occasionally send people to retrieve the fallen cultivators. Some had mutilated bodies, while others left only a piece of clothing or a magical artifact. Chen Xiong and the big black bull had never experienced war, but the blood-stained robes were enough to make their eyes tremble. 10 years have passed, and the great battle is still ongoing. It is said to have reached the territory of the Wu kingdom, and the fighting between the two countries remains brutal. Lu Yuan also hasn't brought news of Shijing and Ji Kuan. The front lines are long and chaotic, leaving them unaware of life or death. Chen Xiong and the big black bull also resumed their old duties in the Wuyun sect. As foundation-building cultivators, they could only be responsible for the sect's logistics. The sound of swona and bells echoed in the mountains, allowing these fallen cultivators to find peace in the immortal hidden mountain. Some even had their names forgotten, merely becoming a grave of clothes and crowns. Perhaps among these people, there might also be Shijing and Ji Kuan. But Chen Xiong claimed to have come to terms with it, saying it was a path chosen by others. If the road of cultivation is fought over, it is always a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless white bones. As long as there are no regrets, that is enough. And how could the big black bull not understand Chen Xiong? He knew that this was Chen Xiong's way of comforting himself in advance. If their identities are not confirmed, then they are not dead. Chen Xiong still held on to that last glimmer of hope. They had invested their longevity points into speed and strength. Their current longevity points are Strength 25, Speed 50, Essence of all things 50, Magic Power 51, Defense 50. In the Yuzhu Mountains, the peaks emerging from the clouds clustered like islands, floating in patches. On a mountaintop, a person and a cow sat on the ground. Old bull, I figured it out. Back then, I was too dominant and impulsive. Chen Xiong said calmly, smiling as he looked at the puzzled big black bull, lightly patting it. We were trying to protect our home and country, right? Moo. The big black bull snorted heavily. It wasn't he going to the battlefield just for the sake of it. The fact is, the cultivation world of the Qian kingdom is vying for cultivation resources, and we ended up in this situation. The Wu kingdom has yet to attack. Chen Xiong looked into the distance and said calmly, others are fighting for their lives. In the future, we need not participate in such matters nor express any opinions. Moo moo. The big black bull grinned, happy to see Chen Xiong come to terms with it. Look at you. Sun Gu has lived for so many years. Do you think it was all for nothing? Moo. The big black bull called out to Chen Xiong. Clearly, you were the most excited back then. Almost ready to prepare a treasure ship just for you. Old bull, can't I be passionate just once? Chen Xiong's expression showed a hint of embarrassment, hurriedly explaining. Which man doesn't he have some thoughts of going into battle to defend his home and country? Moo moo. The big black bull suddenly started running. Its big eyes slightly squinted. It didn't he care about that. As long as it could follow Chen Xiong, it would go through fire and water without hesitation. Old bull, let us go. It's time to cultivate. The road ahead is still long. Chen Xiong slowly stood up, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Our big treasure is about to be born. This is what we will rely on for our meals in the future. Moo. The big black bull took the rope and placed it in Chen Xiong's hand. Then they strolled down the mountain. Now they were progressing further in the mid-stage of foundation building, but due to the foundation building pills, their foundation seemed remarkably solid. The improvement of their cultivation had noticeably slowed down, and Chen Xiong and the big black bull often discussed the changes in their cultivation progress, filling up small booklets. However, this situation delighted Chen Xiong. They weren't lacking time or spirit herbs and pills, but rather how to take steady steps. With the 5 elemental spirit roots, an expanded liquid dantian, and a longevity mindset, Chen Xiong only said 2 words, perfect. After hearing this, the big black bull inexplicably became happy. That night, they were so excited that they didn't rest, and went to the mountains to cut down a large area of crane spirit trees. They felt completely refreshed the next day. When it comes to venting, chopping down crane spirit trees is exhilarating. Today, upon returning to the spirit herb garden, they sneaked into a hidden cave. The big black bull's hooves emitted a fragrant aroma, and the entire cave was filled with spiraling array flags. With a loud roar, the cave stirred up a breeze, and countless green smoke billowed. On the open ground, a giant coffin-like medicine box made of crane spirit trees slowly revealed itself. Old bull, open the lid. Chen Xiong's face was filled with excitement as he licked his lips. Moo. The big black bull stood up, lifting one hoof. The medicine box cover shot straight into the sky, revealing an incredibly robust 1,000 silk spirit vine inside. The entire cave was instantly filled with the fragrance of spiritual energy from the 1,000 silk spirit vine, which had undergone a qualitative transformation, turning dark and glossy, like a magnificent piece of art. The maximum age of the 1,000 silk spirit vine is 10,000 years. Ha ha ha, our big treasure. Chen Xiong's eyes sparkled, laughing wildly. Old bull, let us go in and extract the silk. Moo. The big black bull was also quite excited. A 10,000-year spirit herb doesn't even appear on the auction list of Yushu City, and at most, only the 1,000-year spirit herbs do. If we take this out, Chen Xiong told it, it would at least cause a great battle in the cultivation world. Boom. After they entered, the lid of the medicine box came crashing down, and the entire cave fell silent, with no more medicinal fragrance. Only that coffin-like medicine box stood quietly there. As for the 10,000-year 1,000 silk spirit vine, it could no longer be pried open with magical artifacts. They had to slowly refine it using enhanced alchemical fire. Otherwise, with their current strength, even with a 10,000-year spirit herb, they could only stare in astonishment if they used ordinary alchemical fire. Black strands of silk are continuously being refined, plain and unadorned. Chen Xiong and the big black ox grow increasingly excited in the great medicine box. Under the glow of the fire, the man and the ox reveal a bloodthirsty smile, truly in sync with each other. Chapter 91. A desolate silence, a broad melancholy moreover. Chen Xiong has a bold plan to cultivate this crane spirit tree into a coffin and to refine a magical artifact for the old ox. It's worth noting that back in the small mountain village, the big black ox loved to carry coffins the most. Many passing big yellow dogs would lower their heads in front of the big black ox, but it was quite imposing. As they reached the golden core stage, they also heard that they needed to refine some kind of life-bound magical treasure, and Chen Xiong was sure it would be a mountain-opening axe. The old ox is tentatively set to be a coffin made from the crane spirit tree. To get familiar with it first, and if not satisfied, it can be returned. They began cultivating spiritual herbs daily, extracting silk and peeling vines, focusing mainly on the San Yuan pill for cultivation, with spiritual veins entering meditation as a supplement. They also inquired about news from the front lines, occasionally engaging in their old profession, sending fellow disciples to ascend, which earned them a bit of fame in the sect. However, many avoided Chen Xiong and the Big Black Ox. Who else in the cultivation world specialized in funerals and was so professional at it? Chen Xiong and the Big Black Ox didn't mind at all. During the war, which disciple didn't have some mourning? They didn't charge money, only earning a bit of merit. The Big Black Ox's merit book was officially named by Chen Xiong as the Merit Ledger. Although it didn't know where it was hidden, not even telling Chen Xiong. Days passed without a hint of monotony. Time flowed. The flowers no longer bloomed. And in the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed. War reports continuously came from the front lines. The country of Wu was shattered, countless civilians displaced. And various great sects were still guarding the homeland. The battles were extremely fierce. The 10 great sects mobilized nearly all their disciples, determined to seal off the entire Wu country and must not let any fleeing cultivators escape. In the cultivation world, the war had already brought many bad tidings to Qian country. 3 nascent soul ancestors had fallen, causing the entire Qian country cultivation world to mourn. The war finally reached a complete fever pitch, with many cultivators having gone mad with killing. Meanwhile, countless civilians on the mortal side were invigorated. The Emperor of Qian country issued a general amnesty, praying for the Qian country cultivation world, mobilizing the army for a large-scale departure. At the moment the Wu country cultivation world collapsed, it was also the time to attack the mortal world of Wu. Today, only the faint afterglow of the sunset remained in the vast sky, carrying a slight chill. At the peak of Wuyun sect, Chen Xiong's gaze grew sharper. Too many foundational cultivators had been lost in the Wuyun sect. If this battle was won, who knew how many years it would take to recover? There were even those who had fallen into madness, sent back as they seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming killing intent of the battlefield. Today, a giant ship from Ziyun sect slowly approached from the horizon, bringing back some corpses or those who could no longer fight. The atmosphere on the giant ship was heavy with death. Many people looked pale, their expressions numb, their eyes slightly trembling. As they drew closer to the sect, the magical shield of the giant ship was opened, and dozens of cultivators looked on with a hint of excitement, finally returning. Many remaining cultivators of Wuyun sect quickly flew off on their swords. They did this every year, and were quite familiar with it. The cold wind blew into the giant ship, making a mournful sound. Looking out from within, under the pale yellow sky, several familiar peaks lay ahead. But there was no longer any sign of life. A disheveled man sat cross-legged inside, his eyes hollow, as if he had suffered some trauma. "Senior brother Shi," Lu Yuan suddenly exclaimed in shock, rushing over. "What happened to you?" The man was indeed Shi Jing. His face was pale, and his numb gaze held a hint of determination. He slowly looked at Lu Yuan and showed a faint smile. "Junior sister Lu." "Senior brother Shi, what is wrong with you?" Lu Yuan suddenly cried, tears streaming down her face as she checked his body. It seemed that Shi Jing's foundation had been damaged. "I'm fine, don't cry." Shi Jing, filled with killing intent, gently stroked Lu Yuan's face and said tenderly, "Master saved me." Lu Yuan was sobbing uncontrollably. She had just realized that Shi Jing might never advance again in this lifetime. "Junior sister Lu, I'm just a bit tired." Shi Jing looked up at the sky, his temperament having changed somewhat. He sighed lightly. "To be alive is already good, isn't it?" Lu Yuan held on to Shi Jing's right hand. Tears like beans fell down. Wordlessly nodding repeatedly, people on the giant ship continued to move about, some transporting corpses and belongings, while others helped those from the sect who had lost their fighting capability. At the top of the mountain, Chen Xiong and the Big Black Ox both narrowed their pupils, seeing Lu Yuan and Shi Jing. "Moo, moo moo." The Big Black Ox kept shaking its head, looking at the sky, then back at Chen Xiong. "It's senior brother Shi," but Chen Xiong hesitated, but his tone relaxed. As long as they were alive, that was good. "Moo moo." The Big Black Ox nodded slightly in confusion, wagging its tail, thinking that Shi Jing should just be injured and not in serious danger. Chen Xiong frowned slightly. After so many years, why had he still not heard any news of Brother Ji? Over the years, although he had heard many uplifting reports from the front lines, he and the Big Black Ox were situated far behind, seeing things entirely differently. What they perceived was only the desolation of silence and the broad melancholy. When reality intruded upon imagination, Chen Xiong suddenly found he didn't quite like war anymore. He only wished for himself and the old ox to not add to the chaos and wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. A momentary impulse would always be replaced by calmness. It seemed the more one experienced, the more rational one became, compared to the excitement and fervor from the outside world. Behind it might be countless choked sobs and countless nameless graves. He and the big black ox could still change nothing. This was the trend of the times. They could only silently do their jobs, going with the flow and keeping to themselves. Boom. A loud sound echoed across the sky. The giant ship from Ziyun's sect slowly departed, having completed its mission. Old ox, this is the cruelty of war. Chen Xiong sighed slightly, looking to the north. We, as long-living beings, will inevitably experience these things. Perhaps countless years later, Qian country will also be invaded. Moo? The big black ox was startled. If we lose, wouldn't the graves of old Sun and the others be dug up? This world doesn't revolve around us, and we're not saviors. Chen Xiong suddenly slapped the big black ox, causing it to jump and continuously moo in protest. Moo? Moo moo? The big black ox shouted while looking at Chen Xiong in confusion. We just need to live our lives well. Let nature take its course. What are you thinking of? Chen Xiong raised an eyebrow. His mindset had changed somewhat. Did he still want to use the future-esque lifebound treasure? Did he still want to go to the Imperial City, to the Yusu City, to the legendary superpower in the West? Moo. The big black ox was excited, conquered by Chen Xiong's ultimate move, and no longer thought of anything else. Let us go. Don't disturb senior brother Shi and the others for now. Chen Xiong led the big black ox toward the Xianin mountain. Today they had brought back many corpses and were preparing to hold a ceremony. They had added their long life points from these years to strength, and now had maxed out in 5 categories. Their current long life points: strength 50, speed 50, essence of all things 50, magic power 51, defense 50. As they walked along the road, Wuyun's sect was in a desolate state, with disciples respectfully calling out Uncle Master to Chen Xiong, who responded with a smile. Compared to the bustling and vibrant past, Wuyun's sect was now much quieter and more empty. In the following days, Chen Xiong visited Shi. He had become taciturn, surrounded by killing intent, and no longer displayed his former demeanor. He didn't ask about Ji Kuan either, as it would seem insincere. Shi also didn't mention Ji Kuan, nor did he bring up the battlefield. He only told Chen Xiong not to worry about him, and when he was leaving, he smiled at Chen Xiong. Junior brother Chen. Black Bull, it's good that you didn't go. Lu Yuan had also come to the Spirit Herb Garden to look for them. She said many things to the big black bull and left with tearful eyes. The general idea was that their master couldn't do anything, and Shi might be crippled. After hearing this, Chen Xiong fell silent, while the big black bull, being simpler-minded, quietly felt sad beside him, no longer yearning for the wars of the immortal realm. The big black bull had only watched others set off in grandeur, never considering the consequences, only to see countless corpses return. And they resumed their old business at the Wuyun sect. At that time, it kept nudging Chen Xiong, not wanting to fight, hoping Chen Xiong would stop thinking about such matters. Chen Xiong merely smiled faintly, nodding at the big black bull without saying a word. Time kept passing, and it seemed that the countdown to their departure from the Wuyun sect had begun. Chapter 92. Changes of time. 100 years passed. Time moved forward relentlessly. The wheels of history crushing the martial kingdom, seemingly turning it into dust of history. But the grievances between the martial kingdom and the Qian kingdom had lasted for over 1,000 years, especially in the mortal realm. When Chen Xiong was in the Ningyun mountain range, the martial kingdom had invaded, and the world was draped in mourning. Throughout history, the two countries had always been at war, with numerous heroic deeds that moved people to tears. The upper echelons of the Qian kingdom's immortal realm had long been plotting, even placing many spies in the major sects of the martial kingdom, using the closed-off Nanda Mountain secret realm as the final opportunity, all to force the major sects to gamble everything and start a war. Chen Xiong and the big black bull, like countless Foundation establishment cultivators, swayed in the wind and rain, like ephemeral beings of heaven and earth. They were not the legendary protagonists of heaven and earth, waiting for him to save the world in a critical moment. Perhaps they had died somewhere unnoticed, and history would not even leave a faint mark for them. Every day, Chen Xiong and the big black bull waited for news from the front lines at the Wuyun sect, and the number of returning corpses increased, including those of golden core cultivators. They also visited the contribution hall to exchange for many rejuvenation items. Rejuvenation pills were quite expensive, and the Wuyun sect hadn't prepared such mediocre pills. Generally, by the time one reached the Foundation establishment stage, some were excessively young while others were excessively old. and no one cared about appearances. It was no longer like the mortal realm's fanciful ideas. However, the notion of eternal youth was something no one dared to imagine, as it exceeded the understanding of all cultivators, and even rumors were absent. After all, the immortal realm had its scientific basis and was not as fanciful as mortals imagined. They would at most think you might be a hidden, immensely powerful cultivator or an old monster recovering from injuries. Such rumors and facts were quite common. In short, hiding was already too late within the Wuyun sect. Every day, sounds of knocking and hammering could be heard in the spirit herb garden of the Huiquan stream. Chen Xiong and the big black bull lived comfortably. The 10,000-year-old thousand silk spirit vine had been stripped and destroyed, accumulating quite a bit. But it was still far from enough. Chen Xiong had tried this silk. It wouldn't burn without chemical fire, and even the yellow-grade, unrefined iron essence mountain axe couldn't cut through it. His consciousness probing into it felt like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response whatsoever, as if it had been swallowed or penetrated, incredibly mysterious. Chen Xiong planned to make a complete set of fierce bandit gear for himself and for the big black bull, and then practice it. No one would be able to use it. The interior of the big black bull's coffin would be crafted into a net shape using the spirit vine's silk, undoubtedly a treasure. Chen Xiong also began to explore artifact refining continuously. This alchemical fire was truly useful, and he took the big black bull to the contribution hall to exchange for many methods of ritualizing artifacts. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. The major sects of the martial kingdom were utterly defeated. Some sects pledged allegiance to the 10 major sects of the Qian kingdom, while others migrated northward to flee. The various cultivation resources of the martial kingdom were divided among the 10 major sects, with spiritual veins, spirit stone mines, secret realms, and so on distributed according to military merit. The Wuyun sect, following the Ziyun sect, reaped great benefits, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave, as many golden core cultivators had yet to return. Those who did return were mostly severely injured foundation establishment cultivators, and the disciples celebrated as if they had regained their former clamor. The ruler of the Qian kingdom had already changed twice. They had intended to launch a nationwide invasion of the martial kingdom, but were blocked by the 10 major sections. Now, the common people of the martial kingdom were displaced due to the war between the two realms. They did not want to initiate hostilities, as this was the source of countless disciples, and they did not wish for the common people to harbor too much hatred. As long as they endured this generation of time, the heart to seek immortality would make them forget everything, allowing the martial kingdom to be preserved. The Qian kingdom was thriving, celebrating nationwide, and court officials constantly flattered the emperor, claiming he was a reincarnated immortal, which allowed him to be protected by the immortal sections. Within the Wuyun sect, Ji Kuan had returned, but he had been left with a lifelong disability. His right arm had been severed, and cold energy had entered his body. It required constant nurturing from golden core cultivators to help him recover, but the reality was harsh. He couldn't even enter the cave of a golden core cultivator. He had also made significant contributions, having remained at the front lines, and his cultivation had advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Ji Kuan was merely a 4-element spiritual root, and it seemed he had reached his limit. However, upon his return, he had no regrets. Being able to expand the territory for his country and sect was already something worth being proud of for a lifetime, and his name would surely be in the clan records. Upon returning, his face had changed significantly. The once monkey-like face was now marked with determination, but his eyes carried a sense of numbness. He later spent 3 days and nights talking with Chen Xiong and the big black bull, feeling mentally and physically joyful. Dropping all defenses, Chen Xiong did not express any opinions, merely listening quietly, while the big black bull occasionally let out a startled moo. Having experienced countless lives and deaths, Ji Kuan had already come to terms with everything. After all, war is the easiest way to change a person. When he left, he said the same words as Shi Jing. Junior brother Chen, junior brother Niu, it's good that you didn't go. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, time had changed, and the world had transformed. After experiencing war, everyone's temperament became more indifferent, and even life and death were viewed with detachment. This war in the immortal realm had finally come to an end. Chen Xiong felt no particular sentiment, but he also had no reason to be happy. The joys and sorrows of humanity were not the same. He and the big black bull viewed everything around them like mere observers, even feeling happier than if they had gone to pick stones at the bottom of the cliff. Chen Xiong no longer interacted with anyone or made any friends. Fleeting encounters were the greatest beauty. Today, the sky was clear and vast. Chen Xiong walked along the mountain path of the Wuyun sect, holding the big black bull. Watching the disciples come and go with great joy, his gaze filled only with endless tranquility. Over the past century, they had sent away far too many fallen cultivators, more than those they had lost in the mortal realm. The big black bull's merit book had been filled with countless entries, and sometimes it even forgot to eat. Ahem. Chen Xiong lightly coughed, looking at the big black bull. Old bull. Moo? The big black bull looked puzzled, nudging Chen Xiong repeatedly. Chen Xiong casually found a stone to sit on, looking at the distant peaks, and the big black bull followed his gaze. We are just ordinary people, with no great ideals or ambitions, and nothing profound. Why live so clearly? Chen Xiong picked up a small stone and threw it into the distance. Watching it fall with a plop, he suddenly burst into laughter. The big black cow mooed and laughed along, kicking a small stone down with its hoof. The laughter of the man and the cow grew louder as their heads leaned close together, enjoying this small joy. Surrounding them were bamboo groves, and the sound of spring water flowed gently. Looking far away, one could see mountains beyond mountains, scenery beyond scenery, an infinite beauty that captivated the heart. We are free. Moo. Free. Moo. Suddenly, the man and the cow shouted out loud, with Chen Xiong spreading his arms wide as a gentle breeze came. And he laughed heartily. Chapter 93. The Golden Core Opportunity and the 5 Elements Dan formula. In the past 100 years, they continued to allocate points. After all, it had no effect, so they added them casually, all into magical power. However, once magical power reached 90, they could no longer allocate points, as if they were stuck at a bottleneck, forcing them to invest in defense and speed. Chen Xiong also discovered that there was indeed a cap on point allocation. But once they broke through, it wouldn't affect anything. Instead, their strength would greatly increase. Their current longevity points were Strength 50, Speed 71, 50. Essence of all things 50, Magical Power 90, 50, Defense 90, 50. In these 100 years, Chen Xiong had cut down quite a few crane spirit trees, being very interested in their characteristics, calling it research. Many disciples and senior brothers had asked whether such reckless cutting was inappropriate. Chen Xiong naturally wouldn't tell them about the poverty he faced back then. People need to save face. Only the big black cow knew about this, and it was their secret. However, he did find the 1,000-year-old crane spirit trees, and indeed there were a few towering giants that he knocked out with a punch. He was not very satisfied with the toughness and strength of the 1,000-year-old crane spirit trees, as they couldn't withstand his power. After half a day of cutting, he dragged it back for cultivation. The big black cow was anxiously jumping around, constantly urging Chen Xiong to be gentler, as this was to be its future life treasure material. After spending a few years, he cultivated it to 10,000 years, and surprisingly, it didn't reach its limit. Chen Xiong, furious, punched it, causing a slight concussion. Continuing, extreme cultivation. After all, it was not in the ground, so there was no fear of it becoming sentient. After 100,000 years, the crane spirit tree finally showed signs of withering, starting to turn black, and a sense of death slowly emerged in the entire spiritual herb garden, even beginning to affect the spiritual herbs. This frightened both Chen Xiong and the big black cow, causing them to exclaim, "What is happening? Is it mutating?" Fortunately, they had practiced the water spirit technique to the 3rd level, which preserved the spiritual herbs intact. In the end, Chen Xiong shook his head and said one word with a smile: absolute. His current strength couldn't budge it at all, and the mountain-splitting axe couldn't cut it either, comparable to the crane spirit king of the crane spirit tree realm. The massive wood was constantly nurtured by the big black cow using the water spirit technique, shielding it from the death energy. If it were an ordinary water spirit technique, there would have been a major incident by now. Chen Xiong was beside it refining tools, using the Dan fire cutting method enhanced by magical power. Dan fire had become a treasure in Chen Xiong's hands, used for intricate tasks. Every day, like a master craftsman, he sat atop the giant wood, continuously using the whitish Dan fire to cut the wood, while a large black coffin full of death energy gradually took shape. Inside the black coffin were countless threads of 10,000-year-old thousand silk spirit vines, densely packed. If anyone entered, Chen Xiong wouldn't dare to experience that feeling. The big black cow also began to practice the method of refining magical artifacts beside him, often using its essence blood to nurture it, just to achieve a heart-to-heart connection. Every day, Chen Xiong would joke, "Big black cow with a big black coffin, huh? This made the big black cow so angry that it would nudge him a few times. After all, this big black coffin was its treasure. It was made by Chen Xiong himself, and even Chen Xiong couldn't laugh at it. However, Chen Xiong still silently prepared a lot of spiritual pills for the big black cow every day to restore its essence blood. As it seemed, the black coffin had made the big black cow lose some weight. Chen Xiong himself was not in a hurry about his mountain-splitting axe. He and T found good materials, and the old cow's matters were more important. Over the years, his tool refining skills had greatly improved. He once joked, Sun Gu's tool refining method is unique in the cultivation world. Thanks to the 3 Yuan Dan, their cultivation had slowly risen to the late foundation building stage. After walking a bit further, they could reach perfection and then form a golden core. The quality of the 3 Yuan Dan had also been improved to high quality by Chen Xiong, mainly because he used a lot of high-age spiritual herbs. The different qualities meant vastly different effects. Otherwise, there would be no distinction in quality. The 3 Yuan Dan was originally used by foundation-building mid-stage cultivators because the 5 Elements Sect's alchemy hall could only produce mid-grade or lower 3 Yuan Dan. If it were high-grade or supreme grade, it would also be useful for foundation-building late-stage cultivators, which was a personal experience of Chen Xiong and the big black cow. However, Chen Xiong was quite unconfident in his alchemy skills, relying entirely on the quantity and age of the spiritual herbs. Although, considering the normal lifespan of cultivators, they might have already passed away long ago, their path in the foundation-building stage had been relatively smooth. Because of their longevity, Chen Xiong and the big black cow had a very good mindset, their cultivation steadily improving, and they always worked calmly. Chen Xiong would occasionally go to the alchemy hall to gather information about breakthroughs to the golden core stage. There were at least 20 or so golden core stage great cultivators in the 5 Elements sect. It was impossible for them all to have heavenly spiritual roots. However, he did manage to find out the method. Similar to the foundation-building pills, most foundation-building stage cultivators in the cultivation world knew about it, except for him. The gist was that to break through to the golden core, one's spiritual root must be perfected, followed by condensing the golden core within the body. And it might even produce a phenomenon. Whenever someone in the 5 Elements sect broke through to the golden core stage, the mountain had to be sealed. Chen Xiong and the big black cow had only seen this once over the years. That scene, with faint rosy light shimmering in the sky, was as if someone was transcending and flying into immortality. They almost had to perform a ritual. For cultivators like them, with mixed 5-element spiritual roots, they needed to forcibly break through with the 5 types of 5 elements Dan: metal origin Dan, wood origin Dan, water origin Dan, fire origin Dan, and earth origin Dan. Hearing this made Chen Xiong's scalp tingle, and moreover, the quality of these pills had to be at least mid-grade. Which sect would invest so many resources in mixed 5-element spiritual roots? Most cultivators in the Qian kingdom who could break into the golden core stage had at least 2 types of high-level spiritual roots. Those with 3 types of spiritual roots breaking through were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, definitely possessing some great fortune. However, over the past century, Chen Xiong had accumulated a lot of contributions in exchange for this 5 elements Dan formula. The elders in the contribution hall were no longer surprised. This junior brother was a peculiar person, clearly still in the early foundation building stage. Yet one moment he was dealing with qi refining stage spells. The next he was working on qi refining stage pill formulas, and now he was even starting to tackle the golden core stage. But the contribution points belonged to others. This junior brother had been diligently managing the spiritual herbs, and they felt a bit sorry for Chen Xiong. When Chen Xiong returned to the spiritual herb garden, he and the big black cow rejoiced. Fortunately, there were few cultivators in the Qian kingdom who could form a golden core, so these rare spiritual herbs were not in high demand, preventing them from being harvested to the point of extinction like foundation-building spiritual herbs. Over the years, whenever these senior brothers had personal matters, they would call on them for help. And they had gathered seeds from various spiritual herb gardens in the sect for over 100 years. These rare spiritual herbs included thunderfruit, xianjin flower, jade essence mushroom, etc., but some spiritual herbs required over 800 years to be medicinal. The 5 Elements sect also cultivated them generation after generation, sending people to harvest them once they reached maturity, and finally storing them in the alchemy hall for future generations. These rare spiritual herbs and spiritual pills could not be exchanged in the contribution hall, just like the golden core stage techniques. The 5 Elements sect did not open up this kind of thing at all. Chen Xiong sat atop a giant rock, gradually retracting his gaze, and said, "Old cow, let's go home and get ready." Moo. The person and the cow strolled towards the spirit herb garden, their eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, only of faint peace. Chapter 94. The bandit outfit of the cultivation world to outsiders. Both Chen Xiong and the big black cow seemed stuck at the early stage of foundation establishment, as if they had reached the limit of their aptitude. Inside the spirit herb garden at the Huichuan stream, in the cave dwelling, the big black cow leaned against the stone wall, looking at Chen Xiong with a proud expression, as if they were back in the cave of that small mountain village. Chen Xiong's eyes were like pools, dressed in black, with shoes as dark as ink, standing alone above the ground. A gentle breeze rustled his clothes. He solemnly took out a heavy black bandit hood. The sunlight barely penetrated it, as if it were being absorbed. He slowly put it on. Moo. The big black cow's pupils widened. Chen Xiong seemed like a different person, his aura completely transformed. A cold smile crept up Chen Xiong's lips as he gently turned to look at the big black cow, his sharp, deep, and icy gaze involuntarily giving an extremely strong sense of oppression. The big black cow kept puffing out breaths, a light sweat appearing on its forehead, trembling as it looked at Chen Xiong, continuously mooing softly, wanting to say, "Big brother is amazing." Chen Xiong slightly clasped his hands behind his back, revealing a disdainful look in his eyes. "Old cow, do you feel it?" Moo. The big black cow shouted excitedly. It definitely felt it. The full bandit outfit was complete, and from now on, it would be kill anyone who blocks the way, blessed by the Buddha. A hint of killing intent leaked from Chen Xiong's eyes. When traveling the world, how can one not have a proper outfit? "Old cow, use your divine sense to check this out." Moo. The big black cow nodded heavily, its eyes narrowing as it used its divine sense to probe Chen Xiong. After a stick of incense's time, the big black cow broke out in a cold sweat, confusion in its eyes. Moo, moo moo. Its divine sense placed on Chen Xiong seemed to completely disappear, like a malfunctioning god's perspective. It was even worse than looking with its eyes. The 10,000-year thousand threads spirit vine, something that could instigate a great battle in the cultivation world, was indeed terrifying. "Ha ha ha, Shiman black cow. Do you dare to probe this seat with your mere late-stage foundation establishment?" Chen Xiong laughed wildly, looking up to the sky. His gaze slightly narrowed as he looked at the big black cow. "Junior, die?" Moo. The big black cow curled up against the stone wall, trembling. This was too terrifying. Ha ha. The cave echoed with Chen Xiong's triumphant laughter, but suddenly the big black cow realized that Chen Xiong was just scaring it. Moo. Oh, damn. A loud crash sounded in the cave, and Chen Xiong was directly knocked against the stone wall, severely injured. Joy turned to sorrow. The person and the cow started to fight in the cave, dust swirling. Half an hour later, Chen Xiong used his strength to end the battle, overwhelming like the mountain. "Old cow, stand up. I've made you a bandit outfit for walking the world too." Moo. "Hurry up, if you take too long. I'll give it to someone else." Moo moo. The big black cow excitedly stood up, its height reaching 7 feet, and when it stood up, its physique was extraordinarily strong, towering over Chen Xiong by more than a head. However, due to the cow's horns, Chen Xiong made sure to account for that, fully fitting it with a super large face. But there were too many oddities in the cultivation world. Due to various cultivation methods, there were giant men and dwarfs. And the big black cow stood up looking like an exceptionally strong person. Moo. The big black cow gazed at the imposing bandit outfit, entranced. This might be freedom, a feeling of being unrestrained. But Chen Xiong secretly chuckled to himself, thinking how ridiculous it looked. Moo. Brother cow is mighty. Moo. The big black cow let out a loud roar. Its storage bag in its stomach emerged, which was exchanged by Chen Xiong, the largest storage bag from the Wuyun sect. Just enough to hold the black coffin, but the storage ring was not exchanged. Boom. The ground of the cave shook as a black coffin stood upright. The big black cow stomped on it, filled with death energy, fiercely suppressed by the water spirit technique. Chen Xiong slowly stood beside it, silently drawing out the mountain opening axe. And they both looked outside the cave, as the strong wind blew, remaining still. They fully exhibited the demeanor of bandits in the cultivation world. The person and the cow were so immersed in it that they posed for half an hour before they were satisfied. "Old cow, we've been too busy these years. I heard from the people at the artifact refining pavilion that aren't these magical tools capable of enhancing formations too?" Chen Xiong suddenly thought of something. "Our outfit also needs to be refined with essence blood. There are still some things to do." Moo moo. While wrapping things up, they began preparing again. Moo. The person and the cow began to get busy again. Now that the great battle was won, they felt more relaxed. Over the years, Chen Xiong had exchanged quite a few storage bags. Some large, some small, and rare items were stored with the old cow. They had so many items. All sorts of miscellaneous small objects, or various books. Every day, disciples returned to the Wuyun sect, and even golden core cultivators from the Ziyun sect visited, making it quite lively. The sect leader was still discussing the division of territory in the Wu kingdom, and it was said to be quite contentious. But compared to the surface's glamour and excitement, there were countless cultivators who had been crippled in the great battle, and they could only feel despondent and helpless. The sect also reclaimed many resources to heal the injured cultivators, but it was still a drop in the bucket, as some injuries would accompany them for a lifetime. Chen Xiong also took the big black cow to visit Ji Kuan and Shi Jing from time to time. It was said that Ji Kuan had taken a disciple in the sect. Shi Jing remained silent as ever, always looking up at the sky, no longer the cheerful person he once was, having completely sealed off his heart. Chen Xiong also inquired about Shi Jing's injuries from Lu Yuan, and upon asking, he cried. He had no way to help. Chen Xiong also gave Ji Kuan some good pills, but they were all returned, saying he only wanted to properly teach his disciple now, and asked Chen Xiong not to worry about him anymore. Chen Xiong felt helpless. It seemed that a great battle in the cultivation world had changed too much, and everyone was drifting further apart. Time flew by, and another 20 years passed in a hurry. The Qian kingdom and Wu kingdom became peaceful and harmonious. The cultivation world in Wu kingdom had long been suppressed by the century-long battle. No one dared to act recklessly. The 10 major sects grew in strength, widely recruiting disciples, and they didn't want to miss out on any promising seedlings from Wu kingdom. However, in just 20 years, aside from the participating cultivators, many people gradually forgot. Seeing the prosperity of the cultivation world was enough. Who cared about so much? The Wuyun sect was still occupying an 8th grade spiritual vein in Wu kingdom, building its mountain gate with great enthusiasm. Now, the number of new disciples entering the sect was increasing, full of hope as they embarked on the legendary path to immortality. The new generation pushed the old, and the Wuyun sect had to leave. After just over 300 years, the 5-element mixed spiritual roots indeed had no hope of breaking through to the golden core stage. In these 20 years, they had invested their longevity points in speed and the essence of all things. Their current longevity points, strength 50, speed 90, 50, essence of all things 51, magic power 90, 50, defense 90, 50. The contributions they had accumulated over the years had all been spent on books and materials, exchanging for advanced versions of refining, formations, talismans, etc., and their contributions were used up completely. They had already refined the bandit outfit with essence blood, and everything was packed up neatly. The big black cow had a belly full of storage bags. It told Chen Xiong there were no problems at all. They sat on the grass, just like the day they first arrived. The environment here remained beautiful, seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. It felt as if nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. Old cow, do you remember the day we took the flying boat to Wuyun sect? Chen Xiong suddenly looked in a direction and smiled. Wow, that scene, we took off. He gestured dramatically, causing the big black cow to moo with laughter beside him, occasionally nudging Chen Xiong. It even pulled out Chen Xiong's tattered straw hat, which he had kept all this time, despite having suffered quite a bit back then. If this straw hat was shown to others, many disciples would probably have nightmares. Chen Xiong took the hat and laughed. We are the tormenting twin kings of Wuyun sect. Moo. The big black cow made a charging motion, recalling how it had ambushed quite a few people back then. Thanks for taking care of us, senior brothers and sisters, junior brothers and sisters, and the seniors. Moo. Old cow, let's tidy up the spirit herb garden again, and then get ready to leave. Half a day later, Chen Xiong led the big black cow to the entrance of the herb garden's restrictions. They took a deep look at the Huijing Stream Spirit Herb Garden before turning to leave. Chapter 95. A Thought of Spring Breeze. A thought of old friends. They walked slowly, layers of mysterious mist continuously covering their backs. This road might never be traveled again. The floating light mysterious Great Formation was still running, but the two senior brothers at the entrance were no longer the same as before. Chen Xiong smiled and waved at them, then led the big black cow to the alchemy hall to report, saying that his lifespan was short and he wanted to descend the mountain to marry. Time flew by, and the alchemy hall had seen many new faces. The senior sister on the left was said to have gone to the front lines, It was unknown whether she had broken through or died, and it had been a long time since he had seen her. Ruan Zheng had also passed away during the mid-foundation stage. Chen Xiong had taken the big black cow to pay respects back then and performed a ritual. After the elder in the alchemy hall confirmed everything, he was taken aback. This junior brother really hadn't left the sect's spirit herb garden since breaking through to the foundation stage. His expression showed a hint of respect as he returned the restriction token, and the essence blood dissipated along with it. They left the alchemy hall, now free individuals. They had made outstanding contributions to the sect and could either retire within the sect or descend the mountain independently. Chen Xiong led the big black cow along the rugged mountain path, surrounded by greenery, as spring arrived and flowers bloomed. Occasionally, disciples in the qi refining stage whizzed by, still as busy as ever. Moo? The big black cow nudged Chen Xiong. Let us not tell anyone. We can leave quietly when the time comes. No need to be so dramatic. Chen Xiong understood the big black cow's meaning, whether to inform Brother Ji and the others. The big black cow hesitated but eventually nodded. Old cow, do you like this feeling of being light and free? Chen Xiong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Parting alive is better than parting in death. The big black cow's pupils contracted, startled by Chen Xiong's sudden words, halting its steps, and the struggle in its eyes disappeared. They did not intend to leave immediately, but wanted to take in the scenery before finally departing. Old cow, look over there. Chen Xiong suddenly became excited. Pointing to a valley below, which was a sea of fiery red, spring's maple leaf forest, seemingly extending into the heart of every person. Moo! Up on the sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! They stood on the fairy sword, soaring over the peaks, rushing down, and stirring up countless red leaves, their faces filled with delight. A tall and straight maple tree stood at the center of the maple leaf forest, radiant like clouds and rosy dawn. The spring breeze and maple leaves sang in harmony. The deep blue sky was profound and distant, filtering rays of sunlight that illuminated their figures. Chen Xiong looked up, leading the big black cow step by step through the maple leaf forest, his eyes filled with awe. Old cow, free to roam. Moo. As soon as Chen Xiong finished speaking, the big black cow excitedly ran out, sniffing around, occasionally standing still, equally filled with joy. They had been in Wu Yun's sect for so many years and had never discovered this treasure, only to find it upon leaving. Chen Xiong leaned against the maple tree, hands behind his head, a relaxed smile on his lips. He had been quite weary over the years. Although he was grateful to Wu Yun's sect, he realized he didn't particularly enjoy staying within the sect after everything he had experienced. Now, he and the old cow were no longer novices in the cultivation world. They had developed the strength to protect themselves and would no longer be hunted by demon beasts. A map of the Qian kingdom slowly unfolded in the air. Hee. This is great, Chen Xiong said softly, gradually closing his eyes, the map also stored in his storage bag. The blazing sun tore through the clouds, as rays of sunlight filtered through the maple leaf forest, seemingly taking on shapes, warming time and years. The big black cow was still moving around Chen Xiong. Upon seeing him asleep, it did not disturb him. In this grand and vast cultivation world, countless people tread behind them, leaving a trail of bones, struggling forward without stopping. Perhaps only this one person and one cow were still enjoying another side of the cultivation world. A day passed like this. Chen Xiong continued to rest. And the big black cow, tired from playing, also lay down with its eyes closed nearby. The next day, Chen Xiong was still resting. The big black cow glanced at him and gently put the straw hat on him, as the sunlight was indeed a bit glaring. Occasionally, male and female disciples would come to the maple leaf forest, seemingly using it as a rendezvous spot. Upon seeing the uncle master and his spirit beast, they were all startled and ran away, fearing to disturb him. They could rendezvous another time. On the third day, the big black cow completely relaxed and began to snore, its belly exposed. In the past 100 years, they seemed to have never relaxed this much. The deepest exhaustion in their hearts finally began to release. Bundles of orange-yellow light shone above their heads, and occasionally birds perched on their shoulders and heads. The trees desired stillness, but the wind would not cease. The gentle breeze swept by, and maple leaves floated down, landing on Chen Xiong's face. He remained tranquil, seeming to merge with nature. A thought of spring breeze arose. A thought of an old friend came. A woman stood in the distance, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at the man leaning against the ancient maple tree. Her red lips slightly parted, in harmony with light and dust. She didn't know why this thought popped into her mind, and she was shocked in her heart. Junior brother Chen Xiong, are you really a foundation stage cultivator? This woman was Lu Yuan. She did not know much about Chen Xiong, but she had seen many cultivators. And Chen Xiong was indeed a very special person. After a while, Lu Yuan smiled in relief, knowing this was merely her heart's wish. Judging by the time, junior brother Chen Xiong's lifespan was also limited. After the incident with Shi Jing, she had come to appreciate the value of those around her. This maple leaf forest was a place she had often visited with Shi Jing. But now, Shi Jing would not come anymore. He only stared blankly every day. The man under the maple tree in the distance opened his eyes, still drowsy, and looked at the woman. Sister Lu. The big black cow slowly opened its eyes, looking around in confusion, and suddenly spotted Lu Yuan, showing a hint of nervousness. Junior brother Chen, black cow. Lu Yuan smiled gently, her voice very clear. She wore a white dress and had matured significantly. Due to the recent victory, she had gained many cultivation resources and was now a late foundation stage cultivator. Receiving focused training from the sect, Shi Jing had been completely abandoned. Several of their master's 10 direct disciples had also been lost. She noticed the unnatural expression on the big black cow's face, as if she thought of something, but did not show it. Chen Xiong gently removed the maple leaf from his face and smiled. I didn't expect to meet Sister Lu here. Junior brother Chen, what are your plans for the future? Lu Yuan walked over lightly, a waft of fragrance passing by. On the side of Wu Nation, the sect is in need of foundation building cultivators. So there will be more opportunities. Sister Lu is thoughtful. Chen Xiong shook his head, looking at the dense maple leaves pierced by light. Junior brother has no other desire, just to enjoy the breeze and daydream. As the maple leaves fell, that moment felt as if time stood still. Even the wind held its breath. Lu Yuan's smile seemed to deepen as she nodded and then turned to leave. It's good that junior brother can see things clearly. Chapter 96. The sea is vast for fish to leap. The sky is high for birds to fly. Moo? Have we forgotten something important? Moo? We must avenge the Qingya eagle. Let's steal its eggs, and then set off. Moo. The big black cow became excited, shaking the ground and scattering the maple leaves everywhere. One person and one cow stood up with a loud bang, revealing cold smiles, and looked in one direction. First, scout the area, then take action. We can't break industry rules. 2 months later, on a cliff, 2 dark figures let out excited screams as they ran away, holding a big egg. In the sky, 2 Qingya eagles were in a frenzy, continuously screeching with piercing sounds that tore at the soul. The elders in the spirit beast hall were in a panic, wondering what was happening with the Qingya eagles, and quickly called for someone to check. In a cave, Chen Xiong and the big black cow burst into hearty laughter. Who cares if it's the same one? Stealing it is all that matters. Old cow, did you see? I told you back, then it couldn't outlive you. Chen Xiong laughed, looking at the white big egg on the ground. I could smell it and knew. The big black cow patted Chen Xiong, looking satisfied. As expected of my big brother. Let's go. We have everything packed, right? Moo. The big black cow nodded seriously. It had checked countless times, not leaving anything behind. Chen Xiong and the big black cow sneakily looked around and at the sky, gradually disappearing into the towering mountains. 3 days later, the egg inexplicably returned. But the Qingya eagles trembled with anger upon seeing it. Thieves, great thieves. This is a blatant insult to us. The elders in the spirit beast hall were also puzzled, having seen no one. However, this became a small joke among the disciples of the spirit beast hall. Did they run into ghosts? On the way down the mountain, the big black cow was once again loaded with pots and pans, their old companions. But with a few more storage bags and a small wooden bucket for health tea hanging from its head, it still liked to hang around, listening to the jingling sounds. Feeling secure, and Chen Xiong felt the same. He changed into a linen outfit and went to the sect's main hall to return his clothes and sect token, still carrying the 3 mountain opening axes. They wore straw hats, looking like old farmers in the mountains, stepping down the mountain. And the whistling disciples in the air were still filled with vitality. It felt like a different world as Chen Xiong and the big black cow leisurely observed their surroundings. They arrived at the mountain gate, which was an ancient giant stone, standing tall and larger than trees, with several characters carved into it that were unrecognizable. It seemed to symbolize the passage of time and inheritance, each stroke powerful and full of spirit. We insect. Chen Xiong solemnly clasped his hands, and the big black cow lowered its head, showing seriousness. We're leaving again. The road to longevity is always drifting, but it is also full of unknowns and excitement. Today the sun is blazing, a good day for setting off. Chen Xiong and the big black cow glanced at the mountain road behind the giant stone. Damn it. We didn't say anything, and you really didn't come? Let's go. Old cow, I didn't inform these juniors, so it's normal for them not to come. Chen Xiong's awkwardness flashed away as he slowly led the big black cow out of the mountain range. Once they exited the Great Formation, they no longer belonged to the Wuyun sect. Moo, the big black cow nodded. That's right, Chen Xiong didn't tell them. Outside the Great Formation, the sky was high and the sea vast, with broad roads in every direction. However, both Chen Xiong and the big black cow were startled, suddenly stopping in their tracks. 3 people stood ahead of them, seemingly waiting there for a long time. Junior brother Chen, black cow. Junior brother Chen, black cow. Junior brother Chen, cow junior brother. The 3 were Shi Jing, Lu Yuan, and Ji Kuan, all smiling, aware of Chen Xiong's recent actions and that he was about to leave. Hey, look at this situation. Chen Xiong laughed heartily, looking at the big black cow. Old cow, this was your idea, right? Moo? Moo moo moo. The big black cow was startled, angrily biting Chen Xiong's clothes. When did I say that? Junior brother Chen, black cow, where are you planning to go? Shi Jing asked. Although his eyes still carried a hint of melancholy, he had come out of it a lot. I have some connections in various places. Senior brother Shi. No need to be polite. I plan to return to the countryside, marry a wife, and farm. Chen Xiong clasped his hands, his eyes full of sincerity. Senior brother Shi. Don't be discouraged. At least you still have sister Lu by your side, which is much better than me and the old cow. Shi Jing's eyes were filled with the weight of time as he inadvertently glanced at Lu Yuan and nodded gently. Junior brother Chen, black cow, take care. Lu Yuan revealed a charming smile and looked at Chen Xiong. If there's a chance, I hope to come back and see you. Take care. Moo. Chen Xiong and the big black cow also looked at Lu Yuan, the little junior sister from back then, who seemed capable of standing on her own now. Ji Kuan, now with a head full of white hair, looked older than during the qi refinement stage, but the occasional sparkle in his eyes showed he was no ordinary person. Chen Xiong had long noticed Ji Kuan. How could he suddenly have white hair overnight? Junior brother Chen, cow junior brother. Ji Kuan seemed to show a long-lost smile, his voice trembling slightly, filled with warmth. Senior brother Ji. Moo. Chen Xiong slowly clasped his hands, but his eyes were filled with deep concern. Something was definitely wrong with his body. The big black cow gently approached Ji Kuan, rubbing against him. In this sect, only Ji Kuan treated it like a junior brother. Why would Chen Xiong help Ji Kuan so much? Although he had never said it, the big black cow already knew in its heart. It was all for that single phrase, cow junior brother. Cow junior brother. Ji Kuan smiled, stroking the big black cow's head. They were brothers from the 9-Star Valley. Just like him. He slowly walked up to Chen Xiong, took out an ancient book from his storage bag, and said, Junior brother Chen, I'm giving this to you. This item belongs solely to the Ji family, passed down from ancient times, and can only be opened by the Ji family bloodline. He forcefully opened it with his own blood just to give it to Chen Xiong. Although it is greatly incomplete, it is still the only treasure he has. His hair turned white overnight because of this. He couldn't give Chen Xiong anything else, so he could only give him this last bit of hope. Senior brother Ji. Take it back. Chen Xiong frowned, raising his voice significantly. I help you not because I want anything from you, but because you are my friend. Moo moo. The big black cow nodded in agreement. They had never thought about these things. Between friends, it doesn't matter who owes whom. Otherwise, what is the point of having friends? Ji Kuan's voice was deep and full of laughter as he patted Chen Xiong's shoulder with one hand. Right? Chen Xiong took a deep breath, locking eyes with Ji Kuan. Just like the scene when they were at the foot of the mountain, nodding seriously. Ji Kuan smiled and placed it into Chen Xiong's hands. Feeling no regrets in his heart, Chen Xiong and the big black cow walked slowly down the empty road, glancing back 3 times, while the 3 of them looked at him with smiles. It could be considered a blessing to have friends like Chen Xiong and the big black cow on the path of cultivation. As Chen Xiong and the big black cow walked farther away, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted, Brother Ji, Brother Shi, Sister Lu. If we meet on the street in the future, don't forget to say hello. Chat with me, an old cow, for a bit. Moo. Of course. Absolutely. Stop talking. Let's go. The 3 of them suddenly shouted, completely lacking the demeanor of foundation-building cultivators, their eyes filled only with blessings for a friend's journey. Chen Xiong waved and laughed from a distance. Old cow. We're leaving. Moo. Moo. The big black cow also called out to the 3, then looked at Chen Xiong and asked, which way are we going? All around were vast roads and wilderness, and the sun shone brightly overhead, as if interpreting the peak of life's progress. Chen Xiong stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the wilderness, pretending to be profound as he said, "The path to longevity needs no hesitation, no looking back, no sighing. Wherever the gaze falls, it is all the road ahead. Old cow, just choose a direction. With no destination, we charge ahead. But today this seat wants to ride." Moo. Before he could finish speaking, the big black cow let out a heavy snort and instantly charged forward, kicking up a storm of yellow sand, while Chen Xiong stood there in a daze. After a while, he finally reacted and immediately ran after the big black cow. Chen Xiong's veins bulged, his features contorted, shouting, "Old cow, I haven't gotten on yet. Old cow, I haven't gotten on yet." Moo moo. The yellow sand rolled, and the two figures grew farther away, gradually disappearing from sight. The three still stood outside the mountain gate, smiling, watching the already vanished figures, their eyes filled with emotion, as if they always appeared so carefree and unrestrained. Some people will always be etched in memory, even if one forgets their voice, their smile, their face, the feelings when remembering them will never change. Perhaps Chen Xiong is just that kind of person. They had completely left the Wuyun sect, and the world of cultivation was grand and splendid. From now on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. Chapter 97. The ancestral grave explodes, the Taoist's divine power. In life, between heaven and earth, one is like a traveler. The blazing sun approached the horizon, and a vast expanse of fiery red clouds ignited in the sky, overflowing with subtlety and depth. On the road at sunset, a young man was riding a black cow, charging madly down the road. The speed so fast that it kicked up waves of sand, with a pleasant jingling sound constantly emanating from him. They passed through fields, crossed great rivers, and countless passing villagers looked on in shock at this powerful black cow. It was much stronger than their own old yellow cow. As they ran wildly, Chen Xiong continuously let out joyful shouts. "Woohoo! Moo moo!" The big black cow also excitedly kept calling out. They hadn't run so freely and happily in years. There were no disturbances, no restraints, no direction. All they saw was the road ahead. And every encounter was a surprise. "Old cow, you understand." Moo. As Chen Xiong and the big black cow's cultivation levels continuously dropped, their speed also became slower and slower. The big black cow's eyes revealed a shrewdness. It was in the late foundation building stage, but now it was at the 7th level of qi refining. And no one dared to cause trouble. The big black cow turned to look at Chen Xiong as if seeking credit, but suddenly its eyes widened in shock. Chen Xiong had completely lost all his cultivation, completely becoming immortal, and the latter also looked at it in confusion. "Old cow?" Chen Xiong frowned and slowly said, "We're not going to find cultivators. It's fine to just be ordinary people. Did cultivators ever cause trouble for mortals? They're busy too." The big black cow nodded. Having been in the cultivation world for so long, it still wasn't quite used to it. Its own cultivation was also gradually decreasing, slowly becoming an ordinary black cow, with no magical power manifesting anymore. Boom. Chen Xiong jumped down with a smile in his eyes, looking at the golden fields on both sides. Holding the big black cow's leash and walking slowly, a map unfolded in midair, as if moving with them. "Old cow, let's avoid these blank areas. They are all the residences of cultivators," Chen Xiong said casually, gazing at the map. "We'll find an ordinary deep mountain forest to first refine a golden core. I already have a plan in mind. Look at the junction of Jiang Prefecture and Kaiyang Prefecture. It's all mountains and rivers, and there are no immortal sections. We'll go scout the area and observe. Safety first when traveling." "Moo." The big black cow happily said. It still liked this feeling, being able to roam around with Chen Xiong, wandering the world. Now it had the strength to protect itself, as long as it didn't associate with those cultivators. Trouble wouldn't find them. "Let us go." "Moo." The two figures gradually disappeared into the fields, as free as the wind, as casual as the rain. 2 months later, in an inconspicuous small village in Jiang Prefecture, at the ancestral grave site. Here, it was surrounded by villagers. Their eyes filled with hope as they looked at a young Taoist and his exorcising big black cow. Each person held a good amount of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Their faces flushed with excitement. "Please, Taoist, cast your spell." "Taoist, there are monsters causing trouble in the village, making us unable to sleep at night. Please, Taoist, cast your spell." Hundreds of people spoke excitedly, each taking turns, creating a loud noise. But this young Taoist clearly had high cultivation. He remained calm and undisturbed, slowly pulling out a mountain-cleaving axe. All the villagers suddenly fell silent, their eyes wide open. How could the Taoist's magical tool be a mountain-cleaving axe? The young Taoist chanted incantations, and smoke began to swirl around him. Suddenly, with a loud shout, he swung the mountain-cleaving axe. Blow it up. Boom. The gravestone of the ancestral grave exploded directly, and blue smoke billowed from the pit, accompanied by a piercing scream. Moo. The exorcising big black cow shook the bell continuously, and the piercing scream suddenly turned into roars and sounds of struggle. Before long, it began to dissipate, and the big black cow grinned. A little ghost at the second level of Qi refining dared to show off in front of it. The Westgate Black Cow. Taoist divine power. Taoist divine power. The surrounding villagers cheered with joy, continually bowing and clasping their hands, tears of happiness in their eyes, finally resolving this major problem. Ha ha. Villagers, let's feast, let's feast. The young Taoist supported the old village chief and laughed heartily. This person was none other than Chen Xiong. Oh right. Hurry and prepare for the Taoist. The old village chief excitedly pointed at the crowd with his walking stick. We must not neglect the Taoist. Yes, village chief. The crowd shouted with all their might, quickly rushing in all directions. Taoist, please. The old village chief said with a warm smile, his eyes filled with respect. Village chief. Please. Chen Xiong clasped his hands and smiled. The entire village was bustling, as if celebrating the new year, with loud shouts everywhere. At the banquet, people continuously came to flatter Chen Xiong, and some brought their children to ask if he would take them as disciples, but he politely declined each time. Finally, the old village chief could no longer stand it, and quickly scolded everyone. Do not disturb the Taoist's quiet cultivation. The villagers were also helpless and began to drink heartily. Now that the haunting issue was resolved, everyone felt much more at ease. Chen Xiong was also happy to have peace. He carried several plates and walked toward the distant corner where the big black cow was. Moo moo. Old cow, let's try the flavors of Jiang Prefecture's cuisine. Chen Xiong smiled, sat down on the ground, holding a plate in one hand to eat, while using the other to feed the big black cow. The cow mooed, its eyes shining. It was indeed delicious, different from the flavor made by Chen Xiong. Haha, old cow, every place has its own taste. Chen Xiong said while eating. We still have a lot to learn. Take it slow, no rush. The big black cow responded with a moo and started eating again. The person and the cow had no semblance of a refined image, looking more like beggars in the city, even without using chopsticks. At that moment, a little boy quietly approached, bending at a 90-degree angle and awkwardly cupping his hands, saying, Taoist, are you an immortal? Huh. Chen Xiong and the big black cow were taken aback, with food still in their mouths, looking quite messy. Young man, you're thinking too much. Immortals aren't like us. Chen Xiong suddenly laughed, and the big black cow also grinned, mooing a little, with pots and bowls around them looking very out of place. The little boy looked up, his features slightly unbalanced, giving off a not-so-intelligent vibe. He said cheerfully, You are an immortal. There are ghosts in our village, and the people from Arya's family can't solve it. Young man, sit down. Chen Xiong chuckled. Why didn't you go eat at the banquet? I saw there were quite a few people at your table. The little boy's eyes lit up, and he quickly sat down, but then suddenly looked dejected, saying, They say I look strange and don't play with me. Isn't that a ridiculous thing? Chen Xiong took another bite and looked at the big black cow, right, old cow? The big black cow nodded seriously. Aren't we all human? It also took a bite of food. Taoist, you don't think this is anything, right? You haven't done anything wrong. Not stealing or robbing, just ignore them. Chen Xiong said nonchalantly, picking up a plate full of meat. Here, young man, eat more meat, grow strong. Thank you, Taoist. The little boy excitedly kowtowed on the ground, as they wouldn't let him join the banquet, and he had been hungry. The two of them, along with the cow, started eating on the ground, completely out of sync with the atmosphere at the banquet in the distance. Chapter 98. Senior, speak some mortal words. You are an immortal, right? The little boy choked out, as he had no friends and had only heard many legends about immortals. We really aren't. Immortals are ethereal, not eating the smoke of the mortal realm, saving the suffering and supporting the heavens. The big black cow nodded continuously. They could at most be considered cultivators, and the least impressive ones at that. The little boy's eyes widened. With that said, the Taoist really didn't seem like an immortal, and it seemed he had been overthinking. Young man, do you want to be an immortal? Yes, Taoist, then no one would mock me. Everyone would respect me like they respect you. Haha, quite ambitious. Chen Xiong laughed, not saying much more. Young man, are you full? Full, Taoist. Let's go help them clean up. Huh, Taoist, they will look down on me. Just follow me. Yes, Taoist. The little boy smiled innocently. Chen Xiong led the boy and the big black cow toward the banquet area, and they began to help the villagers clean the tables and benches. This startled the old village chief, who quickly said there was no need for the Taoist to do it himself. Unable to refuse the crowd, Chen Xiong directed the little boy to start cleaning. But many people's gazes toward him changed, secretly thinking they could no longer tease him. The next day, before the sun had risen, the pale blue sky still adorned with a few scattered stars, the air was filled with the chill of dawn, everything pure and refreshing. The able-bodied villagers were still drunk from the banquet and had not yet awakened. At this time, two figures walked toward the rising sun, treading lightly through the mist, making no sound. The little boy had already awakened. He sat on the roof, his favorite moment being the sunrise. However, he was suddenly struck with intense shock. His eyes trembling, he saw two figures, the Taoist and his black cow, seemingly walking slowly, but each step was like 1,000. His vocabulary was limited, and he couldn't describe that feeling. He rubbed his eyes fiercely. In an instant, they disappeared from his view, and he seemed to hear his own rapid heartbeat. Suddenly, the little boy smiled foolishly. Taoist, you are an immortal, right? After dawn, the villagers discovered that Chen Xiong had already left, all in a panic, hoping to keep the little Taoist for a few more days. The unmarried women in the village, over 30, prepared to take action themselves, not expecting the Taoist to slip away. They all returned home and shut themselves in, secretly feeling sad for a few days. In the following days, Chen Xiong and the big black cow traveled, stopping and going, exploring and playing. However, they did not engage with the circle of cultivators, avoiding the territories of major sects, and didn't even encounter any cultivators. Time seemed to return to the days they spent in the mortal realm, free from so many troubles. Chen Xiong was also relieved. He thought that after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, there would be foundation establishment cultivators everywhere, but reality was not so coincidental. Sometimes, he and the big black cow would sit on a hillside, watching the surging river, with buildings along the riverbanks reflecting the style of this world, and the faint outlines of ancient kiln sites. The desolate and heavy merchant road saw people coming and going, either densely or sparsely, all exuding an ancient charm. These beautiful scenes made Chen Xiong and the big black cow stop and think, lost in their thoughts. Sometimes they would watch others building bridges and roads, feeling at ease, as their state of mind gradually sublimated without them realizing. Sometimes, while walking on the rural paths, they would see an old farmer pulling a donkey cart and would help push it along. Every trivial matter seemed to hold great significance for those who sought longevity. However, the big black cow was envious and mooed continuously, remembering that Chen Xiong had promised to find him a large piece of good farmland. This startled Chen Xiong, who quickly reassured the big black cow, saying they would look for it when they reached the core formation stage. The big black cow believed him again, and they continued on their journey. However, they only stayed a few days in each place before disappearing silently. Sometimes, Chen Xiong would draw, sketching the scenery, but the big black cow remarked that Chen Xiong's painting skills were about as good as his singing skills. However, most of the spiritual energy in the mortal realm was not concentrated, and they had not discovered any crane spirit trees, making both Chen Xiong and the big black cow a bit restless. But how could Chen Xiong not have a backup plan? He had brought crane spirit tree saplings with him. They just weren't needed yet. They temporarily found a secluded area in the deep mountains and forests, having been waiting here for a long time, with no ascension gatherings or sects in sight. There were many wild beasts in the mountains, but in front of Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators, they were merely additional meat. They opened a cave dwelling, planning to cultivate here until they reached the great perfection of Foundation Establishment before heading to the junction of the two states. To them, survival skills in the wild were as simple as eating and drinking. It was all about familiarity. The big black cow intended to set up a formation to conceal the cave, but Chen Xiong stopped him, saying not to overcomplicate things and to let nature take its course. They were still just mortals. In the mountains, where human footprints were rare, there were tall and dense woods everywhere. They began to live like wild people, hunting and foraging for herbs to use for health and seasoning. Then every day, they cultivated the spiritual herbs needed for the 3 yuan pills, and Chen Xiong often refined pills, and so the days passed one by one. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the mountains for a year, adding longevity to the essence of all things. Today, the sunlight was just right. The sky was blue without a hint of cloud, as if filtered of all colors, radiantly glowing. Chen Xiong and the big black cow leaned against the sides of the cave, basking in the sun, feeling immensely content. Old cow, this is comfortable. Moo. They half closed their eyes, enjoying the gentle breeze. Such unhurried days were truly wonderful. Chen Xiong picked up a cup and took a sip of health tea. Refreshing to the heart, and the big black cow followed suit, feeling at ease. However, at that moment, behind a giant tree in the distance, a fourth-layer chi refining cultivator was watching them with a sinister gaze. This person was named Wang Chuan, a loose cultivator who had just learned the flying sword technique and was eager to test it on someone. But he didn't dare to kill indiscriminately in the city. So he came to the mountains, hoping to find a hunter to test his skills. After all, a mortal's life was the least valuable. He had his eyes set on Chen Xiong, this mortal. Dying at the hands of this immortal is considered lucky for you mortals, Wang Chuan chuckled softly. He had never killed anyone before and needed to bolster his courage. Otherwise, how could he walk in the cultivation world in the future? He had already checked. There was no doubt that Chen Xiong was immortal, and with a big black cow beside him, he estimated that he was just a child from a hunter's family. Rise. Wang Chuan formed a seal and chanted a spell, and a silver light suddenly shot out from his sleeve, revealing a small silver sword. It circled around him twice, and with a flick of his finger, the flying sword whistled away, aiming straight for Chen Xiong's neck. Whoosh! He smirked coldly, already imagining the gruesome scene of this person under his flying sword. Suddenly, that person remained completely at ease, but the murderous flying sword seemed to stab into empty air, as if piercing through a rippling illusion. After the flying sword passed, the rippling illusion solidified again, making it indistinguishable from reality. Wang Chuan's face turned pale in an instant, his pupils constricting in shock and disbelief. It's over, something big has happened. Wang Chuan's heart sank. This was definitely not a mortal. Could there be a powerful cultivator hiding in such a place devoid of spiritual energy? Impossible. Who would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in such a location? He screamed internally. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, soaking his back, and his body became incredibly stiff. He didn't want to die before even starting his career. The sky remained that blue, and the surroundings were still so tranquil. Seemingly, only the wind was noisy. We are just mere mortals. Is my fellow cultivator so ruthless? Moo. Two indifferent voices floated from behind Wang Chuan, causing his scalp to tingle and his pupils to shrink to the size of needles, revealing intense despair. He suddenly felt incredibly small, as if two enormous shadows were continuously devouring him. Wang Chuan even felt the hot breath behind him. He struggled to turn his head slowly and suddenly let out a scream. He saw a black cow standing up, its hooves resting against a massive black coffin surrounded by a deathly aura. Senior, I was blind to not recognize your greatness. Please spare me. Wang Chuan was so frightened that he lost control of his bodily functions, kneeling down with a thud, crying out, whose magical tool is a coffin? Since my fellow cultivator has arrived, shouldn't you stay? Chen Xiong's eyes glinted coldly. Old cow, open the coffin and perform the ritual. Moo. Boom. The black coffin spiraled upwards. The coffin lid burst open. Darkness and despair slowly spread, causing the surrounding flowers and grasses to wilt. The incense burner from the big black cow's storage bag emerged, and Chen Xiong immediately sat down, wisps of smoke rising. Senior, Wang Chuan shouted desperately, his eyes bloodshot, his internal power suppressed to the point of being unable to move. I was wrong. Enter the coffin. Moo. Boom. The big black cow unleashed a thick stream of magical power, and the black coffin instantly covered Wang Chuan's head, as if directly consuming him. The coffin lid closing at the same time. Old cow, please take the merit book. This is an evil cultivator who has killed innocents. Even the Buddha won't forgive him. Moo. A large ledger appeared in midair, and a glint flashed in the big black cow's eyes as it made a harsh mark. Senior, say something human. I'm not dead yet. Senior. Wang Chuan cried out in despair from within the black coffin, his life force fading, his power being devoured. A sense of despair being consumed by darkness seeping into his heart. Please ascend, fellow cultivator. Moo moo. Wang Chuan's screams grew fainter, and the black coffin was engulfed in flames, leaving not even ashes. Chen Xiong snorted coldly, and the big black cow spat beside him, even opening the coffin to check, to ensure nothing was left unburned. The man and cow arranged the scene, leaving no traces behind, and even the surrounding flowers and grasses were revived by the water spirit technique. Chapter 99. Tetanus and the Mountain Cleaving Axe. Old cow. Chen Xiong stopped in front of the cave. Let's change to another mountain and tidy up. Moo? The big black cow asked in confusion. Haven't we already destroyed the corpse and burned the bones? If this person had informed his elders before coming, would they come looking for him? Chen Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly as he said solemnly, we are long-lived and don't lack time for cleanup, but if trouble comes, there could be too many unknowns. The big black cow widened its eyes and snorted heavily. Have you forgotten the story I told you about killing a chicken when we left the small mountain village? Chen Xiong's tone rose, his gaze deep as he looked at the big black cow. Now is the time to develop good habits, step by step, so we won't make major mistakes in the future. Moo. The big black cow roared, and it understood, even thinking about taking out a small notebook to record every piece of wisdom from Chen Xiong. Old cow, get to work. Moo. The big black cow hurried into the cave, its power raging, small formations springing up, revealing the cave's original appearance filled with spirit herbs. In just 1 hour, everything was tidied up, and a loud crash echoed through the cave as countless stones covered it. The big black cow brought in a few large stones, and with a wave of Chen Xiong's hand, they were embedded into the cave entrance, merging seamlessly with the surrounding rock walls, appearing natural and harmonious. Even if an earth scholar came, they would have to say there was no problem with this stone wall. There were absolutely no caves inside. After setting everything up, the two figures turned into faint shadows, leaving no traces of having lived there. Although Wang Chuan was a loose cultivator, he was not an orphan. A few days later, the Wang family sent people to search the mountains, as Wang Chuan had mentioned before that he would be cultivating spells here alone. Under a generous reward, the Wang family also found many laborers and hunters in the city. These hunters, accompanied by their hunting dogs, frantically searched the mountains. If they found him, they would be rewarded with a piece of gold, but the dogs shook their heads, finding nothing. This matter gradually became a cold case in the city. Half a month later, Chen Xiong and the big black cow arrived at an unnamed mountain range, where they had been hiding for a long time, completely safe and rarely visited by people. Countless peaks here smiled and rested, surrounded by a purple twilight, lying quietly in the spring fields to the west. They entered the deep mountains, where the roar of fierce beasts echoed. It was said that there were even demon beasts roaming, and not a single hunter was in sight. But if any unwary ones appeared, Chen Xiong and the big black cow would show them what experience and ruthlessness truly meant. Chen Xiong took the mountain opening axe and opened another cave, while the big black cow was digging holes on the ground, setting up a small formation. It occasionally went outside to bring back some soil and even made a pond underneath the cave, busier than Chen Xiong, who shook his head and laughed at the sight. If these spiritual herbs are to cultivate seeds, just putting them in the medicine box won't suffice. The man and cow worked at a steady pace, neither hurried nor impatient. To them, lifespan was just a number. Another day passed, and the sky was overcast. The big black cow was still busy, occasionally mooing at Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong sat in front of the cave, staring at his yellow-grayed, unrefined mountain opening axe, lost in thought and frustration. Damn it, Chen Xiong muttered softly, feeling too poor to buy anything, and he hadn't found any good materials along the way. He and the big black cow both agreed it was bad luck. He took out a crane spirit tree seedling from his storage bag, and a slight smile formed on his lips. My good brother, how about you give it a try? Chen Xiong's eyes brightened. Who said a mountain opening axe had to be made of metal materials? A crane spirit tree would work too. As for the crane spirit tree king, his current mountain opening axe couldn't even cut it down. It carried death energy, capable of devouring magical power and life force. Wow, a tetanus mountain opening axe. Chen Xiong suddenly stood up and shouted, astonished. He had an epiphany. Moo? The big black cow poked its head out from the cave. Old cow, how many detours have we taken? Chen Xiong looked at the big black cow, laughing excitedly. You can use crane spirit wood for your black coffin. So my mountain opening axe can too. Moo? Moo moo. The big black cow also shouted excitedly, a shadow leaping out. Moo moo? Ha ha ha, it can be done. Absolutely can be done. Chen Xiong became more and more excited, and even picked the big black cow up. Moo. The big black cow let out a surprised cry. Haha. Let's get started. Chen Xiong was already overjoyed but suddenly froze, slowly calming down. 100,000 years moo. The big black cow began doing calculations on the ground. a slight cold sweat forming on its brow. Old cow, you go ahead and keep busy. I'll think a bit more. Moo. The big black cow comfortingly patted Chen Xiong as it left, acknowledging that the calculations were a bit difficult. Chen Xiong sat in front of the cave again, lost in thought, murmuring softly, essence of all things, foundation building period 1 month, 250 years, golden core period 450 years. First, cultivate the spiritual herbs to form a core. Then refine the life-bound magic treasure. Chen Xiong nodded slightly, finding it increasingly reasonable. If they cultivated the crane spirit tree, they would not be able to cultivate their spiritual herbs. This would waste a lot of meaningless time. Chen Xiong took out a small booklet and began to write and draw. His expression grew serious. The big black cow's black coffin could indeed be further strengthened. However, even with the enhancement of their water spirit technique, if they continued to strengthen the black coffin, it might not be able to suppress the death energy, as their strength wasn't sufficient yet. Is the water spirit technique really only 3 layers? Chen Xiong slowly looked up at the sky, feeling that after cultivating so many small spells, this water spirit technique still seemed quite peculiar and incomprehensible. Moreover, they hadn't cultivated the 1,000 silk spirit vine to its limit, mainly fearing that the alchemical fire would burn continuously and prevent them from extracting the silk. There were simply too many matters at hand. Chen Xiong sighed softly and then secretly smirked. We're living long lives, damn it. Immersed in cultivation without the passage of time, the wild beasts in the mountains faced great calamity. The wild men re-emerged in the mountain range, with wild cattle following them to battle the world, countless fierce beasts howling in pain every night, hoping they wouldn't be eaten again. Every few months, wild men brought wild cattle out of their caves, running freely over mountains and hills, constantly chasing beasts, their mouths making strange cackling and guffawing sounds. The entire Qian kingdom and the mortal realm of the Wu kingdom had become peaceful under the governance of the 10 great immortal sections. To be honest, the common people who could survive to this day must have some ancestral immortal bloodline. Otherwise, how could they live this long? They didn't just appear out of thin air. This was also the biggest reason the cultivation world could have successors. Somehow, some cultivation geniuses would emerge among mortals, as if their bloodlines had reverted to their ancestors. Throughout history, there have been instances where great cultivators slaughtered innocent civilians, engaging in battles in cities that left rivers of blood. Such events occurred, but they were rare, and of course, wars were not included. However, nowadays, you probably wouldn't even have the chance to act before the 10 great immortal sects would eliminate you first. After all, when Chen Xiong was at the Wuyan sect, the outer sect's duty hall often sent people like Ji Kuan to eliminate evil cultivators, let alone the 10 great immortal sections. Though mortals' lives are as fragile as grass, they are not something that cultivators can trample on at will. There is always order within. Chapter 100. The 5 Elements Pill completed, heading to the border between the 2 states. Time continued to sketch beautiful pictures in life and write about the strength and perseverance of countless people in adversity. Chen Xiong and the big black cow had settled in the deep mountains for 50 years, now at the peak of foundation building. Although their spiritual awareness hadn't increased significantly, their magical power had deepened considerably, and the difference from the later stage of foundation building was still quite large. Furthermore, their foundation was very solid. After all, they had long exceeded the lifespan of foundation building cultivators, which ordinary people could not manage. Over the years, the various spiritual herbs for the 5 Elements Pill had been fully cultivated by the big black cow, definitely capable of withstanding Chen Xiong's extravagance. They allocated their longevity points to strength and essence of all things. Their current longevity points were strength 62, 50, speed 90, 50, essence of all things 90, 50, magical power 90, 50, defense 90, 50. Inside the cave, the big black cow was tense, constantly scattering petals and occasionally massaging Chen Xiong's shoulders. Chen Xiong sat cross-legged on the ground, draped in a fierce tiger skin, his aura continuously rising, revealing an invincible intention that dominated the world. The auspicious time had come. I will open the furnace to refine pills. May the immortals and gods bless me. And I hope everyone. Chen Xiong paused, his eyes gleaming coldly, slowly uttering, do not fail to recognize my worth. Moo. The big black cow stared with wide eyes, its hooves trembling, completely yielding under Chen Xiong's imposing presence. It didn't dare to say such things, nor could it even dream of it. Truly, it was worthy of its big brother, just amazing. Old cow, Bring the spiritual herbs. Moo. The big black cow waved its hooves, and countless thousand-year-old spiritual herbs surged like a long river, exuding rich spiritual energy. However, the cave had been completely concealed by its formation, and nothing could disturb Chen Xiong's alchemy. Humph, a mere 5 elements pill, what is so difficult about it? Furnace. Come. Chen Xiong shouted, the alchemy furnace spiraling into the sky, 5 clusters of white alchemical flames shining in the air, extremely cold. He narrowed his eyes, spreading his spiritual awareness, continuously forming hand seals, manipulating the vast magical power over the spiritual herbs. The big black cow quickly hid in the cave, cautiously extending its head, its spiritual awareness radiating outward, always observing the situation outside. A year later, the cave echoed with a strange laugh. Is this how you disrespect me? Moo moo. Another year of spring and summer. The cave resonated with a sarcastic tone. Heh, old cow, light incense, bathe, and worship the immortals and gods. Moo moo. Another year passed. What cannot be retained is time. What cannot be forgotten is alchemy. The cave echoed with a pious voice. I was young and ignorant back then, offending all of you. I hope for your forgiveness. Moo moo. The wind came and went, flowers bloomed and fell. Another year of prosperity. The cave echoed with heart-wrenching cries. Give me some face. Moo. For years later, the massive stone at the cave's entrance shattered with a loud explosion. Even the formation flag was flipped out. The big black cow mooed anxiously, quickly using the technique to protect its formation flag, curling up at the entrance of the cave and looking weakly at a man. 8 years. A full 8 years. Ha ha ha. The man seemed a bit mad, his eyes bloodshot, hair disheveled, stepping out of the cave little by little. Suddenly looking at the big black cow. The big black cow shuddered, its pupils trembled, and it kept mooing softly. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiong's magical power had greatly increased, and with the enhancement of spells, it was still so difficult to refine a golden yuan pill. Old cow. The big black cow shuddered, instinctively wagging its tail. I found the method to refine it. Chen Xiong suddenly showed a sense of melancholy in his eyes. All the pain was worth it. The big black cow excitedly pounced on Chen Xiong, who laughed heartily, continuously patting it to reassure it. The midday sunlight was intense, blooming like a flower. Chen Xiong raised his hand, pinching the golden yuan pill with 2 fingers, lifting it above his head, letting the sunlight penetrate and refract into a marvelous aura of spiritual power. The big black cow looked dumbfounded. The golden yuan pill was the size of a quail egg, but it was golden and transparent on the outside, with a deep color in the center, round and smooth. Chen Xiong looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. It truly was a perfect piece of art, highly collectible. Over the past 8 years, they had continued to add longevity points to the essence of all things. And when the breakthrough came, it would be the day the crane spirit tree king ascended. Old cow, go take a bath in the river and rest for a few days. Chen Xiong exhaled a breath of turbid air. He still needed to sort out his thoughts. As this was just a mid-grade golden yuan pill, the big black cow grinned, magical power emanating from its body. The cave gradually became covered by an illusion array, as there were quite a few good things inside, to prevent wild beasts from digging it up. Chen Xiong fully agreed. After living here for many years, no one would notice the formation. The man and the cow gradually moved away, combining the efforts of longevity and cultivation to avoid any mental blockage. In the mountains, a small river flowed quietly, the river surface sparkling under the sunlight, with a few leaves accidentally drifting across. Suddenly, huge ripples appeared on the river's surface, splashing countless crystal-clear droplets. Old cow. Damn it, there's a big fish over there. Poke it. Moo. Haha, old cow, you can't do it. Moo. Chen Xiong and the big black cow, with their magical powers hidden, held a fish spear in hand, while the big black cow grasped the spear with its mouth and caught the fish. The man and the cow were having a great time, sometimes in a hurry. Chen Xiong would chop down with an axe. The big black cow, in a rush, directly used magical power. As soon as the big fish surfaced, it was perfectly cooked, and it started eating right away. As night fell, the stars twinkled, the stars themselves unmoving, their reflections falling into the water, and the river seemed to flow with the stars, drifting away with the current. In the river's reflection were 2 faces and a campfire, covered in grilled fish. Old cow. Have you ever seen the sea? Moo? The big black cow shook its head in confusion. Isn't the sea just a river? Don't laugh at me. I haven't seen it either, Chen Xiong said sincerely. In his previous life, he had seen it online, and after looking at the map of the Qian kingdom, he realized they didn't have it. The big black cow, while eating grilled fish, fell into thought again, shaking its head, unable to imagine. In the future, we will cross the Tian-Duan Great Plain and reach that legendary superpower. Maybe there will be a sea. Moo. The big black cow's eyes widened. Its heart suddenly excited. Hee, there are still many places we will go. First, let's improve our strength. Chen Xiong, with his mouth full of oil, foolishly fantasized. At that time, we will build a big ship and take you out to sea to fish. Moo. The big black cow stopped eating the grilled fish and hurriedly ran to Chen Xiong, happily rubbing against him. The oil on its mouth got smeared on Chen Xiong, but the latter didn't notice. Old cow, let's go. Once we refine the 5 elements pill, we'll head to the junction of the 2 states. Chen Xiong clapped his hands, using the dust-clearing technique, and he was instantly clean, with not a speck of dirt left. In this place, if they were to form a core, it might attract attention from all over, and core formation was a major event that should be done cautiously. Moo. Magical powers swept across the ground, erasing all traces. This was the benefit of cultivation for them, allowing them to enjoy life better. They resumed their disciplined life, with Chen Xiong refining pills and summarizing experiences while the big black cow assisted or cultivated spiritual herbs, studying formations in its spare time. On the path of longevity cultivation, this man and cow knew nothing of loneliness, only harboring hopes for the future. As time passed, unknowingly, many springs and autumns slipped away, and another 50 years had gone by. In the 5 Yun sect, a gravestone appeared inexplicably, marking the grave of Chen Xiong's junior brother. Over the years, many prodigies from the Qian kingdom and the Wu kingdom had emerged, announcing their exit from seclusion, battling their peers to break through and gain insights. The trees wanted to be still, but the wind would not cease. Although the overall situation in the cultivation world had stabilized, disputes never stopped. Many sects had conflicts, and battles erupted in various places between the 2 nations. In an unknown mountain range in Jiang Prefecture, outside a cave, Chen Xiong and the big black cow exchanged glances and gradually smiled. Boom! A loud noise came from behind them, with countless giant stones shattering. But they couldn't approach at all. With a light step, they disappeared without a sound. The 5 elements pill was complete, bearing pill patterns, just like the foundational pills from before. Chen Xiong finally admitted that he had no talent for pill refining, but fortunately, there was longevity and countless spiritual herbs. All the longevity points accumulated over the years had been added to strength, now fully maxed out in 5 categories, waiting for a breakthrough. The excess longevity points could not increase due to the top threshold. Their current longevity points were Strength 90, 50, Speed 90, 50, Essence of all things 90, 50, Magical Power 90, 50, Defense 90, 50. Chen Xiong and the big black cow felt a slight excitement in their hearts as they headed towards the junction of the 2 states, casually checking what year it was, hoping not to have a change of dynasty.